Let's go.
GG.
Nice
609. That's what I had on a
Yeah.
race with Zero and Rooster once.
So
So
that is still a really solid time. So,
Yeah.
because of moving on to the next triggered move in the list of HP threshold attacks that the Undying did, the magic barrier went down as soon as that move was used, and he was able to finish it off with while it was readying up moves for the next few HP thresholds. And that's how the fight goes.
Okay. So now we're done with that. We have Zero Scar about to start the Undying, or not the Undying, the Bahamut. So
that's like
and we have Balthier running through some areas that he is not equipped to survive for root.
it'll be fine, probably.
he's a leading man.
And by fine, I mean he's already in the right spot, so it's fine.
This run, oh my god. Oh, the RNG. This is why everything can happen during FF12, because this RNG was just not with me today. It was not. It was not. But yeah, Undying was 100% my fault. Yeah, but that I was short on MP, I don't even know if that was my fault. Yeah, it was my fault because of the... Was it my fault? One of the swords attacked me, and all the Faragas during Novus went on to the sword. That did no damage, so I couldn't recover MP. Yeah, it was a wild run. Let's just put it this way, it was a wild run. But yeah, I think we should...
Let's take a second and let the 15 people give a quick introduction while Gabranth is being done by Zero.
Exactly.
What is up, guys? I'm Akio. I run FF15. You can see Yida starting up the run right now. He's just going to hold R2 for a while, so the game doesn't really start for like 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
Just gonna push a car for a bit.
Yeah, they gotta push a car, which is a lot of fun. But yeah, this is 15 starting up. I haven't actually seen much of 12, so I don't want to spoil it for myself. I never played.
Fair enough.
Looks pretty insane.
It's a fun run.
Looks like it. I don't know where everybody's from, but good morning to anyone in the USA.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, friends.
Okay, so Zero is making his way through the second part of the Gabranth here. Got the Reflect off, nice heal onto Vaughn. And takes care of it. Meanwhile, Fenrir is about to be taken care of by Roosta.
Right, here Zero is preparing for the fights. Lure on Vaughn, protect on Vaughn. Or I guess that might be shielded armor. Can't remember if he got that or not. Not a mirror mail.
Probably the mirror mail.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that was definitely protect then.
Yeah. And we're on to the Vayne strats. Should look pretty similar to Harvey's run. Except for hopefully Ash won't run out of MP.
Hopefully Larsa dies.
Yeah, you always want Larsa to die because you don't want him potioning your casters, which usually...
Oh, crit HP there. Do not throw any X-bots. Larsa, oh no. That is bad.
Your lives are
Or they can throw X-Pods on the girls who do not want to have HP.
Yeah, that's a bit of a damage roll, unfortunately, and sometimes you hit it.
Yeah, it is fortunately something you can recover from, but it's not something you want.
Fortunately, he doesn't always do that, but he will probably die to this Mach Wave, so...
Yeah. I don't think he can block it, so yeah, he's gonna almost certainly be dead.
Yep, there you go.
Got defeated by his own brother.
Yep. False alarm. Everything's fine.
The jack boots are because the Sephira can immobilize, so Vaughn is going to get hit by them in the next section, and you want to make sure he's able to move.
Yep. Okay, time for Vane Novus. Once again, should look pretty similar with a lot of Belias. At least on the second part, a lot of Belias.
Freezing.
Freezing, that's the word. Once again, I am definitely awake. Don't mind me.
Same.
Very awake.
Super awake.
We're just so
Nothing
entranced
bad.
by this intense gameplay.
Ivalice will know a new dynast king, and man will keep his own history.
Okay, so that's the first part of Vane Novus.
Yep, you always got to watch that little cutscene there.
Okay, getting the Firagas.
Yeah, that should
Okay,
be sick.
so yeah, the Belias freeze there was fortunate because it prevented a Sephira or two from leeching damage.
Ooh, that is
Yep.
well,
Oh,
very bad.
Talking about leeching damage.
There it did the opposite.
speaking of,
Yeah,
So Ash, and Ash is really low on MP right now. That is going to be something he's probably going to have to deal with in the Undying fight.
yeah, 9 MP. That's
That's not enough.
deja vu.
Hopefully, Ether.
so.
or
Hey,
something.
2 runners got the same exact RNG.
Yep. Yeah, MP is definitely a little tight on this last fight, especially for Ash, who can only get 2 mischarges, which I believe is just from Shemhazai.
Yeah. You can get mischarges either by getting quickenings, multiple of them, or by getting espers. So Famfrit and Shemhazai are the most convenient ones on the license board, and that's what we use.
It looks like he did have an Ether ready, so he'll be able to not have to damage down like Harvey had to.
Well, I had an elixir, that was my case.
Yeah.
I think if you had nothing, then it would have been even worse.
Oh
True.
yeah, you would have had to run around in circles and just try to survive while you do that.
God,
Yeah,
You
that's,
have to cast more than once. That would.
yeah, that's one of the reasons you want to try to keep Elixir around, even if you're doing Firaga strats. Okay, there's the Mega Flare. Okay.
We actually just switched away from Vaughn because then Vaughn will automatically walk back to where the casters are.
and plus 0.1 excuse to use Ash.
Oh, he got the God ATB! He got the God ATB! Meaning he can now kill him before Ascension goes off.
Be ready, Kios. It's about time.
I'm ready. Let's
go,
go.
go, 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 go!
Go.
Go!
GG0, GG.
GG, yo, 601, you animal.
And good luck, Kios.
Oh,
Go get
man.
him.
GG to
Yeah.
Very good
Let's
round
see, what do we
zero.
got? About 9.5, 10 minutes? I'll do my best.
You got this, man.
Hey, let's go.
Way to show some
Good luck, 12-15 runners.
Let's get ready
to kick some
tail.
I hope you have a better run than I had.
Oh boy, I hope so too.
Y'all
It
did a
only
great
hit
job.
2, right?
And Bruce, I still on sub 6 pace, which is incredible for a marathon run.
Yeah, he's cruising through this end game here. Yeah, he got something like 20,000 gil from Dustia. Dustia 2. He got
Wow.
a bigger Dustia.
Wow. Dude, that's so lucky.
Confidence will
Yeah.
only take you so far.
Bruce, I had insane RNG that this year and I just could only dream of.
Yeah, both of you got way worse luck than that. Okay, so let's watch Roosta headed make his way to Sid 2 himself.
Quick work of it.
I believe the strats are the same, so should be
Scared, big guy?
You ought to be
hopefully fairly clean here.
suspicious.
Sure. Looks tame to me.
Yeah, he seems to save because he's not setting up. Or at
Looks
least
like-
such a crisp. Does he have Phoenix Downs?
It's not over yet.
Okay.
Well, if not,
Might
then,
have, it might have been because he didn't have Phoenix Downs, but
I mean, he had a lot of money. I'm sure he has Phoenix down.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, who wouldn't have Phoenix Downs?
Don't at me.
Who would never save after Sid 1?
I saved once.
Once in a whole
Yeah.
entire.
After Sid 2?
Yeah.
So, I'm being told to introduce a little bit of FF15. So
Yes, do your thing.
let's do that. Yeah, let's do that, shall we? All right. So FF15, I guess, is a speed run. What can you say?
I guess
about it, man?
it's a speed run. Is it? I don't know, Akio. Is it a speed run?
I mean, I mean, it's a run, right? We play it pretty fast.
It's something.
Sure is. I think it's something based a lot on optimizing our movement, and you'll see a lot of jumping and warping. As I said in the Twitch chat, is a jumping, running, playing game, a JRPG, if you will. We're
And never let go.
Be prepared for all the copyright strikes because we play this song it'll be a total of 6 times in this marathon.
I was gonna say twice, but you're right. It would be 6 times. Well,
Yep, 3 times 2 is 6. I can still do math.
look at that.
I'll get a picture with her.
Will they catch the credits one though? I don't think so.
But what is 3 plus 5?
Who's audio?
Okay,
And that is
but
after final split.
See, it is okay.
All the more reason
So I saw someone in the chat was talking about, or was asking about what's up with like the super armor. That was the Match Attack exosuit, which it renders us immune to damage and knockback,
How could you say
and we use it for most of the run except for places where we don't take damage for combat.
There should be a motel
The downside
on
of it is supposed to be that there's a limited amount of time you spend in that armor during combat. However, when you're doing all the combat so quickly, that limit doesn't matter. It wasn't in the base game on release. It wound up being free DLC somewhere along the line. I don't remember
I think it was actually included with a patch, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was
Sure. Why not?
It was what?
early enough, I believe. It was early enough, I believe, especially in routing.
Yeah. I wasn't there for that. For me, when I started running like 2 years ago, it was kind of always there.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, it's pretty broken. So we have to use it. This is also Royal Edition of the game, so that means we will be running with all
Hammerhead is
all
like
DLC
no
available
garage ever.
and doing all content
One would expect
in the
no
DLC, at least for the main roster of the game, not the episode
Oh,
Gladiolus and all that. So we will be taking on the last gauntlet of new bosses that were introduced in the Royal Edition of the game, and we will be using the incredibly broken DLC weapons as well, like Ragnarok, the Warp Strike Sword, which we abuse the hell out of, but the game sometimes abuses back, and sometimes it just doesn't work the way we need it to. So you might see that. Hopefully you don't. But sometimes it's just like, yeah, we're not gonna do the OP thing. It's like that's cool. We'll figure something out.
Real
Usually
quick
don't look weird
before we keep going, I think we might have forgotten to introduce everybody real quick.
Yeah.
True. Sorry.
Roll call.
I got really excited about this run.
I'm excited too, and then I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
There's a lot of names missing.
Who's who?
So for our 3 runners today, we do have Yida Moda on Team Mog. We have Kios Little Monster for Team Choco, and you'll see getting started here shortly for Team Tonberry will be Barbados. Here on Commentary, my name is Alfina.
I am Akio_SSBM.
And I am Ashen Prime. Pull over for a minute.
Yeah. I already made a mistake. Can I reset now?
Yes, you can.
No.
Go ahead, man. Go for it. What did you do?
Oh, you know me. I got those first 5-minute jitters. I forgot to do Ascension.
Okay.
This is not Resets Live, you don't get it.
You're not my mom.
All right, so here we have again a bit of a tricky strat that trying to skip Briny Cannonade entirely, and looks like Rusa has the he has the Firagas in. So now it's on to the last phase, and he's going to try to see if he can skip S87 Cyclist. Or is it S87?
I think so.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Everything in order.
Way to die! The worst part about having these 2 runs back to back is I've run both of them.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier, actually.
S85.
Ooh,
That was like
you're S85. Okay, and also I tried it out.
Vaughn, where are you going, Vaughn?
wow.
And the wrong warp point. Oh, and then the last one's not dead. It's a bummer.
I did not get a good setup there at all.
Happens.
Is what it is.
Yeah, that could be finicky sometimes. I'm not sure how set the spawns are there, but
They're completely random. After 2 years, 3 years, 4 years of running this, I've not seen anything consistent.
okay.
Okay, so Vaughn survived that. Redis dropped. He's in okay position right now, actually. It's not ideal, but he can recover.
Ooh, that's worse.
It's in the treaty?
Of course.
Yeah.
Simple formality. One of those symbol of the peace deals.
So
Okay,
it's more
so
like a marriage of
Rusa's in recovery mode at the
Leadership
moment.
seems nevertheless amenable to the prospect. And Noctier likes the idea.
What's that? I do?
Buzz off.
Over in 15, we do see that Yida's reached one of the first driving sections of the run. He's parking and getting out at certain parts.
Let's call it a day.
And Kios is working through a session of fights that we tried to warp strike out of to purposefully get our mana refresh, as well as getting movement and out of it as quickly as possible.
Yeah, that's sort of like the big optimizations for time in this game, because like this is like a really easy run to pick up, but getting your times down like all comes down to like solid combat and of course like how you move and how you warp strike. So if you do want to watch the MP bar, each warp strike as of right now will cost 30 MP, and then it'll sort of be up to the runner to decide when they want to warp and how they want to like finish off their bar. Because it costs 30, but if you have less than 30, it'll just drain the rest of your bar. So if you have like 31 MP, you can do like 2 fast warps really quick, like stuff like that. And to touch back on like what Alfino was saying about where Yida's at right now. So back there, he camps out to set a rest point, which is something we'll do, I think, a few more times during the run. I think 1 or 2 more times, if memory serves. Because you can teleport to rest points from the map menu. You can also teleport your car. So what we're setting up here is that rest point back there to get to an objective that comes up in about like 3 minutes, 4 minutes. So we come back there, get the objective, this like stone thing for our boy Dino, who we'll meet in a little bit, and then go back to the car, which is set up at this town. This routing only works with an SSD, however, that actually, saves a good amount of time. Unfortunately, 15 is somewhat of a pay-to-win speedrun, where if you really want to run optimally with a lot of good, solid time save, you do need an SSD and you do need a PS4 Pro. Yeah, I think it's a really clever way that was routed out. I really like that trick. routing, whatever you want to call it.
My chapter 1 is hot garbage. Second request to reset.
Just go for it, man. Who can stop you? Who can stop you?
Seraph and Maelstrom.
I will never let you live it down.
I would let you reset,
Gotta find my sea legs first.
I mean, you already apologized to him, so it's okay.
Sorry, Seraph.
So as we're coming up here on Golden Key, it is kind of worth noting that at least in the first couple of chapters of this game, this is supposed to be like the worst bachelor party ever. Noctis and his friends are on their way to his wedding, and the first thing they need to do is get on a boat and travel across to an island, for lack of a better term, elsewhere. But we're going to find out that there are no boats, and our best option to get a boat is to talk to the most annoying reporter in the world, who says he's willing to get us one if we go on a fetch quest for him.
Hey, it's me, Dino. Yep. No. Check this out. Blackmail's not illegal. Try on these concrete boots.
Given strict orders not to let any vessels.
Is this accent indicative of like a Final Fantasy New Jersey, or what's up there?
Well, we got Texas and New Jersey covered in this game, so I don't know.
That is true, just in the first chapter, that's right. And England, I think, Australia.
Yes. I wasn't paying attention. Did Kios get Ignis skip?
He did.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm still jittery.
So here's one thing that you're already seeing between the two runners, between Yida and Kios so far, is Yida missed something we could refer to as Ignis skip, because while you're going out of after rescuing this guy that they tell you to rescue, Ignis grabs you and goes, "Hey, you know, we should rest." But if you look at the clock, the game tells you it's like noon in game time.
Like this one.
The game doesn't expect you to go that fast to be at a point that you would. It's only noon while you're getting to this particular fight. So it's trying to introduce you to that mechanic. However, since it's noon and that would take time out of the run anyway, we don't want to rest. We want to keep going. But there's a way that you can actually manipulate it so you don't get that dialogue out of Iggy, and it does take some really tricky movement sometimes, and I know I've messed it up more times than I've gotten it because I'm just not that consistent.
I got dunked on by Bloodhorn. Also, if you haven't played this game in a year and own it, replay it. It's gotten a lot better, trust me. Square dumped a bunch of time and energy and money into it, and some of us in the community actually were in pretty close correspondence with the people developing and patching the game, so there's that.
Yeah, so there, Yida did do what I was talking about before, where he went back to the rest point, and now he's going to grab that stone that Ash Prime was mentioning from Dino.
It's a big scary bird, though.
Yeah, it's a zoo, man. You will see a few classic FF enemies every now and then. Also, Yida showing off that if you get knocked over by the zoo, it doesn't matter for your time, because you will still get to the rock either way for that time loss. Right there, yeah. Because you still have to wait for the soundtrack to end.
Alive, barely.
What's he doing?
I seriously.
You end up waiting actually at it for a couple moments before you're actually able to pick it up.
Yeah. If you don't get hit, you'll be stuck there waiting for a little while. You can just watch the zoo fly off. But if you get hit, you have to like spend time watching Noctis get up, like up off the ground, because you just got ran over by a very large bird.
That's a common refrain in this game, is there are a lot of things that keep you from interacting. Being in combat is one of them. Certain cutscenes are others. And so interacting with things like doors and passageways that you might want to walk through, or quest items that you need to pick up. So there are some places where we're able to kind of skip some of these sections and skip some fights to allow us to get in the door faster than the game intended, but for a lot of times, just have to plow through the fight and get it over with so that we can actually, open the door.
Yeah. For the most part, this game, the way we run it, we just have to sort of play it how it's intended. There's not a whole lot of sequence breaks or crazy skips. A lot of what we do is it's just optimizing how the game was intended to play. You will see a few here and there. There's one notable one in Chapter 10 that I really enjoy, which that chapter's gone through so many iterations throughout the speedrun's existence, between on launch, and then they patched the chapter altogether to add more stuff. randomly like a while ago.
Chapter 3 too has a skip technically.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
That one's hard though. That one's hard. It's cool though, but it's seriously difficult.
Is that a pun?
Is it?
It's in the ice cave. It is in the ice cave. We'll talk about it when we get there.
Well, there's 1.5 in ice cave. I'll say 1.5. But we'll talk about that later. We're not in chapter 3 yet. We're big chilling. We're almost done with chapter 1 on Yita's part.
Shout outs to our boy Rudy in chat, one of the first runners of the game.
True that. What's up, Rudy?
I think I heard him. Yeah.
Yep, Andor's here. He's cheering for Roosta. I told him he's a traitor.
I did see in the chat a quick mention of the Ring of the Lucii. It is worth noting we are running the no ring category. That means that we aren't actually using the powerful one-shot magic that is so very RNG that it's really not fun to play with.
I hope.
So,
see, you say not fun. I say that's the best way to run the thing because I live on RNG.
Really?
But when it takes you 20 times just to beat Ravis, I don't know.
But it could take one.
But it could just be one.
But if you get the one cast, that makes it all worth it. But unfortunately, that's all at the very end of the game.
The best and worst record with ring luck, by the way.
I never did a ring run. I've only done.
I have 2 perfect rings, and then I have the worst one, which is a 10-4-58.
I want to point out that with your 10-4-58, I'm not that far behind you.
Yep.
Look at the size of those things.
I'd have to go pull it for my last one, but
what's Roosta got?
He did have a really nice recovery after getting hit by Cyclotron.
Doesn't look like they'll be signing.
Yeah,
and then getting some spaghetti. Now he's fighting Vayne, so this is the more consistent part of the fight. But there's
I was going to say, Tonberry really closed the gap. You guys have been doing really well.
And Larsa went down, so that's good.
Oh yeah, I do. I also have the lowest Barheim guild chest in FF12 of 9.
We mentioned
that was point.
It's the FF12. I learned from that community that any sort of weird oddity should be notated and written down. Like I believe Roosta is still in retainer of the list of non-boss deaths.
Yeah, that sounds about right. There's a list of all the silly ways people have managed to lose runs of FF12. There's a lot of them. Some more unique than others. Okay, so now we're getting to the fun part where we see if Ash is going to run out of MP for a third runner in a row here on Vayne Novus. We're hoping to avoid hitting Sephira for 0 damage.
Yeah, so he already did use an ether on her, so that is less likely.
We should seek a vantage point. The hill.
That's probably smart.
I would say it is smart.
I would say you are likely correct.
Well, we'll see how much Firog, after all these Firagas are cast, ends up.
Because one of those Firagas didn't go off.
Yeah, Vaughn actually got knockback and got sit away from. No, it worked out though.
It's fine. It was fixed. Recovery happened. Not that there was much recovery to happen, but... So this is the part that trolled both of the other runners.
Don't suppose the Crown's Guard is still active. I wouldn't count on it.
Am I reading his time right, by the way?
Yes, he's...
insane.
Really good run. Yep. And he got 20,000 gil off of Dustia too, so...
And what about us?
That kind of helped.
We make for Hammerhead now, and figure the rest out later.
the comeback story for Team Tonberry?
She's with refugees bound for
It's starting.
Well, at least Iris is okay.
Yeah. Doesn't sound like everyone else was so lucky, though.
Oh.
We'd best make
One stray Firaga hit a Sephira. I think it's okay, though.
No going back.
Yeah,
Belias.
one usually isn't bad.
Oh. Except for he summoned Belias, which is less okay.
Yeah.
So that makes 2 Belias summons.
Yep, we've had 2 Belias summons now.
Surprisingly, neither was Harvey.
And neither was Harvey. See? Everything's fine.
That does also mean no Belias strats for, unless he has elixirs, which I don't know if he has.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if he does, but yeah, he's just going to immediately dismiss Belias because he does not want him around.
I
That
believe
was
he's
definitely
one. As long as it doesn't hit a Sephira, he's one set of Firagas away from finishing.
He doesn't even have an
yeah,
elixir.
that looks right.
Yeah, he doesn't have an elixir.
So he's going to have to do the old strats for.
This might kill.
Yeah, this does kill, but Undying has an old strat now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's going to lose a little bit of time there, but not much. If all goes well.
Still
So,
recover. Ash has mana.
So instead of being able to delay the Undying's actions to the point where he could potentially skip everything that would really slow him down, he's instead going to have to do the old strat, which is to kind of stagger his damage just a little bit. It's not much slower. It's honestly not even that much different. A lot of the other fights that have been changed by Belias clogging have changed more than this one.
Yeah. It'll be a little bit slower, unless he manages to get the skip on it, like Harvey did. But maybe we'll actually get to see the cinematic this time. That'll be fun, right?
Sure. Ooh, and he got a block there too. So he's basically just running around, and what's going to happen here? Here's Mega Flare.
This must be the outpost.
Waiting for a particular point to get more reflex, and now he runs away, gets the girls a little bit farther because Mega Flare has a very large radius. Running in with proper timing. Okay, we should be good from here. Readying Divine Sword, Von might get hit one more time, and that's it.
Nope, we should be good at this point.
Yeah, so at this point, he just needs to deal enough damage to get past the HP threshold that will turn off the magic barrier. So here's magic barrier coming up. He's
Making it out of insomnia.
just going to bring out the party, bring in Fran. He probably won't be able to. Yeah, he's just going to eat the attack. So here's Ascension. You get to see it once.
Yeah,
time's coming.
Time is coming.
Yeah, it should come pretty quickly after this attack, and he starts reflecting it.
Let's go in and find the marshal.
You say time?
Yep, he's GG.
Go Barbie.
Go Barbie, go.
Go, go, go.
That's the first
5:50
Go Barbie
in the marathon. Great
Sub
job.
6 in a marathon. What? That's
That was
the first
absurd.
time. Oh my god.
Hell of a run, dude.
So,
Jesus, Rooster.
are out there.
And you're the most sleep deprived out of all of us.
I think
It's that FF10 build-up.
Great idea. I'm gonna go do that too. Let's turn this over to the 15 guys. You guys have a lot of fun. Thanks. Good luck.
Thank you everyone for Final Fantasy 12.
Yo,
that
great.
was great, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you everyone
Good
for
luck.
having us.
Jeez.
Dads, etc. Good luck, have fun. Good
Good
night.
luck to the 15 owners, and I think we're out.
Long years ago,
See you guys.
Alright, thank you all.
Thank you.
That was FF12, guys. That was crazy.
Yeah, that was a heck
That was
of a
great
run.
to watch.
Yeah. I try not to watch speedruns of games I haven't played yet because I don't want to spoil, but that looked pretty cool.
Oh, I run TZA, so I know a little bit about vanilla, and it's always just hype to watch for me.
The short version.
Somewhat dangerous.
Marshall.
Now
one thing
Oh man, I forgot to say I love Freddy.
Think you're up to it? Here's where we go
One thing
our separate
I
ways.
don't remember if we mentioned, I know we talked about warp strike movement a little bit, but you will notice there's a lot of jumping going on, because it is actually faster to continuously jump and hop along than it is for us to run, walk, or whatever. So, I mean, for me, it's just the amusing part that is also our jump button is the interact button. So while we're just hippity-hoppity along, occasionally you'll find we're stopped to grab an item, and then you just jump on it, and it's like, you know, FF15, like, I love you, but we have a problem here.
You're just bouncing there for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
In the Japanese version of the game, it's reversed. So X is still jump, but circle is the button that interacts, which sometimes is really advantageous, especially when you're moving around the car. Since, you know, you don't want to jump at the car, and usually when you're getting out of the car, attacking doesn't do anything anyway, like in towns and stuff. But then they're attacking stuff instead of jumping, like when they miss stuff, especially where Yida is right now, like this entry hole. They just might attack it instead of, you know, actually go down into it.
That is one. That is probably the only positive of playing on mouse and keyboard, which I do because you know I'm slightly masochistic, but. It's your jump button is no longer your interact, so that's kind of nice. So as we're getting into this, actually looking at Kios's stream and catching up with the story a bit, after we talked to Dino and he's like, wait a day. Well, we wait that day and then find out that our entire home, the city of Insomnia, was just decimated by the evil empire, because empires are always evil. And so we're going to figure out if we can get back in, if we can save anybody. Find out, no, we cannot. And in fact, the world thinks that we're dead, which is great. And that kind of sets up the premise of the rest of the game is a prince without the backing or protection of his country anymore now needs to fight against the evil empire and save the world. Which, you know, sounds like Final Fantasy to me.
Sure does.
Sorry, I was distracted watching that Gladdy butt.
I mean, I don't blame you.
It's the best part of the intro. I also like turning the camera to the right to look at the dual horn with all the birds on it. I find him very cute.
I don't think I've ever done that.
Yeah, my boy Dual Horn, he just chilling, dog.
Yeah, I love him. And I hope that's not the same one that tries to kill us, you know, at the end of chapter 1 or midway through.
I'm still mad about that. Mine ran away from me.
Yeah, it did. Your rag warp strike missed. Which it does a lot, because
you'll hear and see a lot of, oh, they just warp strike everything. Good luck, everything moves, and any sort of terrain difference is like you're not sure if you're gonna get your warp strike off, and if you don't, it's a bit of a disaster.
Yeah, sometimes it'll hit, but you won't get the bonus for some reason. I think it's a bug with how Ragnarok is programmed or something. I'm not really sure, but it's very.
It's not just Ragnarok.
Yep.
Yeah,
wait until you general that not all the skips are guaranteed to work, like Chapter 8 skip or Chapter 3 skip.
Yeah.
Or wait, not Chapter 8. I'm thinking wrong game. Chapter 7 skip is not guaranteed.
I was having a moment trying to figure out which skip you were doing in Chapter 8.
That's where you go to Spooky Town, and we just kind of run into Wall Market.
That's the wrong game.
That is the wrong game.
Unless you're talking about Seaside Super Bomb skip.
No, but...
Which I'm really looking forward to somebody getting that.
Okay, that was great. I soft locked at Seaside Supermodels for literally no reason.
I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah, I picked up the Maiden's Kiss, and I couldn't move Noctis. Everything else was fine, everything else was moving, but I couldn't.
That is strange. I literally have never seen that before.
This is not the first time that Kyo's gotten that either.
The Seaside Supermodel has a way of messing with me during marathon runs.
Yeah, there's some skips that occur that you won't even notice that he even got the skip because nothing happens. Like Ignis skip before.
Yeah.
It just like the dialogue never activates, so you just don't even know what happens. Same with
You just get that nice satisfaction of, I've gotten past where it can happen, and it didn't. And you feel really good about yourself for that moment.
And then when you mess it up, it's like, this is such a dumb way to lose time.
See you
This is
guys
great.
later.
You go give him hell. We'll do the same on our end.
Although I hate telling my boy Iggy to shut up, but sometimes I have to.
It's usually me and Prompto that are beefing. I love him during the casual game, but during the run, man, he just really wants to go everywhere that isn't where we're trying to go.
Oh,
Listen, he's
Looks
trying to
like
make the
Barbie
most
didn't
of
get
the
a great
situation.
stack there either.
He is. But we're trying to,
Don't you have your own run?
When have I ever paid attention to anything?
Once we're in, we launch our ambush,
That's a good
pushing
point.
out while support pushes in, crushing the enemy from both sides.
So we got Yida on the we'll call it infiltration 1, 2, 1. I don't know.
First one.
One.
I think, yeah.
The first one.
Yeah. One and a half. I don't know, sure if you count the ones that end chapter 1 or not, but so
I
this is sort of new routing with with lightning magic that we weren't doing up until kind of recently. So usually here we'd have a fire magic to cast on the enemies down there. We would do pretty much all the same strats here, except these guys we would take out fire. But now we cast lightning in the first room and the third room, and it's pretty darn quick. So that setup starts all the way back in chapter 1 with the dual horn fight. You'll see that on Barbie's screen in just a little bit. Where we start with a fire cast into a point warp Ragnarok warp strike for a lot of damage. Then we have to finish him off with the engine blade to get lightning magic out of him, because that's like the thing's effect. If you kill something with it, you'll get the magic type from an enemy. I'm not sure if I think it's set. I don't really know though. But yeah, I love how cleverly this game is like routed sometimes. Just like you just don't even think of these things. You're like, oh my god, it all comes together.
Yeah,
I'm just bad at putting it all together.
Yeah, the magic system in this game is actually really interesting because rather than having a set number of spells you can use, instead you can collect elemental energies and craft them into basically elemental bombs. And crafting, and so gathering the elemental energy and also using items as well. So whenever we're shopping, it's usually for items to make spells more powerful. We can craft more powerful magic with more powerful items and do that. But we are getting into the first kind of big boss here with Yida.
This is Loki. He's the best boss to let you down because he has otherwise no story importance, but he looked like he was real important.
So Barbie did something really cool. He used this is strat I think only he does. He used the Masamune to take out that room of dog things. I think they have a name. I can't really read it. My little screen's so small. But it's very cool to look at. It's very flashy. Yeah, he's having a pretty good chapter 1, I think.
But what you're seeing Yida doing is he's attacking the generator on the back of the mech. It's the quick strat to basically just destroy it as quickly as possible, and
impressive. Seeing you in action.
If you don't know how to destroy that
I don't need to worry anymore.
you don't know how to destroy that quickly, you end up kind of like running around going, this fight actually is hard. The moment you know how to manipulate these mechs, it's like, oh, well, it's dead already.
Yeah, the ability to do a quick kill on the Loki mech is kind of like sort of like a skill check, because we have to do it. That's first time. I think two more times, I believe.
I can two more off the top of my head.
It's like chapter 5 and I think chapter 6 or 7 or something. I don't know. Something
5
like that.
and then right before the RNA fight, there's another mech.
Yeah, so 5 and 6.
The next person
pretty much
who says Iris' best girl in chat is going to get banned by Sereth.
Uh-oh. Because everyone knows it's Arnea. Y'all know better.
I raised you all better than this.
Yeah, come on,
I'm
y'all.
disappointed.
All right, we got
I
now
wrote
going
your
for
command.
Ignis skip.
Look out, world! Here we
Yeah, all right, cool. Barbie hit Ignis skip, so we're 2 for 3 on Ignis skip. You didn't even notice it happened.
Kios just met up with Matt Mercer, and got the kind of the prevailing quest over the course of the entire game. You're meant to collect the power of kings and these weapons that the ancient kings of Lucius, from which Noctis descended, have left behind, that you can then add to your arsenal and use to make yourself stronger. So you picked up the first one here, and then the next dungeon we're going to in Kika Trench is to pick up the second.
Because we're really playing Tomb Raider. I don't know if you guys missed that update. It's we're just gonna go through, find the next tomb, get what we need, get out. That's the whole story.
There is Tomb Raider music in FF15 on the car radio.
I did not miss that reference. First time I found the Tomb Raider music when I was playing, like flipping through all that was in there, I just died laughing so hard I almost fell out of my chair.
There's also like a costume in Comrades as well, the multiplayer mode. So yeah,
I never did Comrades.
It's fun. It's something. So Barbados just was doing the quick kill onto the dual horn. Kind of got messed up by the fire, which is kind of annoying for that fight because your magic will sometimes have like adverse effects on your party at times. Like if you cast,
because there's friendly fire on your
you can hit your party members with it, which is really annoying. There is an item we can put on to like mitigate that. I'm not sure if that works for like the fire that's left behind by a fire cast. I was thinking about that yesterday. I'm like, I'm not sure if that works, but if it did, it'd be super useful for this particular strat because that's what makes that fight kind of inconsistent. Is having to fight your own magic that you need to do in order to kill the thing so quick.
So anybody who was looking at Hita's stream, you'll notice that there was basically a decision that had to happen where everybody's like, all right, well, let's head to Lestalem because that's where Iris is. And Prompto's like, hey, I heard there were chocobos. Let's go check out the chocobos. I'm sorry, Prompto, this entire run there will be no chocobos. As much as the idea is... As much as we think that they should save time because they do help with movement on the overworld, the amount of time that it takes to actually unlock chocobos versus the amount of time we would actually be able to use them to help with movement, it doesn't match up to actually save time, so there's no chocobos in the speedrun.
Yeah, unfortunately, to unlock chocobos is like a 15-minute side quest, including a forced stealth section. It's
really long. Yeah. Instead of chocobos, we just buy a bunch of elixirs instead. They're like the same thing.
Totally worth it casually.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh yeah, for sure. And they're cute, so they got that going for them.
And you can change the colors.
No, it's the best.
So you can do what I always did and put big beefy Gladdy on a pink chocobo.
Can just this game start cooperating with me just a little bit today?
Yeah, Arachne on Kyo's stream is this fight's just a real pain in the butt. It's just like really inconsistent. Like her moves are RNG.
I never.
When we would get an old recipe or an old food buff, this fight was, I think, a little bit more manageable. But I feel like without it, like we save a bunch of time, but it's like at what cost, kind of thing.
I mean, at least I glitched her, but it was still kind of slow-ish.
You did, yeah.
Yeah, sometimes you'll see that there's no reason for it, but sometimes Arachne's AI will just kind of stop, and it'll just stand there, and that's your fight.
I wish she did that every time, man.
Yeah.
It's such a pain in the butt.
We're seeing on Yita's stream something that popped up here. Prompto will turn around and ask you a question about who he should take pictures of. And these specific things, the specific interactions are the reason that you can't just put the controller down when the driving segment starts, because after he asks you that question and the response times out, the game pauses there to wait for your input before it will continue on.
Yeah.
There are some sections where you can, but you have to be very aware of where that's all going to happen to make sure that you don't run into a situation that you kind of got yourself screwed over because you didn't pay attention for those boxes.
Yeah. There are some sections where
it's tunnel encounter.
Yeah. Where the driving's set and you have no control, but this is not one of them. So we still have control over what's going on. So if you're watching Yita, he's trying to take as many inside turns as possible to optimize the driving as much as he can, which does mean driving on the left side of the road in FF15 and certain parts of the world that's considered pretty unsafe. the game does have a automatic like AI system for like if you're gonna collide into something, like the car will like stop. Like the game will just like make you stop the car and like get out of the way, which is really annoying.
Well,
shoutouts to Hawk Snow, who was the first person I think to really start utilizing that. It ends up saving like almost 30 seconds over the course of the entire
it's
run.
a big time save. Yeah, if you're actually paying attention to this stuff, or you could AFK here. I mean, if you felt like it. It just depends on what you want to do. This is a long driving section. That's a lot of this game's speedrun too. It's just driving around.
I will say the driving sections, when you're learning the speedrun, not worried so much about optimizing it, but taking that as your moment to review what's coming up next in your notes, made it so beautiful for learning it.
Yeah, this is an easy game to learn. It's just a terrible game to try and get really, really, really good at.
I can attest to that, man. Nice. still looking for that sub 430.
Hey Akio, remember when you bopped me for like a little bit?
It was like 2 weeks. That's so exciting.
2 weeks, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was not long. And you came back with this crazy like 426 or whatever you got.
Yeah, 426 with triple live splits crash.
Nice.
I would have had another one yesterday without that soft lock, so that was kind of a bummer. That probably would have been like a 426.30.
I had a good one going the other like a few weeks ago, and then I got fierce glitched into Rogue.
Yeah,
that was fun.
I've had that in pretty much every PB since that's become a thing. And that's a 25-second time loss heading into Rogue, which I think yesterday was okay, but the previous day, like I had a Rogue that was like almost 5 minutes long.
Jesus. Yeah.
And we'll get into that a lot later.
Yeah. The crazy part about this game is that most of the game's like super duper consistent until the last 2 chapters of the game. And of course that's the last like, I don't know, 45 minutes or so of the game. So that's where your run can like really go south for reasons you can't control very well.
One other thing I'd like to note on Yida Stream right now, so the game basically told us to go to Lestalem, and we drove straight on through, did not even hesitate, let's just keep going. Because he did make a change in the route that puts us on a spot on the map. Because instead of going and doing everything in Lestalem and then going on this quest, we said, we know where we're going, let's just go do the quest and get the item that we need.
Yeah. So the way that's routed, we do go through Lestalem. So what's important about that is that when we pass through, there's a gas station that gives us a parking spot. And with the game's fast travel system, we can transport back to that place after the fact. So the way we route this out is instead of stopping Lestalem, doing all the stuff there, getting the quest to go to get the Royal Arm, we just go through Lestalem, get the Royal Arm, and just come back instead of having to drive like back and forth and all this. I like the way that's routed out a lot.
So, did anyone see how many 1001 damages I got in that sector?
I did not see that. I was staring at just driving for some reason.
You need exactly 1,000 damage to kill every one of the normal mobs there. And
a lot of lightning going in.
Should be able to one hit them, but it is kind of a damage roll. So that 1001 is just enough.
Yeah, so coming up, Yida's going to do the Loki boss quick kill, which is a sec. Pretty standard fare.
Kios.
And Barbados is still chilling in chapter 1.
You already did it. You said Kios is going to...
Yeah, what's his name? What's his face? I don't know.
Barbie did just get Barbie just got the setup ready to go deal with Zoo.
Yes.
But you do get to fight eventually in the game, but...
You do. Much later.
In the
not today.
But not in the speedrun.
We're not doing that right now. It's a cool fight too. I do enjoy that. And the meat, I guess, gives you or whatever. It gives you an ingredient that makes some solid stuff.
Nice. So, a bit more of a breakdown on this fight with Loki. The first thing we do is break off his rocket launcher, and then Kios is being very careful in the way he attacks the shield thing. He doesn't want to break the shield off because then it's no longer a weak point. So he has to hit the weak point without actually breaking it from the rest of the map. Pretty good fight there.
I got a very lucky crit there too. Very lucky.
Yeah, so here Yida's making his way into the ice cave. Totally just skipped the Mega Phoenix, so I guess he's gonna have to go for the Carbon Bangle into cave. It's something we need from Gil. Oh, that was really close. I definitely got downed by the crabs while I was practicing yesterday. That was really annoying.
Yeah, or the strategy. Like, that area is really just Carbon Bank is also a bit of a time loss, too, which is really unfortunate.
He didn't... it's not like he got in combat or whatever with the big snake dude. He just, like, skipped it.
Yep.
Yeah, so here comes Ice Side Skip. Let's see if we can get it. Sure can. Yes. So what that does, if he didn't go left, he would have had to fight another Arachne at the very bottom of that slide, which would have been really annoying because we don't really have a good setup for it. But we're not going to do that, so we're just going to keep on going through the ice cave for Yita there. Is he going to get the carbon bangle? I sure hope so. No, he did it. Okay, well, good luck, Yita. Good luck. Unless he got the Mega Phoenix, I just missed it. But I don't think I did.
Just to clarify, I actually got a really good guild drop from Chapter 2
did
Infiltration.
You? Oh, did you get...
So
what'd you get?
I got a Bulletproof Vest, which is 1,000 guild already.
Okay.
Oh,
okay,
I was I had that happen yesterday and just had it as well. Can I just, like, skip the Mega Phoenix then?
Yeah, I guess you can, right?
Alright, cool, done. Saving time here.
It sells for, like, what, like 1,000?
Yeah, it's 1,000. I just have to remember
like the same as a
Mega
Mega
properly.
Or the carbon bangle, I think, is also 1,000. Interesting. See, that's what makes him 10 minutes faster than everybody else. It's just knowing shit like that. That's crazy. But coming up, I'm not sure if he's gonna go for this. I kind of hope he does. He's going for it. First try, baby. Oh my god, he got it. What a freaking legend, dude. So that was the ice cave skip. That is really hard. Saves like good 30 seconds or so. Otherwise, you have to take this proceed point and just like sidle around the wall. It's really annoying. It takes a while, and it's just, you know, part of the game where it's just like, how can we make the game just a little longer? It's like, all right, well, I guess you could do that, but
Yeet is the only person that does that, by the way.
I try my best. I give it, like, every run I give it 2 shots, and if I don't get it in like 2 or 3, I just give up. It's a huge time loss, but I love that trick. It's so cool. I didn't think he'd go for it. I told him to go for it when he's practicing. He's like, I don't know. I'm like, just go for it, dude. I knew you got this. That was sick.
Yeah, like he's not fast enough for the rest of us.
Yeah, right. That's a good like 30 seconds there that he just saved. That's insane. He's like, yeah, I'm just gonna get world record in a D restaurant. I'm like, can you stop it? Can you just knock it off, man? Making me feel bad.
2-1
hot out here. Just need to pull in somewhere cool.
Yeah. Any chance?
I wanted to mention this before, but Kios is about to is currently doing some menuing, selling some stuff, and is about to buy a lot of sheep milk. So sheep milk it only costs 10 gil per item, I guess, and we buy 99 of it to make some pretty powerful magic. I think it's a dual cast with like 5 or 6 casts worth or something like that. And magic of the game, it's pretty busted. You can really abuse weaknesses in this game pretty darn hard. And by only, you know, buying 99 sheep milk, which is just 10 gil shy of 1,000, we can make some cheap magic pretty often throughout the game.
There'll be some other drops later that we'll be looking for as well.
I'm just running the numbers in my head. I'm just gonna be preset for the Kettier Ginger.
Yeah, I think you still need the glass gemstone, but
look at you guys.
No, unless you have it right now, I don't, but I'll grab it anyway.
I mean, yeah.
All things considered.
And I'll probably.
You guys are staying here, right?
Yeah, it's one half dozen of the other to do it this way.
Sure.
I can't really imagine just skipping the glass gemstone. I don't know, man.
No, it's 1,000 gil. You need it. So otherwise, you'll end up short for air step sword or amulets or both.
Yeah.
So it's gonna have to be a cell menu at some point.
Yeah.
Better to be over.
For sure. You bought the elixirs there too, right? That's just happened.
Morning.
I have 12. I'll be fine.
Yeah, that's
especially if Adam and Steve decide to show up.
They went to see the sights.
My guys.
We should too.
Dude, my guys.
I didn't see either of them.
So hard.
I need some more shut eye.
Yeah, we'll get to Adam and Steve when Chapter 5 rolls around. It's about halfway through.
For our first stop, we'll check out the marketplace.
A little bit more weird RNG for you.
This way.
Yeah, CC Gambit. This is one of the cool things about this run, and why I generally have been pushing it to people to run it for years, is unless you almost intentionally ignore like buying Phoenix Downs, you will always be able to finish a run. No matter what, you will always be able to finish a run.
Yeah, even then,
which is good.
Game over
There's autosaves, and you can just get through.
Yeah, nothing will like hard lock your game or anything. You just won't have a very good time.
Yep.
Wow. Look at all this neat stuff.
There's only
there
one
are a few
place where
things
we'll
that
see
will-
Tonberries here in the run as well. If you do Alleyway Jack %, there's 2 places, I think.
Thank you kindly. Thank you. Please.
There's like one random crash I could think of in Chapter 10 that can kill your run pretty bad. But beyond that, nothing too awful.
You could soft lock at Cerberus. Thanks for reminding me. I should probably save there.
Can you really? Oh my god.
Yeah,
I
sometimes
think it will
he'll
like
just
21
jump behind the building, and then he's gone.
What?
I've also had Omega land inside the church at the far end of the square and get stuck behind the doors.
I think I watched that. I think I watched your
Yeah,
stream
that was
when
my first time
happening.
going Omega. It got stuck in a building.
Not the strat, apparently.
I mean, to be fair, it was the cheese strat.
It was. I don't think anyone could ever
How you look
recreate
at it, I
that.
guess. All right.
Unless you
Next,
can.
we're going to the Outlook.
We can try.
I'm a city girl, but
I don't make any promises, but we could try.
Yeah. So right now, you might have been watching Yida, but right now he's on a date with Iris.
She's
worst
15,
girl.
by the way. We're 30. She's 15. Noctis is 20.
A little
And
young.
engaged.
And
But
engaged.
I want to talk about the dialogue options real quick that we picked. So it's either the fastest ones or the ones that get us AP. That's what I've noticed. But they also happen to be the rudest ones, which I find kind of entertaining.
That's my favorite part. Is honestly when I first got handed the notes to start running this, it was be a jerk. I was like,
Yeah, pretty much.
sold.
You pretty much do that with like most dialogue options throughout the whole game. It's just be really short with people because being short, saves time.
There's only like 2 or 3 places where you go through a big dialogue tree, but in each of them it's pick the rudest option, and that's fast or otherwise helpful.
And typically gives us AP for some reason. I don't know why.
Thanks,
AP is only really significant for like some of the other categories. For any %, we just try and push through as quick as possible. I know Yida has like this weird backup strat where if you go for all the AP options, you can get elementalism, and you don't have to kill the dual horn with the engine blade.
Oh, that is clever. I guess you just get the warp strike on the 3rd pack.
You could do that. I mean, that was part of my level 1 Omega routing for a while. Is
That
that
makes sense.
at 10 AP early means I could get second accessory early.
Yeah, that's the only thing I could think of that where AP like really makes a difference there.
Yeah. Thanks for the story, Talcott.
Because getting second accessory early means you can Garnet Bracelet, which is more strength. And I feel like I might want that just for Arachne, just super early, but...
Yeah, it ends up being early, like an extra almost like 10% damage, I think I calculated it at. I'm probably a little off because I am not good with math, but...
That sounds worth to me, but yeah. I saw
Every time
Barbie...
I think something...
What's up?
Every time I think something would be worth in this run, then I start going back, rerunning the numbers, and going, okay, but wait, maybe not.
Yeah, or I see someone else do something, it's like, why did I even bother trying that? When that thing they're doing is much faster, apparently.
We're seeing Yida here do a save and load just to get past some dialogue and a walking section that otherwise would take forever. And again, one of those strats that is faster if you have an SSD, and otherwise, if you're running on hard drive or the PS4 Classic, I guess, it's just as fast to actually do the walking section, but we can save a few seconds on SSD by doing a save and load here.
Yeah. I also want to know on HDD, you spend a lot of your time walking with Arden, fighting the boys to not block him and get in the way, because he will stop. He will stop. Arden will stop moving if the boys are in front of him, which is super annoying.
And every time Prompto likes to get in the way.
It's always Prompto too, so it's mostly me bullying Prompto to get out of the way.
And this is actually the first time we've had major interaction with Arden. He showed up in a cutscene that was skipped. But Arden is, well, he's the primary bad guy, the primary antagonist of this game, but you don't know that yet because he's playing nice for some reason.
But at the same time, he seems real suspicious.
Oh, he's super creepy. And so there's there is a pantheon in Final Fantasy 15 made up of the 6, and because Noctis is super special, they are specifically at this point Titan is trying to get his attention and say, "Come see me, we need to talk." But the area where Titan is not one that Noctis can easily access, and so Arden shows up to be like, "No, I can open that door, just follow me." And so now we have a road walking section, I guess, except we're driving.
That sucks.
I still appreciate the Titan's way of going, "Hey, come talk to me," is, "Here, have crippling migraine."
Yeah. And let's just shake the entire Earth.
So Kyo's back there.
Really how Alpina knows I need her for something. She gets a crippling migraine and says, "What?"
Picture that guy in the Empire.
You're not
So
wrong.
Kyo's missed the Mega Phoenix back there, so he's gonna have to go for the Carbon Bangle back up here in the Ice Cave. Which
I'm just skipping both because of Bulletproof Vest.
Oh, okay. It looked like you were going for it, so I was like,
I mean, if you get it, it's free. And I don't know if you guys touched on it, but Royal Edition added a first-person view. And in first-person view, you do not... when you go to pick something up, there is no animation. You can just continue to move.
yes.
It's the runner needs to
You'll
focus
see
on
us
the
do it
run.
for the Mega Elixir in Chapter 1 as well.
That was really weird with when you did the point warp. It's the first
Yeah, I
off, right?
point warp to the point warps without hitting, without actually hitting jump or anything. I just re-point warped.
Yeah, very odd.
I will not be going for the Yida skip, just the half skip.
I think I first saw that from Ranmaru.
You did
record run.
Oh, somebody wants to camp.
Did just see on Kios' screen an example of interact and jump are the same thing. As he got up there to interact to actually do this little shuffle across, the game was like, "Oh, you want to jump again?"
Not to like. Now in the wild, there are no rules to follow.
10 out of 10.
What's the
Yeah, you gotta love it.
Hell no.
I think everyone who's ever played FF15 has done that at least, 10 times.
Oh, yes.
That great moment when you think you're saving time, you're like, "Oh, cool, I know I saved a couple seconds," and then you do that and you're like,
Never mind.
You focus, Lena. Andor is fine. He at the window, Baba. Yeah, he's guarding the door.
So it is worth noting on these driving with Arden sections, it is fairly simple to, well, not fairly simple, but it is possible to get past him, and since that's technically faster, the runners will be doing it. But we do also have to be careful not to get too far ahead of him, because if we get too far away, the game is just like, "Nope, you're too far away. You're game over now."
Oh, Yida. That was a bad. That's a bad.
Yeah, we're probably gonna see it too.
Oh, Kyo's missed.
I got you.
That's pretty rough. I actually don't know what to do there.
Yeah, I have no idea what to do now, so give me a couple minutes.
Nah, that's a pretty
"You
bad
focus,
time
you
loss.
got this."
You can't use magic. The old rat had us use two thunders here, but we need those two thunders now for later.
I think
we don't have.
Yeah, that's two rough misses like back to back.
You'll drive me mad.
And you just still
And
get
Yida pulled ahead.
Yeah, that's
Nice.
Because when anything that causes you to slow down in this section is, much as it was like, if you get too far away, the game will end. Well, as long as you kind of are trying to stay en route, Arden will actually slow down a little bit for you to, like, keep up.
then why not take them
As long as you don't basically go, you know what, I see that you turned there, but I'm gonna go straight. It's pretty much guaranteed that you're not going to run into that issue of, hey, the game will end, which kind of gives you that free pass at trying it again.
Yeah, so I'm watching Barbados. Something worthy of note about the weapons we use to warp strike with is daggers have the fastest animation. So when it's more optimal, so when we don't have air step sword, which reduces the amount of MP that an warp strike costs by half, so instead of 30, it's 15. In times where we don't have that or we don't need it, we opt for the Mage Mashers, from Final Fantasy IX, which I think is pretty cool. Because the animation is just, it's not terrifically that much quicker, but quick enough for it to make a difference in the long run. So we're saving pretty much frames at that point.
You know, that's how you get carsick. Hell yeah.
That's one of those differences. I don't believe we do that in the standard edition. I don't run Royal Edition, I run standard, so there's some differences that I just don't quite completely keep up with.
Yeah, from what I've seen from more recent runs, from the Japanese runners who do base game, in Chapter 1, they will opt to buy the cheapest daggers they can, just for the movement. I guess so. It does save enough time where it is worth, because otherwise you don't start the game with daggers you can use.
Right.
Guy really knew his stuff about nursery rhymes. Yeah.
Well, that was awful and embarrassing. Let's not do that ever again.
Yeah, I know.
But you made it.
I was talking to Barbados about.
I was about one step too far to the right coming across. That was it. My jumps were off.
Really?
So, yep, that was it. I didn't stay inside long enough. I tried to cut a corner just a little bit.
Okay.
So there's like a 2-minute time loss there. Sorry.
Yeah. I say like as far to the right as I can, going like across the ice wall. Is that like? Yeah. Cause I know Barbados was having some trouble with that. We hashed out how to get that.
I had it. It was in between jumps, so I was like, all right, I kind of have to go for it either, because if you go too far back, it also doesn't work. So
really, okay.
Yeah, if you go too far back, you'll get the fight as well.
You mean towards that other weird door?
Yeah, the dungeon down there. Yeah. If you go too far, it'll also trigger it.
Really? Okay, I didn't know that either.
Yeah, so that's what it was.
I've never gone that far back.
It wasn't going to, so those are the options.
Come on, pull yourself
up. So the fight Kios was doing, usually we just skip. We used to not have that skip, so we were routed to fight it, but we don't really have a backup because it's typically pretty straightforward to get. So
yeah, but if your account gets messed up, it's over. Realistically,
that's a reset in a run.
Run. Yeah, dude, I would have reset 3 times already.
I know you would have. You said that in Chapter 1. I'm like,
yeah, there were 2 reset points there. Chapter 2 also had a reset point.
Seems we woke the big guy up.
There is a reason I refer to your channel often as Resets Live.
That's Barbie got a really what I was watching a pretty darn good Arachne.
No, but there's a path.
With no exosuit, which is hard because the amount of times I've been petrified by her, dude, that is just so obnoxious because we don't have the items to hear that.
I won't even try it.
Yeah, I just go exosuit.
No,
I never get a consistent Arachne.
For me.
Yeah.
They're on edge.
I know Yida usually goes no exosuit there, but this run he went exosuit, I guess just for safety's sake. Because once Arachne starts messing you up, she really gets you. You really gets your goat.
So on Yida stream now, we're getting into. We don't really know what's going on. This game hasn't explained why Titan is mad at us and seems to be attacking us.
No time to chill
we do learn later that it's supposedly a trial for Noctis, and after the end of this chapter, we'll be able to, with meeting certain conditions, we'll be able to summon the Titan to come help us in battle. But as it is right now, best we can tell is this big giant thing is angry at us and wants to punch us, and we want to make it not punch us if we can avoid that.
Well, we're getting migraines here while we're trying to shuffle our way across something. And Gladdy's yelling at us can you just ignore your headache? No, I really can't. You don't understand.
Yeah. And this place looks absolutely amazing at night, though. The visuals here, the glowing. It's kind of in a volcano almost-ish area, so lots of glowing rock around. Just looks awesome.
Yeah. So I do want to go into some of the menuing that Kyo's is doing here for the shopping. Right now he's selling whatever, but he's buying an ingredient called Kidder Ginger, which we use to make a food for a food buff called Plump and Pungent Tofu, I think is its formal name, aka just tofu. It gives us the Last Stand buff, which I think reduces our health pool by like 90% or something crazy like that. But we do like massive amounts of damage as an exchange. But since we use the Magic Exosuit, our reduced health pool does not matter. Even for things like the Royal Arms, which take it takes a % of health to use the Royal Arms, it's so strong. So it's something we routed for. It used to just be Chapter 14 only for that last boss rush to do just quick kills on every boss, but now we also do it in Chapter 5, which I appreciate a lot because Chapter 5 can be a big pain in the butt, especially that last infiltration. Yeah, that was very welcome to new routing.
So the thing is, Lestalem also has another really cool meal for one of the other categories that all three of us have run, which is the level 1 run. There's a meal that's sold in the market that is called Equalizer, which gives you, I believe, 2% bonus to strength per level differential between what you're fighting. So we take on Omega, who is level 119 at level 1. So it's like plus 300% strength.
It's a really neat little
I did not get there either.
So Yida just had the conversation with Gladio, trying to I don't know, pep up Noctis. Not entirely sure what his.
No, I feel like it's Gladio. Gladio's like, listen, I'm gonna need you to stop whining, and I'm going, but my head hurts, and my dad died, and I'm upset.
Yeah,
that's kind of glad he's MO throughout the whole game, just kind of being
it's
tough loving on Noct.
Yep.
To just straight up just being a jerk sometimes.
But it is worth noting we had two options. We had two options to respond to him, and which option we chose gives a different buff. And so I actually don't remember what the buff is from that we use in the run, but it is important that we chose the correct one.
About to get even hotter.
You know, I'm with you.
It's that strength buff. Yeah, that.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I don't think we really need it because we don't do a whole lot of combat. Like, Yida's gonna do one of two fights we actually have to do here.
If I remember, it's the better of the two buffs.
All right, that fight's over. Like,
yeah. And this is
and then we have to fight Titan, quote unquote.
Yeah. This fight is very.
It's an auto scroller. You really actually don't have to do anything.
We do have.
My favorite part is.
Go ahead.
So my favorite part is coming up here in a second. Is we're about to run from Titan.
Yeah.
And then.
What the hell is it you want?
Just watch. Honestly,
with my head.
Watch this running away.
You gotta be kidding me.
So we do see Barbie coming into the Loki fight.
That's right. Yeah. Pretty standard fare for the run. Should just be a pretty quick kill. I do want to say that Barbie's routing is in his strats are a little bit different than everyone else's, but still very effective and efficient nonetheless. I really like watching his runs because I feel like me, Kios, and Yida kind of have a lot of the same stuff. And then Barbie just does some really cool stuff that I just would have never thought of.
That was a very clean fight for Barbie.
Yeah, it was. Except
Barbie
for
got that big brain.
Yeah, he did. He definitely does. Got a little mixed up at the end there. Might not get the second item. I think he should anyway, though. There you go. Yeah. That happens to me a lot. Like just doing the.
And that is actually harder than it looks.
It is
to get both items.
Because and the fight itself is also kind of obnoxious because you are fighting. Your worst enemy there is actually the targeting system of FF15, which is pretty bad. It's pretty bad. It definitely doesn't make any sense. I think it's supposed to be based on what's centermost in the screen or something, but sometimes it's not. I've never fully understood the parameters for like the auto targeting system. But we make the most of it. And for the Loki fights, we have figured a way to manipulate it so we target the weak point every time. Just turn your camera to the right a little bit and hold right, or hold R1, I think.
So if anybody did miss it when we ran from Titan, we turned around and warp strike back to his hand. Beautiful. I love it.
Yeah, I love that. Just as soon as that little running section starts, you just like tap up, or like toward the hand, and then you could just stand there.
Big poggers.
And you just get smacked up.
The best running away I've ever done.
Jeans, by the way. I'm not cosplaying anything. No camera. No reason.
Yeah, right.
Could have just lied to it.
So I don't think we were talking about this before. Coming in chapter 4, we do. I guess we did talk about it a little bit. Some of the driving skips here, just to get ahead of Arden. I feel like it's both very simple and not as easy as it looks. It's really hard to explain. But the first one is just you just hold left the whole time. We have 2 driving streams, pretty fun.
Yeah.
We almost had all 3 on driving, but we just barely missed it. It was like 10, 15 minutes ago. Edie getting down there. Your health is slowly being drained for this section by the fire, which is usually why I opt for Match Tech Execute. But Yida, I think, opted for the Royal Raiment just to go for more warp strikes and stuff for faster movement. Yeah, here's part of the auto scroller. We got a free full bar of Armiger, which is going to be important this next chapter for some more fun routing and strats that we do.
I'll let you guys talk about it because I understand armature strats, but I am like the worst at executing them, so I don't know if I could be the best at explaining them.
Yeah,
the Armiger is very powerful, but not necessarily for combat. And yeah.
Kyo, yep, getting that second driving skip. First driving skip?
Second one's the tough boy. The first one's always easy.
I used to be the opposite, but now I can get both of them. I had to like watch your newest, or no, I had to watch like your old tutorial with the button inputs.
There's a brand new one out there.
Sit down and like figure this out.
Yeah, I just put out a new tutorial like a month ago, I want to say, with some updated.
The old one was pretty dated.
Because there have been new breakthroughs in the run.
I think I updated up to like chapter 10 skip and some of the rerouting that went into that as well.
Yeah, that chapter 10 skip was pretty.
But I don't have like some of the stuff I learned yesterday or today or the day before.
Yeah,
we'll do it again.
There have been some pretty big breakthroughs for the run for the past, I guess, even a few months. There's been some good new stuff. The lightning routing in the first 2 chapters.
Yep.
Definitely some of my favorite new stuff. That's just really interesting to me. I guess it's fun. We'll call it fun, sure.
So after the defeat of Titan there by freezing his arm and cutting it off, the area where he is, I mentioned, is slightly volcanic, and it just starts erupting. And so the boys are flown out by Creepy Arden, who reveals himself to be the a high-ranking official, the Chancellor of the Empire of Niflheim, which the fact that they didn't recognize him before that is slightly suspect, but it's fine. It's fine. Oh, good skip.
It's there. Oh, my God. Dude, I hate that one. It's so scary. I feel like I always do it too late. Like I feel like I've never done it too early.
To be honest, I'll put it this way: you have to pretend the car is like not the actual car it is in real life. Doing a turn like that, the back end will just break loose. But we'll complain about the cars later.
Yeah, we have chapter 13 for that.
Decided until chapter 13, generally, for the most part. If you're on good pace, it all falls apart there.
That is 100% correct.
Whoever put those barrels there, resign.
Oh my god,
those
dude.
barrels.
I still can't believe it.
That whole section just before I got good at it,
I
it was
love-
just so troll, man. I hate it.
I mean, it's still troll. Like, I love that section for the in like that nice adrenaline rush of doing it, but those barrels are still troll. I don't care how good you are; they are still troll.
Yeah.
Yeah, because sometimes you can just like barrel through them, no pun intended, and it's fine. And then other times it's like, nah, I'm just gonna flip your car after just like going through one barrel. It's like, oh, that's cool, that's fun.
Answering in chat, that dialogue in the ship was added after the release. It is important to the story, and it does explain a lot of detail, but it wasn't ready for release, so it was patched in later. So over with Ida, they did just find out that they don't have the car because they got flown out the way they did. So it's like, okay, well, we don't have our car anymore, so what are we gonna do?
Right.
Yeah, I think. Go on, sorry.
So we get a call from somebody here eventually that says, "Hey, I found your car," and it's now we gotta go get it because the Empire has it locked up.
Yeah,
that'll be later down the line, though.
Yeah, so the fast travel system in the game has kind of 3 modes that we talked about a bit, but 2 of the modes are related to the car. And where you don't have the car now, we only have access to 1 fast travel option, which is why you saw Yida sleep there, because we can fast travel to our previous sleep point, and so being able to fast travel back to where we started this chapter is very helpful. We also see Umbra here. This is the dog that is the go-between between Noctis and his fiancée, whose name is Luna, who we haven't really talked about before now, but yeah. They have the
Freya.
She exists in one whole cutscene. We skip all of her dialogue. We never really get to see her in the run.
To follow the words is to
Makes me so sad because she's so pretty.
Bridging heaven and earth, its stripes.
Yeah. So chapter 5.
Yeah, can we ban OLG? Thanks.
Ban what? RNG.
Must go the king.
Anyway, chapter 5 is, I think, one of the most intensive chapters as far as movement. I think this really separates the boys from the men on the movement part. So
chapter 5 is most of the reason I don't run.
Yeah, so this is where the game's like, hey, go get the chocobos. And it's like, no, we're going to just warp strike across the land like a fool. So right now what Yi is doing is he is getting some ascension traits that most importantly is getting I think it's called Armiger Free Chain. So that what that does is after you complete the Armiger combo, which is you activate it by hitting L1 or R1, and then you activate the end combo by doing the same input. After that, you'll get unlimited MP for a minute. So for what that means for us is just warp striking, lots of warp striking. And right now he's using the Aircept sword, which I mentioned before, reduces the amount of MP warp strike costs when doing it in the air. But when we have our Meager Free Chain activated, we just do dagger warps. Grounded, we just mash it out, and it winds up being very, very fast.
Yeah.
And it's pretty much the main purpose of our Meager for this part of the run. But you do use it in combat later on, but not till chapter 12. I think it's the first time we actually use it in combat. I think
so. You did see Yida purposefully get into a fight just to use the warp point out, because those are those warp points that do restore all of our MP. This is a quick way to get that refill without having to use any items or anything. Point warp. That's the word I was actually looking for.
Yes.
As for the
that moment you like
here.
Go for it.
Alright, what am I making for a snack in chapter 6? Because I'm hungry. I didn't get to eat breakfast yet.
Pop-Tarts.
I don't own Pop-Tarts because they're gross.
Well, I didn't say go get them. I said make them.
I don't have time for a sandwich right now, okay? So Pop-Tarts are off the table.
I feel like cup noodle is the right answer, but I could be.
I might be able to. Yeah. I actually have toaster strudels. They've been in the freezer for like a year, though.
Ooh.
Oh,
Doritos and Mountain Dew now. I'm watching my figure.
So Yida, in chapter 5, the story that's happening here, we saw the dog briefly, and then afterwards we heard a voice in our heads. character named Gantiana, who is a messenger from the gods, who told us that, hey, Rama, the Storm Center, decided that he wants you to do a fetch quest now. So here are 3 spots on the map that you need to go to. And so all of the routing here, all of the has been put into the making the movement between these 3 points as fast as we can possibly get it.
Foreign hordes fear the true king's ascension.
Yeah, so coming up, it's going to be that first Stormbringer free chain, which will activate, the limited MP buff for a minute on Yida stream. Barbie going for the Mega Phoenix. No one's gotten the Mega Phoenix this run. Very interesting. I think Barbie went for it, but just didn't get it. But I think Kios and Yida just opted not to get it.
Or neither of us technically needed it, but also it takes forever for the Midgar Stormbringer to just not be there, and it's really weird. I've had to be right on top of me and not get the encounter. But yeah, it's weird. The way enemy detection works very strange in this game. I haven't sat down to figure it out yet because it doesn't really matter.
Oh, that was really close. Barbados almost missing the ice slide skip. Ooh, that was. Noct will always say that. It's that was close, and sure was, because it usually is. He's gonna have to go for the carbon bangle backup unless he got good drops. It wasn't really able to pay too close attention. So watching 3 runs in the same game. Yeah.
We're at 3 very different points, so trying to keep up with all 3 points.
Yeah, right now we're all kind of locked in action phase. Barbie, you guys will be able to focus more on what Barbie's doing once I get into Chapter 5 as well, because I'm pretty sure Yida will be cleared the cave and we'll both just kind of be free moving.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot to talk about after explaining, the basics of it. Right, just warp striking elixirs when you need them, etc.
Yeah, Yida will get a 420, I'll get a 431, Barbie will get a 430. He'll get 3 seconds less than me just to show me up. Yeah, I mean, I had a bad time in Chapter 3, so that's really not going to help.
Missing Mind Flayers is really rough.
It's alright, nothing matters until Rogue anyway.
That's true. I love when she disappears on my first magic cast. It's very, very entertaining.
I think I've had her stay off screen for a full 2 minutes once. It was great.
Yeah,
I just got up and went to the bathroom.
That's when I get tempted to just get change to Prompto, because you can shoot her while she's out there. But it's just such a waste of AP though. Yeah, and then you won't have ammo for the last actual phase.
I keep thinking I'm gonna really start running Royal Edition, and then I watch somebody's rogue go wrong, and then I go, never mind, I'm good not having that in my life.
Spin to win. Spin to win.
Last one's in the.
Look, we all know eventually I'm gonna make
Mind
the
Flayer
change.
skip, and he is getting it. Cool. Okay, great. So we had 3 very different Chapter 3s there, or ice skips, or ice caves, I should say, where Yida did the fastest ice cave you could probably ever get. We had maybe the slowest one. We need a nice middle ground one in Barbie's.
So you did see Yida just teleport back to that camper. That's why he rested there earlier, so that we can get over to this last point on the giant fetch quest that we're on for Rama.
I guess the point warp there. That was nice. It's very lucky. Well, a lot of the point warps throughout this chapter are RNG. They're just based on whatever response you get. We're never going to stop and fight anything, but getting into combat just to activate a point warp is really good, because then we can save elixirs. But I think everyone has enough to get up to Chapter 7, which is the next time we buy more elixirs, if we need.
It looked like everybody's got plenty, but being able to save them is still never a bad thing.
Yeah. I think 12 or maybe 10 is minimum.
I don't know, I've run it on minimum before. And I just can't remember. It's been a while, I've gotten better since then.
Yes.
So worth mentioning, just because what we're hearing on Yida's stream right now is just some really good music, and we've heard that throughout his run. The car itself, you can play music from multiple different games, and you can go and find more in the world. But also, you can just pick up an MP3 player That's one of the most interesting things for me about this world is that it is very modern. You have cars, you have cell phones, you have MP3 players. But one of the things that allows us to do is outside of the car and just in the world in general, we can be listening to any music that the game has in the available playlists.
Yeah,
so this track is... Go ahead.
I was going to say, just mention real quick, you can get the MP3 player from the car for like 100 gil. So if you have a little extra at the end of chapter, or the start of chapter 3, you can just pick it up. But yeah, what's the track? I actually don't know.
This is the theme to Prompto's DLC.
Oh, it is. Oh, that's right. That's right. I think it's on the menu for that as well.
Yeah. This is an important skip here. One of you want to explain this one?
So yeah, so this is imp skip. Okay, that with that. Can you do this for skip? I was gonna say there's no way that works. Okay, so he missed it. Typically, the strat that I'm familiar with, it was not that one.
I do mine weird too. You find something that works for you and you just go with it for imp skip.
Yeah, he just it looked like he just sort of mashed out. Oh, you know, he probably maybe didn't have the right thing equipped. I'm not sure. He could maybe chime in on that later. But what the idea behind imp skip is that what I do and what I think most runners would do is wait to a certain point for a very particular imp to drop right next to the ice thing. That thing right there where you draw the magic from. And the idea is that there are 2 waves of imps. So you hit a magic, you kill all of them, you drop combat for just a second, long enough to go through this proceed point, and then you skip the second phase. You did happen to miss it though. I'm hoping that either Barbie or Kios can show that off.
So, for some odd reason, and this never happens in Blue Fall,
the marathon run, it's never happened.
Yeah, as soon as I threw the Bizarra, the camera zoomed out really far away from Noctis, and that's what I thought.
That's not good.
How the prompt didn't show up.
Oh, okay.
I was trying to turn the camera around over and over to see if it could.
So that timing was on purpose though, like immediate cast.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right, we need Barbie to mess something silly up too.
Right. I'll take a look at that. Pronto, are you okay? Because usually the consistent way to do it is just like waiting. We used to do it with a lightning magic back in the day. Or not back in the day, but a few months ago. But now we use a Blizzard instead. It all works the same. I'm sure a fire magic would probably work too, if I had to guess. But so right now, Ida's in the cave fight, which can be kind of annoying with how warp striking works. He's trying to get this warp strike on this first guy for a quick kill. Second hobgoblin is in Narnia. He's just nowhere to be found.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
So the mobs will
warp strike bashing.
Then the mobs move around in really weird patterns that you would think they'd like try to actually go to a spot where they could try to attack you. No, they do whatever they want, and so you hope that you can get them in a spot that you can move to, but...
Yeah, so there you saw a little bit of the Ragnarok warp strike bug where Yida was not getting the bonus damage on the warp strike for whatever reason.
Come on, stay with me.
I've noticed it happens with bizarre like terrain and stuff that just won't work correctly. Like the warp strike will hit, but you won't get that like satisfying Ragnarok sound or the bonus damage. It's very weird.
So I see in chat, and it's come up a few times, and it's a question of what does no ring mean? And to clarify, the category we're running is Royal Edition no ring. Royal Edition obviously is kind of the special, all the DLC included, also has a very different Chapter 14 than the base game. And then no ring, there is an item that you get in Chapter 13 with that lets you cast a one-shot kill magic spell, basically, that only sometimes works. And so no ring, we don't use that skill because the RNG there is interesting if you want to try and fight it, or you can just figure out a way to do the fight more consistently without it.
It's pretty brutal RNG, and for it to be at the very end of the speedrun makes it kind of rough if you're standing around casting Alterna like 40 times, 30 times.
Yeah.
So
I just live for it. I understand that.
Yeah, so instead we just opt for just optimizing the combat for those last 4 or 5 bosses. So Yida with a good Naga.
Nothing that's gonna
I've never
snatch
seen with
you
the
up.
lightning though. Usually I've seen Zara, but I guess it doesn't really matter.
Power of the storm.
Whatever works and gets.
I expected more fire.
Yeah, I
and
got the job
brimstone.
done. He didn't.
Some
I also didn't
gods
do the
are
point
friendlier
work
than
that I
others,
usually
I
go for
guess.
the Ragnarok work fight. Just went straight for the
Not all of
daggers.
them.
Very, very different than I do it. This is
Perhaps
why I just got to
you
sit down
better
and
do
watch one of his
something
runs because he just
Just
does
a boat
different
ride
stuff
away.
and
Lose that
turns out
style
he's 10
along
minutes
the way.
faster than like second place. That was a pretty good cave except for the imp skip miss. Kyo's
Which
heading
that's
into-
just 15
What's up?
troll.
Yeah.
So then that's just 15 trolling.
Yeah, man. This
Guess
game
Rama finally got sick of showers.
we can abuse a lot of the game, but the game will it will abuse back.
Huge. Way bigger than the last one we saw.
Kyo's heading into the greater part of chapter 5, sort of catching up with Yida there.
Don't worry about it. We'll
And do some of that menuing. Also picks up 2 amulets, which will increase our magic damage,
Cindy.
which
Yeah, I
we
can. And does she have-
you love to see
Oh,
because
boy,
it's
guess
just so
that's
strong.
When do I'd say
And
Yida just got the
Barbie-
call confirming the car location.
Yeah, so he's going to do infiltration 2 and eat some of that plump and pungent tofu. And Barbie is heading into chapter 4 to do the driving skips
There's a
and
chance they
Titan as
intend
well.
to transport the regalia back to Niflheim. We ought to thank the Thunder God for buying us some time.
But that time
And this is one of the most interestingly routed areas, in my opinion. Just the
let's run in and
absolute
right
precision of trying to get over some of these weird cliffs and figuring out exactly where we can and can't warp up a cliff or just jump up a cliff. It's a very interesting route.
When it's like now, since it's been like cleaned up a little bit and we use it so much that you don't even think about it, you just know exactly where to jump and move. And it like feels like it just makes perfect sense, but the work going into it initially to get all of that is just... I applaud everyone who ran this at the very beginning and tried to find all of those hops and skips over those cliffs.
Yeah. See Yida going for more movement that I don't do. I feel like I'm learning a lot here.
So far, Yida's movement matches mine, but this is probably the only section that I say my run looks pretty good.
I was going for the taller rock pile. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Here we go. Okay.
Hey, you guys forgot about Dino, but guess what? We gotta talk to him again. He's got some
but this time we
concrete
can-
boots he wants you to try out.
But we can triangle
Yeah,
through
we'll
his
just ignore
dialogue
that.
this time, so it's not as bad. Instead of being forced to sit there and listen.
He's been worried about you guys.
Oh, boy.
There he goes.
Certainly has.
There he is. Yeah, so a lot of what he is doing is just spamming warp strikes to get where we're going. We're gonna run into our boys, Greg and Andy, or what their names are. Sally and Sue. Up on the hill there. Which will determine whether or not we're gonna activate our meager to get our meager chain or not early. Or if we're gonna have to wait for a pack that spawn rate's kind of weird. So going on up top of this hill. I don't think we have it. No, we don't. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna have to wait for a pack of dog things. I think they're called like boar spines or something.
Boartooth.
Boartooth. Yeah, they got a name. Here they are. That was actually pretty early. We're pretty lucky. I've gotten pretty far without seeing them at all. It's like, can I do a thing, please?
That wasn't my imagination.
So yeah, here's their meager free chain in action. Yet again. Just spamming warps, going to first person. Just trying to make it interesting.
Wide open plains of the sky.
Yeah.
There's actually something on the map that you're lined up with and you're running towards, and it's just kind of fascinating how it's completely free movement as long as you're on your path. But if you get off of it, it's like, well, you just lost time because you're gonna run into something.
Yeah. It's the how you choose your B lines that really make your your time that much better or worse in some cases.
Barbados is coming up on Arden, trying to pass Arden here.
Yeah. See how he does, see how he fares with this. This can be a little tricky sometimes. It could be like a weird time loss. Back there, I think that's where Yida crashed his car on that first turn coming into the second skip.
Just so you know that before the first tombstone, you can warp strike on the right side, but not the left side for some reason.
Yeah, the places where it stops you from warp striking are very interesting.
Yeah, it's a bit arbitrary.
Yeah.
Spaghetti code.
Sometimes
shout
it's
out
like
to Harada and El Spiro, who both worked very heavily on this game and tried to make it work.
They did their best, and I like what came out in the very end, except for the canceled DLC. Rest in peace.
Yeah, in fact, the DLC, the Dawn of the Future, I think it's called, is actually coming out as a novel now.
Yeah, it's only taken like
that's
2 years
interesting.
for it to come to the US. Or, the West in an English translation.
Getting my hands on that.
I can't wait. I have seen some translations of it that have came out from like Japan. It seems interesting, to say the least.
Our goal is the regalia.
The community around this game, we really get into the lore. We love it. And, like, oh, more things? I need to know. I want to know. So, like, for me, like, every time they were like, hey, we patched it in, there's another cutscene. I was like, okay, now where is this cutscene? Because I want to go play that chapter just to experience the cutscene again to try to get more information.
Yeah. And it wasn't helped when episode Ignis came out, and at the end it was just like, and here, have an alternate universe where a bunch of things are different just because we could. Like, okay, sure.
Well, now you got me thinking.
Don't do
Oh,
this.
Barbie got rear-ended. I haven't seen that in so long. I always go for it, but I don't know how to set it up. I love when Arden just
slightly to the right.
Car while it's parked.
That's how you do it.
Episode Ignis just always breaks my heart.
Yes.
I think that there may be confusion. As a community, we decided that when Royal Edition came out, we wanted to make it the same as PC, so there weren't like arbitrary, weird rules for one version or the other. And it just kind of made things simpler. Like, yeah, for console, there's like more stuff you have to buy and like little tedious things to check. But it just makes it easy, strats can transfer between runs.
Yeah. And it makes it more accessible because most of us, there's not a whole lot of PC runners these days. But should someone feel inclined to get into the run on PC, they can just use all the console strats that we developed, and I'll just transfer right over.
It's got Magitech armor. Don't want to mess with one of those.
Yeah, someone in the chat asked to say more about the novel. It's all just pretty much detailing what the Dawn of the Future DLCs would have been, like episode Luna, episode Aranea, and episode Noctis. Like how they would have been. I think not each of them, but some of them just had like different like endings to the game. Like at the end of episode Noctis, for example, like instead of like fighting Arden, you fight I think you fight Bahamut or something, and you like defy fate or some FF7 remake stuff.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, and episode
I am
Luna,
even more
like, she gets
intrigued now.
revived or something. She's like half demon or some craziness. I don't know. It's wild. I encourage you to look it up if you're that interested. It's been a while since I read about it. Or wait for the book to come out.
And none the worse for her time in Imperial.
Yeah, it's very interesting stuff. That would have been a lot of fun to play. Especially episode Noctis. I would have really enjoyed that.
We stand Aranea. That would have been the best one.
That would have been a lot of fun. Just playing as her. Because she's in the run and she'll pop up because she's like, in your party in Chapter 7. And you do fight against her extremely briefly as well.
She calls you pretty, which is very nice.
Yeah.
Real quick over on Nita's stream, you guys did see he just fought another mech, and against the exact same tactics that we used against Loki, where it's breaking off the rocket launcher and then attacking the generator on the back. We don't want to break it, but just using that vulnerable point. They're nice, clean fights, and once you get it down, it's just so really nice to watch.
Yeah, it's pretty cruise control once you get it, which is nice. You don't even stress about it; just do it.
Yeah. This part of the infiltration is like kind of part of the reason why we use Plump and Pungent Tofu, is to get that super duper quick kill with the lightning magic onto like everything. So the AOE area, I guess I'll say, is like huge. So we just
There
like
was
one shot
some kind
everything, get the snipers up on the thing. But go on.
There was some sneaking that happened earlier. We'll kind of get into that with some of the other runs to talk about how they go about it.
Yeah, I have
Right
Imskip
now.
coming up. If I get that, you can talk about it.
Oh yeah, we can get into it. The
Yep, and there's another mech.
Skip. Yeah, we
There's
don't
another
have
mech.
to worry about it. We just completely ignore it.
Yep. Oh, you're cute. And this is the first summon in the game. We take this, don't we?
Yeah, you have to. It's part of the story.
That's what I thought. Yeah, this is the first time we actually summon in the game, and we're gonna skip the animation because this is a speed run and we need to go quickly.
Yeah. You're getting some really good drops with these muscle stems.
PC is faster. It has load remover. Just not a lot of us run it.
Yeah. Because we've already spent all the money to run on PS4, so why bother?
Yeah, it's just like any standard Square Enix port. It's not super optimized for PC as it should be.
Speaking of that, actually back there with the summon on PC and some of the earlier patches, if you did, because you're forced to take the summon, when you would summon on PC, the game's frame rate would just drop, and it would never get better until you put out. Or maybe on a load screen, I'm not sure. But they patched that out and they fixed it. But for PC runners, that point was like, oh my god, why? Because the frame rate would be so bad. Alright, so here's Imskip coming up, yeah.
Get used to it. Easier said than
Kyo's
done.
opting to build a little bit of
My
our meter
setup
while
looks
waiting
good.
for the...
Just need to execute.
Yeah, so he's waiting for that one right there. That
Got
imp
it.
that dropped right there, yeah, that should just be it. Nice. There you go.
Very nice.
Yeah, and then you see the second wave spawn in and combat reactivate, but they can't get him in here, and he can't get them from out there, so he could just keep going through the dungeon. Very nicely done.
So
Like a lot of skips.
Go ahead.
Like a lot of skips in this run, a lot of them you don't really see too much showing you that you got it. Is versus the the other things didn't happen, so I got to keep moving. So while you saw the combat reactivate, it's really easy to also miss that note, and so you can just kind of you just notice that I'm in here, I can keep going.
The crazy part with Imskip is you can do the setup perfectly right and be like on track for it, and still not get it just because one of the imps decides it wants to like be in the air. Hey, finally got lucky with the Ragnarok Warp Strike off of that too. That's been a big problem as of late, is missing the hobgoblins.
That one always whiffs. Yeah, that one's really hard to get. Yeah, it's a pretty good looking cave overall.
Yeah, this cave's been really clean.
Fight. We'll see about Naga though. Sometimes Naga can be a little annoying.
Naga's pretty like meh for me. It's generally just average.
Sometimes she likes to disappear on me a lot. She'll dig into the ground and just be like, bye. I'm like, alright, see you.
Well, made some time back there. A lot of it.
That was
a lot of it.
Yeah. Barbie just zooming in and out on Gladio waiting for the dialogue to end. That was pretty funny. There's a camera mode which it proves useful in places where it's very specific little moments where you're forced to stop moving. But you're not in a cutscene per se. But if you activate the camera mode and then turn it off immediately, you'll regain control of your character. You can do there's some in chapter 5. I think it was some of the Japanese runners figured it out. I think it was first called like a headache cut or something, which is exactly what you do. When Noctis gets his little migraines, being like, "Oh, my head hurts. I gotta go get the thing, and do the thing for Ramu." You can just skip that. It saves like 2 seconds or something very, very trivial. Or Betos again with the funny camera.
Gotta get that eye shot.
I don't bother.
Really reminds me of home.
It sure doesn't look like any of the cars you see
Yeah,
around
it's
here.
weird parts. It's like it's only applicable like there. You can technically do it on chapter 13 in the train, but it's actually a time loss because you don't really need to do it. It's like when Noctis falls over. You can cancel that animation and you can just run around, but you don't gain anything out of it.
Think the others made it to
4 boosters. I'm pretty sure 4 boosters is enough.
I might just go for straight Naga kill here because she's not going to get up in time.
Yeah, I think that's probably more optimal here because she's not gonna get up to do the tail wag thing.
It's
so with,
up.
Run.
Wow, that was perfect.
Damn, that was nice actually.
We got the kill. I went a little bit too deep.
Yeah, so on that boss, she has like a self-destruct thing at the very end of her health pool. Like I don't know, maybe 20% health left or something like that, 30, something like that. Where she will begin to like shake her tail, like that, like a rattlesnake, and she'll self-destruct and pretty much just kill everything around her. So when we get to that point where it's like a visual cue just to watch for the tail, we could just run away from her and go towards the runestone and just wait for her to die and hit X. There is an option in the game for like when your partners die, the camera will cut to them, which is kind of annoying. You could turn that off. I didn't know that, so I was messing around with settings one day. I was like, oh, cool.
Yeah, it's a pain in the butt.
Yeah, it is. I think it is a time lock actually.
Did not know that either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's no way the big guy's taking
I'm just over here giggling at Barbie with Gladdy saying, "Come on, hurry!" And you're like, "I'm waiting on you. I'm here. Where are you?"
I've been here, man.
Last I heard, ASM, Luminous Engine is pretty much, there's nothing going on with it. Everything's going to be Unreal 4 and Unreal 5. They're just writing it off as a business loss. For more information, occasionally swing by my chat. Someone who used to work with it sometimes hangs out in chat, and you could probably ask directly.
I heard a rumor they were going to unveil a game Square was going to unveil a game with Luminous Engine soon, but, you know, that's just a rumor.
Always a rumor. Besides, FF14 is the main focus right now, despite what everybody says.
Yeah.
I got some bad news, guys.
Brings in.
I mean, I enjoy 14, so.
Floating fortress.
I played WoW. I have a very hard time getting into other MMOs.
Got this.
I am here to stand near Automata and near Replicant version 1.2.
I gotta get back on that run, man. That was a lot of fun.
I was on Final Fantasy 14 up until my brief nap leading into this run.
Andor, I refuse to believe your lies. Calm down.
And for Talcott, too.
Eurus.
Uh-oh.
I'll need you to wait here.
All right.
Careful, Noct.
So on Yida streams, things have happened. We got the car back. We went back to the Stalem where Iris was, found out that one of the people who had been guarding her was killed, and we were supposed to care about him. Yeah, right? And
I mildly care because he seemed like a nice enough guy.
He did, but...
Yeah, but in the run, you're just like, you skip all his dialogue, you're like, I don't know what you're talking about.
I can't even remember your name right now.
Yeah, me either.
Wait, who died?
The old guy?
The fact that his name is Jared.
Whatever.
Jared.
And nobody knows that. Anyway, and then we hop in a car with Iris to make a long trip to a lighthouse that has a boat underneath it because we still need to get to the Altisha, the seaside island where the marriage was supposed to happen because Luna is waiting for us there. But along the way, we find another Imperial base that we want to take out. And when we get into the Imperial base, we'll actually find the person responsible for killing Jared, who we want to, you know, remove with impunity.
I think we're just trying to like arrest him or something. I don't know.
It's a
long stealth section for this whole chapter, man. Like after 5, this is like a nice break chapter. There are, I would say, 2.5 breaks in this chapter.
No Adam, no Steve.
Rib Adam and Steve.
Yep. Oh, I got Adam. You know, I'm just gonna take it. There is it's gonna mess up some of my stuff later.
Aren't you gonna get
and Ignis is gonna get a recipe, but it's worth it because I can automatically just.
Oh yeah.
We used to get it on purpose in the cave.
Yeah, to be honest, it's worth it because if you don't get anything, you lose like 10 seconds, and with Ignis, you just lose 6. So for marathon safety, I just decided to go for it and get the sure thing.
What did I just see on Barbie's stream? Did anyone see that? Noctis falling infinitely?
Yeah, I saw that for a second, and I was trying to process what happened, and I don't know.
Still no word. This cannot be borne. Such behavior.
I think he was telling me about that. He was like DMing me.
That's on target.
And I didn't quite know what he meant until that point. That was very strange.
Stay hidden till then.
So, the section that Yida is on is basically lots of free time.
Yeah. Just waiting around for this NPC to walk.
The game thinks that you're gonna basically kind of follow along the guy that you're supposed to be stalking, and he's got all kinds of dialogue that gives you a lot of information, kind of a nice insight into how everything's working. And we go, yeah, so I hear you, but if I know where to go, I'm just gonna go ahead and go there. But it does still take time for that NPC to get there. So we also take time to grab a few items because we can, and we're not like waiting, or we don't have to wait around for all of those to unlock.
Yeah.
And my favorite part of this is that they all but put a giant X for your target to stand in. It's a big yellow box, so it's slightly different than an X, but still, it's very obviously he will stand here, and then you will take him out.
Yeah. But it's just nice, free. You don't have to rush this part. It definitely feels like you might, but you really don't. It's no matter.
It's honestly safer to skip to the end anyway, because if you are anywhere within a weird radius of him that I still don't understand, he'll just be like, "Hey, what are you doing there?" And then you have to start all over.
Fighting. I don't know why you just can't just like fight there, but you know, whatever.
That
right?
Had to figure out the menu.
That is the most interesting thing about the infiltration missions, is that they are always split in half, and in the first half you're supposed to be super sneaky and not do anything, and then at some point it's just like, never mind, kill everything.
Yep. Alright, so here, I might have missed it, but we definitely have to set up the magic for the RNA at quick kill coming up. Which is going to include just a whole bunch of lightning and whatever item that happened to drop the most of between the Magitech boosters or the reflex enhancers. I'm not sure which is better. In my opinion, I like getting more reflex enhancers for that magic, because I do like using Magitech boosters later, because they give you infinite MP, which is, just free warp striking. Very useful for chapter 14, and I use it for chapter 12 too. So I'm not sure if each of these guys does that quick kill differently. I definitely stole Barbie strat, which includes Royal Raiment No Jacket, which I like a lot, because it makes your magic stronger, and then you do that into a Ragnarok Warp Strike, and it's pretty consistent with a low amount of items. Because we used to say something like 7 to get the quick kill into an Armager, which was like, it worked most of the time. Yeah, it's This part I think used to be really consistent, but I like how it's been done recently.
So up on Kios' stream, you see where we're getting ready for the first infiltration that we didn't really talk about with Yida. The game's gonna kind of give us various things. So it's like, hey, you should do this, and we're gonna go, I hear you. And we go try to like run right through to our objective, and Iggy grabs us and goes, no, we have to be sneaky. And you're just kind of like,
no. No, we don't.
Alright, fine. I will try to be sneaky just so that you're happy. Now, can I go do what I wanted to do?
This option, you can choose to use stealth.
From behind.
Alright.
No.
We need him alive. Don't worry.
Wait, so you're saying
I hear
it's not
you.
required?
Fine form.
But it's slow, and I like to go fast. So
4.5 hours. 4.5 hours. The game will take 4.5 hours.
There is actually a skip coming up here that Kios is going to hit. As we go through here, there's a certain loading zone that we can kind of walk around and miss a fight. And here's you.
First I thought it was intentional, but I don't think it is anymore. It's like sneak around.
Yeah, okay,
like,
you didn't miss it. It just does it does it here.
No, here he is setting up for the
got it
fight.
It's a very
it's pretty
easy one to miss.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this mech is really annoying because of the way the camera, where the camera puts you, is kind of obnoxious. Muscle standing here, okay. These are the daggers. Wow. Okay, I've never done that before.
Yuta has a few strats
he has
that
the extra
I
muscle spins,
just...
so he can afford that. So
Yeah, honestly, Yuta has a few strats that I'm just like, I would never. All right, no,
I was
that
actually
works.
gonna use the same strat that Yida just did there today because it's one of the things I haven't tried yet. But if it works right, it saves like 20 seconds.
the muscle stims and daggers, yeah, that was mad fast.
Yeah, warp strike back
Yeah.
with daggers, double Ragnarok warp strike.
That's really good.
And in for the appearance of best girl.
And then she's gone.
And there she goes. Bye, Arnea.
Later,
Super
boys.
free
It's
fight.
quitting time.
Yep.
Quitting time.
Hello game.
But this
Thank
girl
you.
doesn't work after hours. I could, but there wouldn't be a single gill in it for me.
Oh, you actually hit the warp strike. I feel like I never hit the warp strike there.
Pretty boy.
Yeah, usually that happens where you just...
I took a few extra seconds there because it's free to build armor gear there as opposed to wasting time later.
Yeah.
She.
You get a pretty decent amount in Chapter 6, too, to set up for Chapter 7.
Yeah,
but-
it just feels awkward trying to like slam it in at the end when you should really be doing the summon.
Yeah.
So now that we've left Iris alone for all this time at the car,
Well, that's outside a hotel that we didn't check her
Did you kick
into,
their
by the way,
asses?
but it was outside a hotel.
All in a day's work.
Hey, mind if I hang in your guys' room for a bit? Oh, hey, it's me.
Not a bad shot if I do.
Good morning.
Hey. Morning. Back at you.
And then
Let's
the
hit
second
it.
half of
Sure.
the drive to Golden, to Cape Cayam.
And
Yeah.
away we
So
go.
let's see if Barbie goes for the headache skip here. Here in Chapter 5. It should come up, yeah, right here. Yep, he goes for it. That was really fast. I do mine so slow. I'm never confident about it. That was really, really fast. So yeah, it's not a huge time save or anything. Sort of messes up their meter there. I know he plays with different binds than everybody else. Doesn't use default.
Glad you didn't. Yeah. The Loki
So yeah,
guy's nothing
just
compared to
a
her.
weird
Though we may
little
not have fared so well
optimization
without
thing that
Marshall.
saves a very small amount of time, but feels pretty cool because it's like randomly tactical.
Yeah.
one of the little
And
ones
honestly,
that I don't
optimal,
get to even
but-
try.
Yeah, it doesn't come up too often. It comes up here, Chapter 9. No, Chapter 11, I bet. On the train. When you go past explosions on the train, you can... And Nox like, oh, shoot, an explosion. Or like when he falls over, you can skip that. And you can just keep running. And then in Chapter 14, when Core gives you the key, it's like all the things, it's all the gates. You're just standing around because he skipped all the dialogue. You can just camera out of that. It's just silly little things that that trick is useful for. Yeah, on Yuta's screen is another forced driving section, which we cannot interact with. The only thing we do get to do is skip the little stops that the game wants us to take. It's an opportunity to explore with Iris in the party, with an extra party member. But we don't do that, and also get an extra royal arms. Yeah, I mean, it's like cute, I guess, but just like, nah, we're not about that life. We're just gonna keep going. I love how messed up Yuta's car is. He crashed in chapter like was that 3, 4? Yeah.
I start losing track of actually what the chapter numbers are sometimes because I'm like, I just know where. I know what we're talking
know what's
about.
happening
What
in
we're
the
doing.
moment.
Excited to visit
Yeah.
Altisha,
Right.
I guess.
I'm so jealous.
We're not going.
Yeah, and it doesn't take much. Just a tiny little crash in this game, and your car will look like it has
No,
been
I'm fine.
through.
I'm not jealous. I just
Just
had a lot of fun hanging out with
the
you guys.
windshield is
But
like shattered. Everything is beat up and bent up.
What are you talking about?
I bought the railing once with the front of the car, and I'm like, why is everything destroyed?
Yeah.
And you say I'm a bad driver.
I do not say you're a bad driver. I say you're a fast driver, and that scares me. At least I'm honest about it. It scares me.
Gotta go fast.
Let's pull over. For
Yeah, the biggest problem is when I have to try to follow behind you. That was the complaint.
If you say so. Wonder why no one ever thought of that before.
Because no one ever had little sister along for the ride.
All right, while Kios is taking this input break, I'm also going to be right back.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get some raviolis. I got Pop-Tarts in the fridge.
Get some for me.
Alright, while I'm gone, I need everyone in chat to decide if hot dogs are a sandwich or a taco. Go.
Wow, it's beautiful.
Picture perfect.
I can't even say I'm surprised. I don't know what else I expect. I just...
Get a load of this beautiful view.
Yeah, like something out of a dream.
So, Yida and Kios are both driving. It's real exciting.
Oh, yeah. Basically, same driving section even. The part we just got into Fosha Hollow. Interesting lore note: you can't actually get into this cave until you've gotten the other two stones, because then a lightning strike comes and breaks apart the rock to get in there. And according to the bestiary, actually, the cave itself was sealed off to seal the Naga in, because the fact that this Naga can actually speak some semblance of the same language as the rest of the people around here scared them. So they shoved her in there, sealed it off the cave, and now when we have to go into the cave is when it's finally being unsealed.
Want to get a closer look?
And it's unsealed by Rama, who's like, no, you need to get in here.
Yep. Giant lightning strike, big enough to shatter rock, but not actually to go through the earth and electrocute you. Sure.
More or less.
Gladdy, don't you help?
God powers, man.
Yep.
God power activate.
On occasion.
What occasion?
I do my part. I always said that.
As
That's some arrangement you guys have.
and as
here.
we're getting up to, we are getting up to Cape Time here with Yida. We'll meet up with Sid again, and then we'll find out that the boat that we want to take is still needing repairs, and now we have to go and get parts to help fix it, and that leads us into Chapter 7.
Bari's getting close to Imp Skip.
So it does here.
We made it.
And then I'm unsure. We get up here and we actually meet Cindy again and talk to her briefly. Is there an actual way to speed up her dialogue in this interaction with her?
So there's no way to speed up the dialogue per se, but you can make her move faster by jumping around her like an idiot. Which
And at the same time, you don't want her to walk too fast, because it...
Seen her share by
Watching
the looks
Barbie
of
here.
her. Some parts we can fix,
Yeah.
others need replacing.
Oh, he missed the imp
Yeah, it
skip.
looks like he missed it.
Ah, it's a shame.
Sorry.
Don't y'all worry.
Sorry,
My
it-
paws
no,
ain't
it's-
going nowhere till the job's
Yeah,
done.
no, that was worth
Parts won't fetch
taking the moment to
themselves,
watch.
though.
So yeah, with Cindy, we want to move her along, but part of it is we want to get our guys to stop
We already got a couple
getting in her
guys
way,
on
which is part of why we jump around her. But if she goes a little too fast,
Managed to get
it'll kind of force the guys to spawn up and run up in front of her and cause that slowdown. So it's like you have to kind of mix how fast she goes and how everything else. Iggy is one of the worst for trying to cut her off,
at least according to the
get in her
little fella from the
way.
city.
Yeah, for whatever reason, their movement like cycles are like synced up here for some reason.
Tell y'all more about the
So
stuff
when
I
you
could.
make Cindy move faster, Ignis will keep up with her. I don't understand why. It seems it has something to do with like moving past her left side.
Our house is over
Everyone does it
here.
different. I think
Right this
Yida was
way.
like rolling past. I jump in like figure eights, which does the job for me. Some people just jump in circles around her. But it's
I
very
do the
funny to look
circles.
at.
I think remember
Yeah, I think most people do the circles. I do figure eights.
I asked you'll want to be prepared for anything.
It's whatever is comfortable for you that gets it consistently.
I'm not giving anyone a handicap, I'm just bad.
I'll be inside then.
She also can get a little bit past the point that we want her to get, so the other reason we don't want her to go too fast, she'll actually keep going a little bit farther, and it creates it's to a point where it's actually slower for us to get over to where we need to be for the next part, because of the fact that
Gonna be long?
it like we just a different line. As much as it seems like it shouldn't be, it is. It's strange. Welcome to 15. Half of your logic does not make sense here.
Yeah.
I want to point out on Barbie's screen that he's opting for daggers here, which I totally get because of how inconsistent the terrain can be for Ragnarok Warp Strike spam, which I like a lot. I never would have done this.
Going into chapter 7,
there you go.
we skipped the cutscene, but something happened in a cutscene that made Gladio feel like he wasn't strong enough, and so he's gone off to do his own DLC. And so we just have Ignis and Prompto with Noct now as we go into the Vesper pools, where we'll be looking for a chunk of Mithril.
Seems to follow.
That's right.
And as we start off chapter 7, we're for most of the driving section so far, Arden being the parts where we're driving alongside Arden being the exception. Iggy has been our driver, and we just kind of get to sit back and relax. But when you load into chapter 7, the game has Noctis driving. You automatically are kind of in control, driving for your checkpoint quest marker on the map. But we're not going to go all the way there right away. We're going to stop along the way to pick up an item.
Who's to say he'll let us out?
That's been routed out.
We're a man down.
Yeah, so we're gonna. So what Yita's gonna do here is gonna stop the car at a certain point for 2 reasons. One is to get the platinum ingot, which sells for a nice chunk of a gil, which you can shop in the car for whatever reason. Not sure how it works. Not gonna worry about it too much. We do
Some
that.
things we just don't ask questions.
Yeah, you just don't ask questions, man. We do that. We grab the platinum ingot. Yeah, but when we teleport back to the car instead of running back to it, so up here you're gonna see some enemies spawn on the road there. Yep, they're right there. So when we go back to the car, for whatever reason, all these fights that were set up for us on the road, they all despawn, so we don't have to deal with them. For whatever reason, sometimes it's a little inconsistent, so that's why you're just trying to warp a little bit farther from the car. That seems to help out a little bit. Hopefully, just gets it on the first try. I believe you got it. We're gonna set a map point drive section
I could get used to having all this
right
room
on
back
to where we need to
here. I'll let the
be,
big guy know you
and
said
we're gonna
so.
take warp strike movement from there.
Did you go for the electrolytic condenser or no?
Which one? In chapter 5?
Yeah, chapter 6.
In the stealth.
Yeah,
I don't.
yeah.
Yes. I believe so.
Yeah, you did.
The most useless piece of tech ever, but it's 200 gil for us.
I think not.
That's half an elixir, man. That's worth it.
Yeah, and platforming.
Also that. There's also just something fun to do in this extremely boring section.
Yeah.
So, one thing you guys can notice here at this point is Ida waited up on top of a tower. Kios waits alongside of a building. Both are perfectly fine. It's just waiting for the game to go, yep, here you go. You can forward with this process.
Yeah, I wait on top of that building.
I wait where Kios does, along that side.
I've actually had it fail, like just being randomly seen on top of the building, so this works just as well.
It's never happened to me.
I was there for that.
Yep.
I was like, I don't
This game is
understand.
inconsistent, if nothing else.
That's why I run it. I understand now.
Don't forget where we parked.
Like my RNG inconsistency.
Oh, that was a really cool beeline from Barbie. I stay so far away from center of town there. I did not know you could go that far in towards the town.
Yeah, you can go like right next to it pretty much, as long as you don't touch the Yeah, but Barbie's been working on the chapter 5 lines for a while.
Yeah, that was really good. I didn't know that. I'm gonna have to take that. That's like
Personally,
a good,
I like maintaining that buffer.
For every time he said that.
Yeah, cause I'll stay like in the stable part, like in the pens where I get the chocobos when you get. Because I'm just so unsure.
What we're talking about is trying to avoid going through the middle of that little town space because it can trigger a conversation that we don't want because it's just time loss. So Barbie takes it right along the line. I personally am saying that I like giving it that buffer just to make sure that it doesn't happen. I've triggered it a few too many times when I've tried to use these strats. There's a reason I'm not running this in the relay.
Yeah, Barbie also has the advantage of he had a couple extra Magitech boosters, so he was able to be a little bit more aggressive here.
But he did have a little bit of issue getting up that
and I
cliff.
think he'd have played it pretty straight to the vest.
Fear not, I'll be but a moment.
I save my Magitech boosters for later where they can really make or break something.
All clear.
Yeah, I use mine for those bug things in the beginning of chapter 14.
Armon, Cerberus, and you can get away with using it for the first half of chapter 14 movement, or the whatever it is, basically. There's a couple other places where it makes sense as well.
Chapter 12 for Deathclaw. That's where he's mine.
There's nothing in it.
I just got completely distracted by Arnea coming back for Anita's screen.
Oh, I love this, where you select a dialogue option, and then Noct does like a talking animation, but doesn't say anything.
Yeah.
Just
love
watch
that.
yourselves in there.
And I'm just looking at it going, hi, good to see you again. Am I still pretty? So something important here is, what you'll see on Anita's screen is right after
sundown. Won't do you any good.
that dialogue, and we kind of get out of Arden says something to us, we're going to go over here, talk to one of the guys, and it's going to just suddenly be night, well, sunset. The dungeon that Ida's about to enter here, you can only enter once it's quote-unquote night. So that basically is that quick wait. The game goes, okay, yeah, we know that you're just wanting to go ahead and get that going, so we'll just put in this quick mode so you don't have to just stand around and wait for the time to pass.
I can smell it. Let's do it.
I think we still end up having to wait. It's an in-game hour, but it's not but a couple of moments.
Yeah. Chapter 7, I also want to note, is something that's been through a lot of iterations for routing as well. There's some pretty important skips here that are huge time saves.
I did not get the generator quick kill. Oops.
Happens.
It's still so kind of hit or miss.
Yeah. But coming up in just a little bit. Yeah, no, like 2 minutes or so. Will be bridge skip, which we'll discuss more of. I hope this kills everything for Yida here. Yeah, he missed the skeleton.
The placement felt a little.
Yeah, he missed.
The placement just felt a little close.
I miss that all the time.
Same.
There's your RNA quick kill on Kyo screen.
Watching for the.
Can I just? It'll hold you.
Yeah, Barbados heading into the stealth mission for his own little AFK sesh.
Demons, till death do us part.
Practicing your vows.
Yeah, there's a few do-nothing chapters like this throughout the game.
Boy.
Have we been this way?
Something
There are a couple of things that get dropped kind of lore-wise here. It hasn't really been brought up, but the Empire is a threat, obviously, but a bigger threat to everybody in the world is the Star Scourge. It's what creates the demons and the bad guys that pop out and want to hurt you in the middle of the night. And the Empire, unsurprisingly, harnesses the power of the Star Scourge and demons for their own ends and power. Here's bridge skip here.
Yep,
yes,
there it is.
good job.
Very nice.
You have to jump over the crumbling bridge, otherwise you get into another fight.
Right, so what essentially is happening there is that there's a trigger for that event right between those two pillars. You can't skip the trigger, but we can delay it enough to just jump right across where the bridge is going to crumble. If you do miss it, it's like a 20-30 second time loss, and it's really annoying because it looks really cool just to hit it, but it's just like essential tech for this chapter if you're really gunning for like a solid time. That was a really good fight there from Yida. That can go very south if you don't hit your warp strikes correctly there. Worthy note, we don't use Ragnarok for the warp strikes. We use Blade the Mystic instead. It deals, I guess, like not physical damage. It deals like light damage or something. Ooh, that was close on Yida's screen. I have gotten stuck in that bridge, like literally can't move. It was very heartbreaking. So I got in there before it actually fully reconstructed.
Right. Seems they don't want us to cross. Well then, maybe we shouldn't.
So we're coming up on a series of hallways that try to block you in and make you do these fights.
Which way?
Whichever way leads to the treasure.
We do the fights, just really quick.
Yeah.
Like, here's the first one. Alright, that's done. Here's the second one. Yuta has enough muscle stims. I don't think I'm not sure if anyone explained muscle stims. What they do is essentially just give you extra damage. And that's that. The more we have, the better, of course. So if we have extra here, like you opt to just use one to get the super quick kills. Also there we build up our meager, which is gained through just dealing damage. Especially with heavy weapons like the great sword, stuff like that. And here we're gonna do the mind flare kills that are weak to both ice and swords. So by buying the what's it called? Ice brand. We just do tons of damage to these guys. That's so fast, man.
And then there's a very important skip coming up here.
Yeah. This is Quet skip. So what he's doing here is getting to the left as much as he can. And grabbing this lightning. I haven't seen him grab that. And that should just skip the boss. Yeah. So this cutscene will play out as if the boss had spawned. So you'll see the camera move around and shake and be like, "Whoa, there he is!" But he's not there.
First time I saw this.
I love it.
It's one of my favorite ones just because it's the actual moment of, "Hey, look, I did it," versus a lot of the other ones going, "You don't notice that I did anything because it never happened. We just move forward." That one, it's like,
Aranea.
I think the first time I saw this on somebody else's run, I honestly thought that the anime, like the boss, like had spawned, but the graphics didn't. So I was like, I don't want to fight that thing while it's invisible. That just seems like the worst amount of time I could ever spend in a video game. Because this is not a great boss, and the movement that he has, no, I just don't want to do it.
And I'll train you some more if our paths
I will say the strat that we used to use when we actually had to kill him, I never got down. It was pretty tough. But when it worked well. That was one of the instances where we used our meager to actually do damage instead of using it for movement.
And that'll take care of our
But with that strat, it just totally null and void. I didn't know you could go that far to the right, though. That was interesting by Ida. I usually hug the wall like a maniac because I don't know how far I can go. I don't want to miss it. It's a really bad skip to miss.
So you have me, who I'm good at the combat. I've got that fight down perfect, but I cannot get the skip. I keep trying, and I keep like going, "Oh, hi, you're still spawning." Thanks.
I find for me what works the best is just hugging the wall, just super hard. Like Yuta was like getting like really good jumps. I will like jump from the wall and then curve back onto the wall and keep hugging the wall. But he was just sort of jumping parallel to the wall, which was much faster, of course. I've seen sprinting work pretty well as well. But as a rule of thumb, you know, the more left you stay there, the better time you're gonna have doing that skip.
I just want to point out earlier in Chapter 7, I got really unlucky. There is a mechanic in the game called strategy, and sometimes as soon as you enter a combat zone, your party members can stop you and explain, "Oh, let's do a warp strike, or deal this much damage to an enemy."
Right.
So the Sahagins just happen to get that
you got
strategy.
that one?
Yeah.
I hate that one. That one's super obnoxious.
So that's like an easy 20-second time loss just for no reason.
It's something that we can usually get around in areas that force us to do it. For example, in Chapter 1...
I have not gotten that Sahagan one in over a year now.
I think I got it the last run I completed. I was a little annoyed.
Yeah, that's the fun. I make fun of Kios because it's the same way with like Seaside Supermodels being 100% consistent until all of a sudden it isn't.
If I get Seaside Supermodeled in this run, I'm literally quitting. I don't care.
Don't quit, you got this.
I have practice saves, I can take over.
I will tell you, in the past 4 years, the only time I have gotten it has been at marathons.
It's true. I can confirm.
Oh, you definitely missed it when you're at RPG Limit Break, right?
Yeah.
Missed it at Limit Break, and yeah, like that. The second big miss would be here.
And a little heads up. We're getting some unstable
No, it's-
readings from the generators
wood, man.
inside. Too much power and the whole place
Now on
could
Yita's
blow.
screen, we're coming up to a power plant. We found out that the ore we found needs to be refined, so the person who's going to do that for us has asked us to take care of a problem at the power plant. And we're meeting up with a mysterious hunter who we definitely have never met before.
Absolutely.
That
not.
voice isn't familiar at all.
Nope, not even
I'm
a little bit.
I'll tell you what. The first time I played the game, I was very confused. I'm like, yeah, who's this guy? I honestly didn't know it was Gladio.
Really?
I felt so dumb. Yeah.
No, same
felt super
here.
dumb.
No, same here though. I was just like, oh, okay, we're just meeting up with somebody else, new NPC in the world. This is cool. And then there was some comment made in the middle of it. I went, wait, are you freaking all right?
My favorite is if you pull up the tactical menu, which is not used in the tactical menu, have your party members do some special moves. He's still just listed and labeled as Gladio in the tactical menu. They didn't try very hard to hide it.
If you pay attention to the dialogue, it's very clear that they both know who is under the mask. I was not keen to that.
I wasn't either, and I'm even still here going, I never looked at the tactical menu, I think, in this fight to try that.
It's not really a fight that needs it.
Mm-mm.
No, yeah.
When have I ever?
But yeah, it's the dialogue just before you're about to leave where it's very very clear that it's like oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Let's see.
Great work in there.
So I mentioned about the platinum magnet before, which is oh wait, no, we're not there yet. Shoot. I thought Barbie's hitting in chapter 7, not 6.
I just want to let y'all know that in the course of that drive and dialogue, I have made a tremendous bowl of hot and spicy chicken flavored noodles.
There you go.
I got myself a
Where's mine?
Canned coffee.
You got hands that aren't currently engaged with the controller.
I mean, I'm paying attention to the splits. I've got that in front of me.
Oh wait, yes. I'm supposed to be paying attention. I forgot. My bad.
Oh, and Yita just got a terrible loading screen because the game isn't actually over, but it wants to tell you what happens if the game is over. So it's going to put a giant game over on your screen and tell you what happens if the game is over.
Really looking forward to
No lie, I got that in casually, and I was like, what did I do?
It's just
I've-
when a girl cooks for you.
I've never seen that.
Yeah, I'm the one that will freak out when I see things first and be like, oh, nothing
it's a
actually
very
happened.
low chance of happening because there's so many bumper screens, but it's a thing.
It was one of my first couple loading screens too of those. When I played it casually, it was just bad luck and why?
Or it gives you the text tip for game over. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and you're
Watching the
just
Twitch
brand new to the game, and you're just like, wait, what?
Yeah, so here's Yita doing Prompto skip or Seaside Supermodel skip. I think he's just got it. Yeah, he's got it.
Yeah, it's done.
Yeah, it's done. He's clear.
And again, you don't see anything because you don't know that you're missing Prompto coming up and grabbing you on the shoulder and interrupting your entire movement to
You
try
want to take
and
a
get a
big old
photo.
picture? It's like normally, yeah, I would. It's adorable, but right now, man, we gotta get Salticia. I'm busy. We are trying to do this real quick.
And part of the setup for that skip is grabbing an item. It's Maiden's Kiss. We don't need it. We have really no use for it. But
It just changes the dial. For some reason, it stops the encounter from happening.
yeah. But you also have to be careful because I've seen it happen, and Kios was mentioning this earlier, because you can grab it and then soft lock, and it's like, I don't... Alright.
Yeah, I had a weird one yesterday. These guys didn't spawn at all for me in the Chapter 7 skip.
Oh.
The encounter skip. Just decided not to spawn.
Welcome to Final Fantasy 15.
It is interesting, the dynamic weather. We noticed when Yita went through Chapter 7 here, it was a nice sunny day. Now with Kios, it's raining.
Came to say goodbye.
Don't know why.
That's because I'm a minute off of my normal pace. Which means I'm currently on 4:30-ish pace.
Waiting for an invitation? Get your asses on board.
Yeah, so here...
Maybe a high 4:30 unless I get this together.
Yeah, here Kios is going to buy 2 rounds of... what's it called? Sheep's milk. and set up for the last time use last stand, which is going to be all the way in chapter 14. I believe this is our last opportunity to use the car to buy ingredients. So we try to make the most of it and buy a bunch of sheets of milk, make as much magic as we can, etc. Are you short on fire? Oh no.
Yeah, I don't know what to do there.
That's rough.
Yeah,
my only backup strats at that camp.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna have to do. You know, I've never had that happen before. That's awful.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
I've done it. That's to say, it's there at the camp.
Brutal.
Yeah, because without that, Mystic becomes that much harder.
Promising that the reasons behind awakening the Hydrian would be clarified in the ceremonial address.
So we're able to skip a lot of the boat travel, but they still want us to see this grand entrance into Altissia, which admittedly does look very cool.
Yeah,
and then,
beautiful.
And then, of course, there's the absolutely essential Star Wars joke that needs to be made here during the interaction.
This world could use some wisdom. Won't be much longer now, Noct.
Yeah. I'm just over here going, it's Venice. I mean, Altissia. I mean, Venice. I mean, wait.
And so,
does this vessel have an entry permit?
Altissia, again, in the lore, Altissia is very interesting because technically it's independent, but realistically everything in the world, especially since the fall of Insomnia, is under the control of the Empire.
Name's in order. You may pass.
And insert necessary. It's an old code, sir, but it still checks out. But so they have some independence and they're able to do a few things like protect the Luna Freya, who would otherwise be in Imperial, basically a prisoner of the Empire, and also protect the Prince when he shows up. But they are not themselves really a militarized nation. They're not able to fight off the Empire, so the best they can do is politically form strategic alliances and then hope against hope that the Empire doesn't decide to just eat.
I mean, they're really good at it.
Are indeed.
Until we show up.
What's next? Immigration?
Yeah.
Sorry, purpose.
I appreciate how much. I appreciate how much of the world state is. Everything is fine until we show up.
Hopeless. We are.
Yeah, like the entire thing with Titan, and the reason he is in this middle of this volcanic area is because a meteor fell from the sky and he caught it to make sure that it didn't, explode the world, and then hasn't been able to put it down since. And then you show up and kill Titan, and he disappears, and the meteor is gone, which isn't great because it's one of the main natural resources of the area, but it's gone now. What is Barbie doing with this dumpster?
Oh, you can play soccer with the contents. You can just kick around one of the garbage bags.
Yeah. I mean, you have the time. Why not, right? Might as well keep yourself entertained.
There you go.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
I can play soccer.
Yet sure is.
Wait, did my dad make it into chat? What up, Dad?
Yeah. Yeah, I've been chatting with your dad. He wants you to pick up the pace.
Yeah, no. Explanation of what went wrong and why I kind of went silent there. I don't know if I double-clicked it or double-clicked it, but I mismade a magic. Thankfully, it was a quick and easy fix, but it's still
that's a big
30, 40 seconds down the drain there, trying to just really run through my brain if it would work. It's kind of a sketchy backup, and I am short elixirs now because I didn't get a chance to buy them, and I didn't get a chance to really sell a bunch of things off. I can try and micromanage my way through Chapter 9, though, but that puts us at 4:31. So, Barbie, here's your chance to try and squeeze 2-3 minutes out of me for once.
Welcome to Accordo, lads.
Barbie's had a pretty solid run.
Yeah, he has. None of us are on anywhere really close to PB pace, though. I will say.
No.
Too many weird things happening. This is a wild run.
Well, 15, I swear, is one of those runs that as soon as you go to put it in a marathon, it is going to be as inconsistent as possible. Everything, it's just got to show off all of the problems that it can have, and it's I appreciate you, 15, for not making this the cleanest thing ever and actually making this a true race.
Oh, yeah, I think we'll do just that.
I think I did everything right. Whatever, we'll find out in a minute.
So, Barbie's still waiting on getting that chance to finish out the stealth mission, the Great Wait Around period, while Yida has now entered an inn and unlocked something that's a really cool feature when playing casual that allows you to kind of go back and revisit certain spots, so you can kind of free explore and do a lot more of the side quests if you hadn't done them, and there's other new side content that would appear and stuff like that. But of course this is a speedrun, so we don't really care about that.
Yeah. It is interesting, the kind of the time travel basically mechanic that allows you to warp to different areas of the world. The 3 areas you can go to are the main map, the main area that we just left, Altisha, where we are now, and then Insomnia at the end. So there are actually a couple of spots in the world where going through the main story is the only time you'll ever see them. And now we're in negotiations with Claudia? Yes. Who is
Hillary Clinton.
I say, when you call her by a meme name for so long, you forget what her name actually is.
Yeah.
Camilla.
Yeah, Camilla Clastra.
Look at us.
Who is basically in charge of Accordo. And again,
If you want gossip,
all the root options. Every last one
I,
of
for
them.
one, am here for business. Those circumstances have changed. Both the king and the oracle are finally in Altisha.
You
said that you
3 right, 1 down, 5 right, 2 up.
Yep.
Yep.
I had to ask Barbie
got it
so many
memorized.
times.
So hasty. Surely you can spare a moment.
We bridge skipping, boys.
Now let me ask
Yeet.
some questions of my own.
Nice.
Why does the
I think
oracle
one of
seek
the
to
underrated
awaken the
aspects of doing bridge
Hydrian?
skip there that I didn't realize I was doing wrong was not turning into the
Doesn't matter
last
why
jump
she's
there
doing
and
this.
waiting to get
So
back
the
on the
oracle
ground to
can
do the
do
left
as she
turn.
pleases. A precarious
It really makes all the
before
difference there.
God.
Yeah,
At least it did
Let
for
me be
me.
frank.
Same here. It's like it took me so long to figure out it was something so small that I was messing, and it was just like that. When you finally get it, it's just the most satisfying feeling because it's this tiny little thing that makes no sense.
A mild way to put it. They will most likely come to war.
And it just looks so clean.
I don't care to host a battle on my soil. The gods and the empire be
So
damned.
what Noctis and Camellia are discussing here
much you can do when it
is
comes to gods.
As
suggest I
he
accept my
went and
city's
fought Titan, as he did the fetch quest for Rama, he also needs to do something for
Nothing of
Leviathan,
worth
the
to
Tide Mother,
contribute?
in order to
Without
be able to
further
summon her
ado,
and use her
let us
powers in
talk
the fight
terms.
to, save the
If
world.
you wish to hold a vote, you
And
must
to
ensure
do
your
that,
citizens' safety
Luna has
and
to
aid
perform a
in their
specific rite,
evacuation.
Noctis has to perform a specific something, and basically everyone is sure that Leviathan is going to just
Come now, we
decimate
both know you want the right.
Altisha
I
because
will pretend
Leviathan
that was a
is
joke.
a vengeful god.
We also know from having visited Rama and Titan that the Empire is also going to be possibly showing up and causing problems.
Absolutely.
And we have to acknowledge that that's a good option.
In a bind.
Likewise,
That was
Like,
a
when-
very cool strat.
when the
from
rite
Barbie, but go
concludes,
on.
you
Yeah.
are responsible for the oracle's welfare. That is all.
So yeah, when
the
when
terms. To
the
review,
during the fight with
to
Titan,
ensure
we saw them show up with a whole
citizens'
bunch of
safety and
random red
engage the Empire.
spikes, and then
We have an
afterwards, when Titan disappeared, they actually claimed that they had killed him.
We're doing you a favor.
Which is not the first time that they have claimed to have killed a god. They also, like,
Though I
I think
doubt it.
12-ish years before the
My
main
duty
story,
is to
they
my
had
citizens. Should any harm befall
reason
them,
to fight
there will be a
against
reckoning. For both king
Shiva,
and oracle.
and they had killed her as well. And her dead body is something that we will come across in a later chapter.
You do what you must for your people.
So the Empire is known
Shiva.
for fighting against the gods, the Six, and actively trying to kill them. And so we know if Leviathan
You've
shows
made
up,
the
the
right
Empire is as well.
Shiva will always be my
Madam,
favorite.
it's time.
Assign 3
Like,
of your
I
own
am
to
the
evacuation
person that
efforts.
Shiva is my favorite in every Final Fantasy I have played.
According to
She's,
our intel,
I
the
think she's in
Imperial
all of
fleet
them,
will
but
be 4
I
warships
feel like I could be
strong.
wrong.
Steel yourselves for a full-scale battle. This meeting didn't instill me with confidence, but we must make do.
That's there's
Nice.
Barbie's kill on Aranea.
Quick kill. It was so quick, and I blinked, and I think I missed it.
Yeah, I really like the Royal Raiment No Jacket. That made that fight way more consistent for me. Definitely.
Right up though on this.
Enjoyed stealing that little bit of tech once I once he explained to me what he was doing, I'm like, oh wow, that is different and very cool.
I can't promise something.
Yeah, so Kyo's doing quet skip right now.
You certainly opened
I thought he was the one who sprints, and he's indeed the sprinting guy.
I have a soft spot for the young.
May have just messed it up, but this
Maybe.
is still kind of pretty random.
They've lost Regis.
Yeah.
They've lost the crystal.
Yeah, the way I take this, yeah, I kind of stay
Got it.
here,
So
but
long
I
Yep,
noticed
got
you
it.
to
was taken
went
from.
around the.
That's
the
a load
light.
off.
Yeah, there you go.
We've seen the Empire go mad these days.
You have to be very, very particular with your movement. If you go too far right, it'll spawn. If you jump, it'll spawn.
Yeah. Yeah, Yida was like jumping like parallel to the wall. That was seemed to work.
See, I've tried to do like jumping like that, and it spawns every time.
Yeah, and that's a really annoying thing to try and practice. You have to do the whole dungeon. You only get one chance.
2.5 minutes behind PB, 3 minutes behind PB. We alright. We'll pull it in. I'll have God Rogue.
Gonna be tough to pull off before the
rogue
king
that just
receives
doesn't
her
leave.
power.
And with 3 of us on evacuation detail.
I got the same rogue like 3 runs in a row. Like cast magic immediately disappears.
To help the Hydrian help herself.
I was like, is this just a me thing? Is my PS4 broken? What's up?
Just like Titan, the Empire will seek.
He just got some more gondol riding. It's just, you know, the joke about it being Venice was
Sounds good.
not out of
Don't
place.
push it. It's pointless unless you can get that blessing.
This one you can't skip, you just kind of are along for the ride while they discuss their strategy for the upcoming fight. Where basically, because of our negotiations with Camilla, the rest of the team has to go do one thing, and Noctis has to go on his own to do right.
Yeah, also cue episode Ignis, like right about now-ish.
Break my heart, why don't you?
Well, we all knew it had to happen sometime. I just wish I didn't have to play through it. On the other hand, what else would episode Ignis have been?
True, but honestly, Ignis's combat to me of the 3 boys DLCs was just the most fun.
Oh, absolutely.
Good news, with Royal Edition, you get to try out combat for 2 of the 3 DLCs.
You do. And
Yeah.
And Ignis is not one of those 3. Wait,
Ignis
you do
is
get
one.
to fight as him eventually.
Actually,
But yeah.
you get to try out all 3 realistically. I forgot about the final boss rush.
But I feel like that when I see it, and I say this coming from the person who still hasn't actually finished out Royal Edition, because I don't want to have to uninstall everything to reinstall just to do the speedrun. And I'm still on standard for the speedrun. But I just look at it and it just doesn't look like it's quite the same as it is during the DLC. So
It's fairly similar, but it's also been a while since I've actually played through the DLC. I must admit.
like looked at Barbie driving and then I look back at the other 2 and they're both on a black screen at the exact same moment and I'm like, wait.
Civilians? Almost there. We'll join you when we're done. The Empire has the Hydrian surrounded. Hurry, Noct.
So we got Kia's heading into the reactor. That fight is done, is kind of manipulated with a couple fires at the right moments, and it just is quick, easy. It should be just as clean as we saw for...
Just don't get unlucky. That's chapter 8. Just don't get unlucky.
Where Yida is now...
bad RNG forehead.
Yida's now running through the town. We can see Leviathan is there and angry, and the Empire, true to form, has shown up and is causing all sorts of problems and making our lives worse.
What? No time for questions!
I
But
feel
this
like...
is one of my favorite moments. Just jump.
Yeah.
He does.
No time for questions. I feel like that's a perfect time for many questions.
Also, in this section, the QTEs that pop up are a waste of time.
Yeah.
So you just get hit. You just let
every
Noctis get hit over and
QTE in the
over.
game except the one at Titan.
Well, except the ones you have to take.
So I just feel like when if one of my friends were to be like, no time for questions, just jump. I'm like, I know too many trolls. I don't know if I can do this.
All right, one Garcia Sarah down.
Yeah, this section is a little tricky with how you want to warp strike on each one of these guys. A lot of chances to whiff. The Garchimisaurus can be very obnoxious. Like there's a whiff there with how they want to move around. Because yeah, we're stuck in not exosuit, so we can get hit and stuff, which is just makes us a lot less consistent than we want it to be. Ultimately, how you do it is like you sort of like make it a circle. Like you go around once, and then you reverse it back. So by the time you're done with it, you're back at the Garchimicera, and you can just leave because you leave the same way you came in. But sometimes it's not easy to just do that.
I will forever.
Sarah is going to cooperate. Yes, you will. There we go. Yep.
Remember, cool guys look away from explosions.
They also jump away a billion times away from you too.
I will forever giggle at the "I need your power."
Yeah, this fight, I do not understand this fight and how to do it quickly. But it is in general in casual. There's 3.
All right, don't blink. You might miss it.
stages.
Here's a phase 1 skip. There it is. There it is. All right. Bye, phase 1. Or phase 0.
Yep. I gotta do that too. Coming up.
Skip an important cutscene. Nothing happened there, of course. Nothing at all.
Yeah, don't pay any attention to that.
Yeah, that
nothing. The thing I think for me with Leviathan, I did watch a good chunk of parts here and there. Nothing really to me super spoilery. Because I managed to like just watch combat moments and not any cutscenes. I don't know how I did it. Let's not ask questions. But I watched this fight going on, and it was the combat that you use in Leviathan and this phase of it that to me went, I have to play this game.
It's so fun. I wish there was more of it.
Basically Super Saiyan because it's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here in phase 1 of Hydrian, he's just sitting, she's just chilling, hitting circle. We have the crit shirt equipped, or trendy no jacket, just so we get extra damage output. We don't want to use pop a muscle stim. We want to pop power EX instead. Yeah, because otherwise we hit some weird damage thresholds, and it can be like a weird time waste.
You can realistically skip almost every phase of this fight. But doing it requires a very specific setup that we can't do in this run, because I have done it in level 1 Omega before.
I think
Kia's coming up on Seaside. Kios, did you miss Seaside Supermodels?
No.
I got the skip!
Sweet.
You got it.
Shut up, Prompto.
Darn, I can't make fun of
bully
you
him in the elevator.
I'm allowed to bully myself.
There you go.
Yeah, so the part of the mechanic that the game explanation of what's going on with the armature chain and everything else, all of those tombs that we've been breaking in and doing things with and collecting those royal arms, we're basically trying to summon all of them at the same time. And that's why you see those glowing weapons floating around Noctis.
There are 13 total in the game that you can pick up. Although
we're not picking up all of them.
Yeah, no. Although the last 3 that we are going to pick up, you have to get in these further chapters. They don't show up in the open world.
First 3 and the last 3 we have to pick up.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's just story stuff.
That was a very, very clean Leviathan.
Yeah, so the premise behind that fight and how we perform it is in her second phase she'll start like flying around. And when she gets real close to you and she does her attack, you have a chance to parry or whatever it's called, defend or something with the square button. But instead of doing that, we are avoiding that prompt completely by just dodging away with the air dash or X, and while continuing to do a whole bunch of damage. Just by holding circle and flying around. It's not as easy as it looks. For a while I didn't realize it was X. I thought it was square. I'm like, I'm hitting square. What's going on? But it was X the whole time. Didn't know that.
I'm allowed to cheat because I'm especially cute.
So at the end of that fight, Noctis has worn himself out and just passes out, and then a bunch of cutscenes happen where nothing important. I mean, Luna kind of dies, but nothing actually important. No, it's heartbreaking.
It is honestly the most heartbreaking portion of the game, and so it's everything. Everything went wrong.
Oh, it's chapter 10 time. Woo.
And then Noctis wakes up, and we realize that Ignis has gone blind, which is, I think, worse. I think that's the worst part. Not gonna lie.
Don't ask questions. You don't need to know how it happened. Just
dude, I think it's a shame we're never gonna see Camilla again. That breaks my heart.
Yeah.
She's my
so
favorite
going
character.
into chapter 10 now,
you'll get to see her twice more, just on 2 different streams.
That's true.
We have traveled from Altissia to I have this written down somewhere, we're traveling to Cartanica, but to the continent that Niflheim is basically home to, where it lives.
Glad you remember.
Luna Freya has passed out, has passed on. Ignis is blind. Everything is terrible and bad. And
Gladio's mad for some reason.
Live look in on Ignis first person view.
Uh-oh.
Ow.
That burns.
I made that joke so many times and everyone in chat got mad.
And so
I'm still mad.
One of the best things that they ever patched into the game was the ability to skip these train rides. Because good heavens.
Yep.
Yeah, they're really long.
And nothing happens. You're literally just walking up and down the train hoping to find maybe an item, but nothing happens.
The items are fairly good though. Like some of the stuff that you find, we used to be in the route.
Yeah.
Yeah, we also were, stuck on them. So we might as well use them in the route.
Yep.
But now we have a couple of chapters with Ignis, newly blinded, is not as effective in combat anymore, and so there are certain mechanics that have changed as we go down into the quarry here. He'll actually... There's actually... the game is like, be slow and let Ignis follow you, and we just kind of ignore that.
Yeah,
you mean if I go blind, I won't be as useful in combat?
I mean... Not right away, but eventually I'm sure you could daredevil it and just know exactly what everything
this is the kind of most speed runny thing in the whole game, if you ask me. Where we're gonna use not so much an out of bounds, but we're definitely gonna be in places where we're not supposed to be. It makes this chapter way faster. I think this used to be like a 20 or like 15-minute split. It's down to like 7 minutes, 6 minutes if you're good. So here, you're just gonna warp from the rock onto this pipe thing. He's gonna warp that way and just fall. Take a bunch of damage. Keep going. And that's pretty much the chapter. Now he's the boss. So what we used to have to do is go all the way around, like find this big machine that was blocking our way, activate some generators, kill some crabs. And then we would turn on the machine. But now we just do like two warp strikes and we're behind the machine. And we're ready to fight the Malboro. Love this chapter. That skip used to be a little bit longer. I had made a tutorial video on the previous version of that. But now you can just warp to the right instead of going forward and doing all this kind of convoluted moves and stuff. Yeah, a lot of iterations on chapter 10's routing.
Yeah.
I think this is it, though. I don't think it can get any faster. I mean, I say that now, but we'll see.
It'd be great if we could find some way to speed up this fight, because for story reasons, this Marlboro can't die until Ignis decides that he knows how to kill it now, even though he's blind.
Yeah, there's a way to clip behind the tomb, but there's no way to activate like the cutscene and all that. There's this one Japanese dude on Twitter figured all this stuff out. Like for like a while, it's like every day we just had something new on this game, just totally bugging it out. Don't remember his @ but shout out to that dude.
Oh yeah, I saw that. He was trying to basically get around the Cerberus area to skip Ifrit entirely.
Oh,
yeah, he had that for Royal Edition, right?
Yeah.
He pretty much got into the throne room. It just the thing
just doesn't load in because it doesn't hit the right triggers.
That would have been insane if we could skip.
I forget his name as well, Will. I follow him, but I just honestly don't remember the username. I apologize. Yeah. I'll dig into my Twitter after the run. If I find it, I'll put it in chat.
They found a better it could also spawn Ifrit into the final Arden fight.
Yeah, which is
that must have been a nightmare.
That's pretty cool.
That part's news to me. I knew about that it just wouldn't load, but I didn't know that it would trigger into the Arden fight.
Yep. This game, the coding in this game is rather interesting. How it's assembled, and you can get all sorts of weird stuff to happen just because a lot of the assets, like people complain about the load times with this game. And the reason behind it is a lot of the assets are just loaded in. They're just hidden underneath the floor, basically. Like the first load screen of the game is so incredibly long because it literally loads the entire map for the game.
Yeah. So down there, Ignis had a breakthrough in his own how to fight while blind, and then all the boys basically had a heart-to-heart, and they're doing a little bit better than they were before, but only a little.
Well, let's roll. In that case, hop aboard.
Glad he's still rude.
Shortly.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard on all of them, and Gladio's response is definitely not the healthiest or, most helpful, but...
Bella's back. You can look at her on Kyo's screen for a little bit.
There you go. See all sorts of rude.
Are you suggesting I accept my city's destruction?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Barbie's making his way through this tomb down here, getting in close to
Yo, get that Quet skip, Barbie. Let's make this a race.
Now Chapter 11 happens, and Chapter 11 is almost entirely on the...
Sure does.
It feels like it's all on the train, even though you technically leave the train multiple times.
We're fortunate to have the regalia
But
at all.
in terms of actual locations on the map, the location is the train.
Pretty much.
Nothing interesting is happening. No interesting landmarks around the stuff that happens.
One conspicuous craft remained behind.
Oh,
that sucks.
The last thing I remember seeing was his ship.
The backup strat's like
heading
not
for the
that
altar.
bad. It's just like it's definitely a time loss.
Fell unconscious and was powerless to stop him.
Quet skip, in my opinion, is like.
I'm just glad you're alive.
Backup for Quet's. Try and get Armiger. You can use it because it gets restored for free when you need it.
He just came back. Where did he go anyway?
On a brief
No, that's not. We weren't at Quet skip yet. We just did British.
I heard a lot of owing and oohing, and I was very concerned at what was happening.
Yeah, Barbie
missed Bridge skip.
Been growing longer day by day. There was talk
tricky
of it
one.
back in Lucis, but recent days have shown an unseasonably sharp
Barbie opted
change.
for Ragnarok Warp Strike
Should
here,
this
so
trend
they played the
continue,
Mystic, which
before long,
both work
there
pretty
won't
well,
be daylight.
honestly.
It's not out of the question. The Empire's already...
Shoutouts to Nist, by the way. That's what my noodle bowl was.
No wonder the whole world's in disarray.
Has to be cup noodle though.
Me more demons.
It was a hot and spicy chicken with chili sauce packet to chili lime.
So he sent yours truly to seek him out.
So this unskippable information dump that we're seeing on Yuda's screen,
don't.
the Star Scourge is it can't exist in light. It has to run away from the sun or something. But the sun is not staying up as much as people would expect that it should. Days are getting shorter, nights are getting longer, and there we see our first actual able to skip. We see mist coming over the mountains, snow, and
Never seen anything like it.
That's the area where Shiva's dead body is.
Doesn't make any sense.
And then we get to fight some things, starting with Arden ?
It's a real mystery.
Definitely a question mark on whether or not this is Arden, because it definitely isn't. But
Easy. Shut up. Be careful there. Wait. Is this for real? Oh, no.
Yeah, that flan on Barbie's Queen is just like, it's always like, I always have like this one that just like teleports across the map. I'm like, that's cool, man. You do your thing. I'll get to you eventually. Come on. And just slowly work its way back over.
Yeah, and you're just like, thank you. I appreciate you being like this. I don't, but I do.
You're causing a scene.
Yeah.
You think this is funny? Dude, are you seriously trying to kill me? Why wouldn't I?
This is that fight.
What are you after, following me around this whole time?
Nothing like running this game for 3 years and the sight of Coleman still makes you cry.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. That's some effective marketing.
You won't even let me.
Oh, yo, anybody got good turnip prices?
I don't know. But Barbie with the cool Armiger strat. I never would have thought to do this because we actually don't really need Armiger at this point. Like not until like chapter 13. We have plenty of time to like get that back.
Now the train has stopped and it's being
That's a great
attacked. After we come through this with this loading screen with Ida, it's being attacked by the MTs, which are the weird robotic Magitech troopers that the Empire uses. So let's see if Barbie gets the skiff here.
I think he's got it. That's kind of how I do it. I just hug the wall even more insanely. It can be worse.
He's here? If he is, that would explain all
You can tell
I bet he's
the level of people used to getting it.
He was ready. The way he switches weapons,
oh,
he's
yeah.
so ready to fight it.
I say the two of us go check out the rear.
But we got 3 quet skips. That's great.
Very nice. Very nice indeed.
But that's really what we want to see here.
Yeah.
Yep. Back to Ida. We're now fighting next to Prompto ? Because I'm still not certain if this is actually Arden, but it sure doesn't feel like it's Prompto.
It is the most, I don't know, like, this section, I understand it in the story perspective, but it just plays so odd in certain ways.
Yeah.
Alright, so coming up for Yida is going to be another one of those camera skips, where he uses the camera to break out of animation. This is a pretty significant one, because it does take like 5 seconds or so. Noctis is falling over. See that animation there? Yeah, there you go. Totally skips out of that. This, I'm pretty sure, is an auto-scroller. You just have to kind of like wait around and kill everything.
Yeah.
But you're kind of also... We're also hoping for some specific drops.
Chapter 12. That's right. Yeah, and we're also trying to farm out some muscle stims for the rest of the game, or Magitech boosters. Honestly, I'm not sure if Vita really needs much anything here. I think he has enough for the rest of the game. But if he didn't, I think he's got it now.
It's also one of those
drop was
especially since you're in here and you're doing this anyway, you really do want to hope for the right drops to just be like, well, that just made it even more secure.
Yeah, worthy of note, it's those Magitech soldiers that are going to drop buff items that are insanely strong and typically pretty rare. Yeah, Flesh Fortifier, you don't like to see it. Not very useful.
So yeah, they'll keep showing up and spawning until some random trigger that I think is time-based is hit. Like
yeah, it's time-based.
There's a health bar for the train at the top that actually means nothing. You can't stop it from being damaged.
No, it can still game over if it reaches.
If you don't do anything, you can game over it.
Yeah, you do have to pay attention. I have had it game over because somebody was like, oh yeah, it doesn't matter. And then I was like, I need to test how much it doesn't matter. It matters. It does. You're not going to be able to prevent all of the damage, but if you don't at least try, you're going to run into all of that health bar going away, game over, and everything just kind of is a bad day.
Look out, Noct! The MTs can explode!
I know.
You go fight Leviathan now, okay?
Yeah, don't worry. I'm here to miss Phase 0 skip.
No time for questions.
I believe the music for 15 was Yoko Shimomura, by the way, who is one of the most incredible producers. She's worked on Kingdom Hearts as well as Parasite Eve.
That is a fact. It was her.
That girl can play the piano.
She will save the world.
I'm just here to watch my boy Kyo flip the car.
Yep. Dude, you know what's gonna happen? Dude, I have like some of the worst marathon luck. I will probably flip the car. I'm just here to watch Althena go to sleep.
I got a nap. I'm fine.
Yes, Yoko Shimomura.
Yeah. Each of the DLCs had a different composer, but she was the primary musical force for this game, and boy howdy did she do a fantastic job.
Yes, the same one. And also Parasite Eve, and also Kingdom Hearts, and I think a few other things.
So, we can see on Yita's screen, the train was about to leave without us if we didn't pay attention. And we've still got some more Empire hanging out on this train, which we want to go ahead and get rid of them if we can. And of course, as soon as we...
Destroyer in the sky, because why not just rip off IP?
Yeah, why not?
I love it.
These ugly box things that we have to destroy.
Right, so now they're flying in.
So this section can be pretty iffy. I think I figured out what causes Ragnarok to whip here. It seems to only be when I would try to warp strike from inside, but when I warp strike from outside, it appears that I can get the bonus damage every time.
The outside warp is a lot cleaner.
Yeah. Because otherwise you're stuck, fighting stuff. You can also game over here.
I got bullied again. What a surprise.
Oh, dude, this
I have gotten the warp strike to work for me from inside, but it's just more guaranteed if you do it from outside.
Yeah, a little slow but clean by Yuta there.
And we totally did not just push anybody off of a train. We wouldn't do that.
We definitely skipped a cutscene where we pushed Arden off the train, and then somehow Prompto fell. I'm not entirely sure what happened.
I'm pretty sure I got a fail cast on that.
Really?
Like, in all honesty, I think I got a 1%er on that.
That's a real bummer.
Sounds like your RNG.
Yeah, if you guys haven't explained it, by the way, there's never guaranteed magic in this game past the first cast.
Right. It's pretty close to, but that's why for certain spells that we created in the run, we're using Quadra and Quint cast, trying to get as many opportunities to get as many of those casts off as possible. I've had it where I used a Quint cast and all of it missed, and I just was like, I don't want to play this game anymore. And then I picked it up the next day and kept going. It was great.
What's wrong?
That's all you really can do at that moment.
And elements into a nice Quint cast with a 99% chance of... What? Alright, Leviathan, sure.
We'd be sitting ducks for the demons.
What do we do?
First, we drop the passengers
You still hit the phase 3 skip.
We'll be arriving shortly.
What about Prompto?
Given the Chancellor's involved,
the game definitely does a good job of kind of, as much as you can try to do everything correctly, there's always still that little bit of a chance on your hits and your magic, and I think it's just kind of especially with the way the magic works in this system, I feel like it's a nice touch to still have that chance of missing some of the casts with the AoE effects and everything else that you do get out of it, and how overpowered the magic can be.
Barbie now going for a Seaside Supermodel skip.
Let's see if we can go 3 for 3 between 3 runners.
That made it because it's...
Or we could see the cutest little cutscene in the game, which we're not going to watch because forget that.
I was like, pretty sure with the main skits we've got it and we're good.
Yep.
In a normal marathon run, it'd be like, yeah, sure. But in a relay, it's like, all right, this is actually, it is a race.
Everybody going as fast as possible.
Yeah, so he hits a skip. I mean, not particularly hard to get.
Yida locked in an actual auto scroller.
After shoving somebody off of a train, we're still not quite sure how it happened that we didn't shove who we thought we shoved off of train. We're stuck on top of the train for this portion of the ride, because they're not just gonna stop and let us get ourselves inside. But now there's a bunch of things on this top of this train ready to fight us, and we're just like, okay. We jump all the way to the front, and we're just waiting for the train to get where it needs to go. Yay, auto-scrollers will kill whatever decides it needs to fight us.
So Barbara grabbing the Heliodor bracelet here. Very important item for the end game. It's a huge, pretty big, maybe not huge, damage booster for us.
Kios finished reading off Leviathan.
We're on to chapter 8. Alright.
Yeah.
So I feel like each split here, or each runner is actually coming up to a pretty slow part of the game, just in different parts. Yeah. You're just gonna be stuck walking around with Aranea / waiting for this to end.
I made the joke earlier that 15 is do a bunch of things, sit back and wait. Do a bunch of things, sit back and wait. Do a bunch of things. And I really wasn't exaggerating. It's about how it goes. It's just kind of funny that we're hitting all of the sit back and waits at kind of the same time across all three.
Kios is stuck at the train. Barbie's stuck on the boat. Yeah, wow. This is there's never a great time to take a break, y'all. If you need to get a snack or in the bathroom, you will not be missing much. I gotta be honest.
Ida's in a conversation walking auto-scroller, basically.
Yeah, it's a good time for a break. But don't
Wasn't there one more of you
make sure you
guys?
come back.
Yeah, because it's gonna get good.
It is gonna get good. We're heading into some very interesting combat sections of the game.
Then quit
Between
moping, keep hoping.
I think chapter
And in the
13 and 14
meantime,
are a
handle
great way to
what's at
cap off the
hand.
run. They're very exciting. A lot happens.
Yeah.
You keep
At least,
hearing
like,
us talk
run-wise,
about the car and
routing-wise.
barrels.
Oh.
Also, that happens. That's true.
And
And we get to
you
play as
really don't
Gladio
wanna
for a
miss.
while.
Thanks to demons. Pawns of
And
the
we get to abuse his
Imperial Army.
unlimited stamina, because apparently he can just run for forever.
Fought for.
I mean, you know what? I'm pretty sure he's put in the training that I completely buy that as possible.
You mentioned being part of the relief effort. We have a favor to ask.
You can tell Boy works out with all them muscles.
We
yeah,
for sure.
can't allow the other passengers to continue on.
Sure.
Alright,
Leave him
Kyo's
to me.
heading into the chapter
But
10 skip
who's
here.
gonna drive the train?
Now that you mention it, yeah. You know
Opts for
anyone?
the old core dialogue.
In fact, I know.
Shoutouts to Swoogie.
Your new engineers, Biggs and Wedge. No need to worry.
And
We can take a
now
look at-
Yida can actually run again.
I remember when we didn't have quick chapter 10 skip, and it was like kind of a gamble.
Well, who would
What
you
is
have
with
me
the
ask?
ice magic and all that? That was a lot of fun, honestly. It's a fun way to play the chapter. I think I did it recently during a casual
Yeah.
playthrough. It was like, this was
No
fun.
sweat.
Yeah, it came down to like when were we getting spawned,
Yeah.
where, and stuff like that.
Not dipping your feet into the ice so you don't get frozen or into the water. That was so annoying. I got stuck in the ice so many
We'll
times.
be waiting on board. Give us a holler when you're ready to shovel.
Go
so a bit
do
of a
your
lore
speed
drop.
run, get out of chat.
No. Also, don't bully Wells.
It's a bit of a lore drop on Yida. This entire chapter of walking and talking here takes place just outside the city-state, I guess, of Tenebrae, which is where Luna lived, and Noctis was actually there as a young child to heal from a grievous injury, and while he was there, the Empire attacked and, you know, wreaked all the havoc that they do, and he escaped with his father, King Regis. But now as
Did
we
you
walk in
like
here,
that
the
invisible
city
wall I just
itself.
bounced off?
I did like that. That's a pretty solid
Midair.
chapter.
There is a wall that hangs there, like hangs down for some reason. If you can warp strike into it, it pushes you forward like another half a warp strike for some reason. I don't know why. It's just something I found last night.
So bizarre. The whole skip is so strange, but I love it.
Ready to depart. Just swapped out the damage cars for some new
Quick
ones.
kill onto
Give
the
one of us a holler when you're
Marlboro
ready to
here
shove
as
off,
well.
Dining cars.
Another rare
If you need
instance
a
of
break.
using our meager. Actually, I guess from this point on, we don't really use our meager for movement so
Shall we
much.
climb aboard?
From here on out, you see our meager pretty much only for damage. Because it's still pretty strong. It's just that free chain is just so good for movement.
And Barbados picking up the time-traveling dog.
Yes, and doing the last shopping of the run, including a bunch of power EXs and all that, which we're going to need for parts that just
Also-
don't require the strength of muscle stems. Slash, if you didn't have the muscle stems, now you just have something.
Didn't get instant cutscene either. Great.
Nice. Love to see it. That's
More
like random,
RNG
right?
time loss.
Yeah.
You were getting it too much in practice. Your RNG could not allow for that to continue happening.
Yep.
Look at all that snow. No wonder it's so cold in here.
We must be approaching the Glacian's cadaver.
Won't be a blessing if all we got's a body.
Let us hope we pass through the gorge without incident.
It's what's after the gorge I'm worried about.
Yeah, after stopping in Tenebrae, getting all of the innocent civilians off the train, they somehow trade out, or for some reason, get rid of damaged cars and replace them with new cars rather than just going with a shorter train in general, because there's literally only 5 people on it, but that's fine. And are now on their way into the capital city of Niflheim to try and, take back, hopefully find Prompto, definitely take back the crystal, which we haven't mentioned before, but it's a big MacGuffin, and possibly just end the Empire and their reign of terror.
I'm gonna blame this one on the fact that I really have only had about 2 hours of sleep in the last almost 24 hours. I honestly did not quite understand, and I thought somehow we had gotten past Deathclaw. I'm okay. We're good. Just
Deathclaw is coming up right now.
It's freezing.
I looked over at chat for just a little too long and looked and we're good.
Everything's fine here. We're all fine now. Thank you.
Did this.
I think I can see her.
How are you?
It's a shame.
I can run this game. I can talk about this game for hours, so I'm good. It was just one of those like, what? Huh?
Jumping and singing Pog.
Are coming up on the Deathclaw fight. First have a couple of... are these 9 players or Wraiths? I can't remember to take out.
Legit race.
Alright, here's your last chance to see Camilla now.
Yep.
My favorite person.
Well, I was pointing it out. I didn't want you to miss any of your opportunities. I'm like,
that's right.
Here's your last chance. I got your back.
Character in F-15, man.
I also did the one thing that I don't know if the other two are doing.
What's that?
What up?
JP.
What do you mean? For the language option?
Yeah, I get the 5 extra seconds.
Oh,
The 5 seconds it saves right here.
Mm-hmm.
The only spot in the entire run that does anything.
That was a really solid Deathclaw from you to there.
Hurry up. Ain't got time to waste.
I think I don't know that.
Well,
we'll get back into that later when it comes.
Yeah.
It's not a particularly hard strat. It's just kind of inconsistent sometimes with whether or not you get their meager chain. Because much like Ravis, if Deathclaw is right up against a wall, you can't activate meager chain, which does a lot of damage.
Now we're coming back to the train. It is incredibly cold, but Arden is there being creepy.
I mean, Arden is throughout this entire game hanging out being creepy, so I don't
think
there's anything extra special about this time Arden being creepy, but
I mean, he's just kind of uncomfortable creepy until chapter 9, and then he's dangerous creepy after that.
It's like he's some creepy, weird uncle.
Yeah.
Can't get up.
How oddly specific of you to say that. Weird uncle. What an interesting choice of words.
And then Shiva shows up, and she has so much lore that you could go and watch, but we don't just skip all that because.
Hey, look at all that lore, man.
That's what she's.
But her thoughts are me, and they must be known.
Hi, Shiva. Beautiful to see you, Shiva.
It's not the biggest reveal because she hasn't been terribly important, but Gentiana, who we have had interactions with, is Shiva. And so she shows up, turns Arden into an icicle, then has that conversation with Noctis. Then Noctis gets up and turns Arden into a bunch of shards of ice and then jumps away. And then Arden gets up and taps on Noc's shoulder and takes away all of his magical powers. So that's fun.
So you could just do that.
Yep.
He could just do that. You think he'd do that more often, but, whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, here comes the car, dude. The Regalia's fond farewell.
Yida, I'm gonna need you to game over here, fam. You're gonna have to take one for the team.
I don't think that's gonna make up for that much time he's gotten everyone in a normal run.
I need you both to have 15-minute rogues. Thanks.
Look, this is me we're talking about. The chances of me getting a plus 4-minute rogue is like 1,000% right now.
Only a matter of time before we run out of room.
I need to borrow some of Phenomenon's luck real quick.
Train for the regalia.
Basically, as we kept going, we're getting closer to the capital of the Empire. I forget the name.
Regalia.
But we're running into the issue that, hey, there's more and more of these demons, and it's causing more and more problems. And now the train is not an option anymore.
Yeah.
So, hey, we've got our car here sitting on the train. Let's take it. Except somebody in the Empire decided that we need to just put barrels and all sorts of things in the way. But we're also going to get shot at.
I mean, don't you store your barrels on your train tracks?
I mean, I don't really have barrels or train tracks, so I guess I can't make these decisions properly.
Yeah, so the car handles like a piece of garbage.
It handles like a tank on ice.
Yeah, it's not great.
Yeah.
So
no steering.
The
and
biggest
it's basically
tip for this. Go ahead.
So it's also basically like having your brights on while driving in the fog, so you really can't see everything that's coming your way.
And there's smoke and fire everywhere, and explosions.
Right.
And trains.
And their barrels are, everywhere when they shouldn't be.
The biggest thing about controlling this section is not to hold the control stick. It's just tap in whatever direction you want to go.
Very, very gentle. Just be gentle. Just tap it in.
Yeah. Holding the controller, you will definitely spin out.
Like every shot, it's just giving me a moment, and but it's very easy to game over here and have to redo this driving section because there's, like I said, there's barrels everywhere, and if you hit a barrel, okay.
That's really solid.
You hit a barrel just
45
right.
seconds? 46.
That's
yeah.
great.
That's really good.
You hit a barrel just right. You can actually flip the car, and there you go. There's your go do it again.
You stuck under you, bro. Come on.
I have had my car bump something and completely flip around, and it's like
Barbie high center his car basically.
when you're trying to return that car back in the direction you need to be going, it's almost impossible to do it inside of the time frame that you have, and it's just like, all right, game.
Zegnatus Keep, that's the name of it. I can never remember that. I should write that down.
That's where we're going, but we're not doing it as Noctis. And one of the patches along the way, I guess is the patch with Episode Gladiolus, they give us the option to skip Noctis' section with Chapter 13, Verse 2, which is where we get to play as Gladio, running through this, and you get a sort of free look at how he plays. I think that was before you could switch characters, too.
It was before you could switch characters, because in the base game you can't switch them, but you can do Gladi here.
I ought to be more cautious.
So here
It was added as a patch because it was too difficult for some people.
Well, okay, part of that is also because initially the ring was not good on launch. And
The
that
other
created
issue
part of
is
the
a lot of
problem.
people didn't have bring any supplies with them.
Does that mean not
True.
too?
I have a feeling the Chancellor isn't so
This area is not also is just longer and more tedious.
Yeah, with Noct, it's like really long.
And Arden, being annoying the entire time.
Like the area we've just traversed with Gladio from the train to this elevator, you take the same path as as you would with Noctis, but for Noctis it takes probably 10 minutes to get through all of that.
I'd also like to point out that with Gladio, for whatever reason, he has an infinite sprint. If you just keep tapping in L3 over and over, and he'll just sprint forever. He like resets to the invisible sprint bar for whatever reason, which gets a little tedious to just keep doing over and over, but it works out really well. There's also only like one actual combat section we need to do. Otherwise, we're just skipping everything.
Take it and run with it. Alright, so we got Barbie coming in on the Leviathan fight. We'll see how his phases go.
Watch your step.
Kyo's in the middle of this auto-scroller, basically. Trying to get a couple items. I haven't been paying attention to the drops, personally.
Yeah, I farmed this really heavily for drops. I got one Muscle Stim and I got a Flesh Fortifier. Flesh Fortifier is useless. It just screws up my menuing later.
Looks like Arden bought himself some time.
Plus, it's good combat practice.
We need to find Noct before he does.
It's the best part. I always go for it. I can always get in front of the elevator, but pushing it into the elevator is just something else.
I want to be able to sit on the elevator. It's not that much to ask for.
Looks like some sort of cargo bay.
Then there's a high probability the crystal passed through here at some point in time. Is there a lift nearby they could have used to transport it?
Not over here.
I also do love that Gladdy's sprint is he's just like full on chest down, head forward, barrel on into anything.
I wish he was just Naruto running. That would make that very entertaining. Arms flying around behind his back. So coming up on for Yida is in a room or two he will be faced with 3 Magitech soldier guys, axemen, whatever you want to call them. Which he will have to get 3 parries on. I'm terrible at this. Or sometimes I'm amazing at it, sometimes I'm just awful. So there's one.
I'm just bad.
This is the second. He gets the second. Only odds for 2. I go for 3 there because you get to keep this multiplier here.
Barbie coming into the Leviathan.
I think it's all the way to 4. But
yep.
What is it? The crystal.
I'll go for the phase 0 skip, or whatever you want to call this part of the fight.
I think it's generally referred to as phase 0 skip. That's what I've always heard as, but then again, I mostly am in Kios's stream.
I think we could get it. Yep, nice.
Yep. Very nice.
Damn, Yida with a sick Foros. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Tore him up. That was really good.
Been able to get Foros to cooperate for weeks for me. He just absolutely refuses.
Alright, well he was cooperating and now he's gonna be injured.
Now he's not.
2 quick teleports.
We brought attention to it. It's given performing his Foros all of a sudden had to complain. It's 15, man. You can't point out when it's being nice.
That was still pretty good. That was still pretty good. That's pretty much it for Gladio section. There's now just some forced walking and running that's gotta do, and then we'll throw it back over to Noctis for the rest of chapter 13.
Hang in there, Noctis.
We are just watching over here on Barbie's working through the rest of this Leviathan fight as quickly as possible. Everything's going really clean, so it's looking looking really good.
Yeah, so far so good for Barbie on Leviathan. Got the first somewhat tricky thing. Is this the fate? He skipped right to phase 3.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's what we do. That's normal.
Yeah, this is normal.
You skip phase 2.
Beautiful to see it.
You skip phase 3, rather.
I've lost track of which phase is which sometimes, but it's like this is going perfect.
Phase 1, right? Just right to phase 3.
Oh, he skipped the wandering phase. Yeah, it's technically a little bit slower, but it makes it. No, this is.
Well,
normal.
now he's in phase 2. I don't know what's going on. He got the break.
Yeah, normally we do phase 1, phase 1 skip, which basically skips the second phase into No, this is phase 3 that he's on.
This is phase 3. Yeah. No, this has been really good.
Yeah, you can see
he got the break.
Getting phase 2 skip is slightly slower, if I recall, but it's like marginal. It's only like 2-3 seconds.
Ah, there it is.
It's not enough to be upset about at all.
Speaking of Barbie, shoutouts for stealing the best world record I had, bro. Thanks.
And at this point, the fight is done. It's just kind of waiting, because if you do that break, then you have an animation that's going to cost a little bit more time.
Yeah, all 3 runners right now are just waiting for the game to let them progress.
Yeah,
pretty much.
I'm pretty much
disqualifying his run. SMH my head.
Hey, what we just saw on the screen, that is the Alterna spell that sucks everything in the room into it. And certain different enemies have a different percentage to be sucked into it. The larger they are, the more boss they are.
It's
so beautiful.
That guy looks just like Prompto.
For the sake of showing what it does,
yeah,
that was the one spot. It doesn't matter.
Anyway, I don't care.
I was just good.
Literally, that spot doesn't matter.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
not a big deal.
This is my favorite bathroom break in the game. I'm not gonna lie. I had a run where I desperately needed to go to the bathroom and ended up killing enemies while I was in the bathroom in this part of the game. It's great.
Nice.
Usual suspect. That bastard's.
There's a lot of input breaks in this this run.
At least we're together.
Yeah.
I think we still have like 2 more coming up actually.
Reunited with
Between the last cutscene in chapter 13 and then the drive to start chapter 14.
Must be a fine feeling having friends. Look how happy you are.
So as we've been going through this Ignatus Keep here and this Imperial Stronghold, Arden has just been constantly on the PA taunting us. We're basically rats inside his maze. Not entirely sure what his purpose for having us run through this maze is, but we do know that at the center of it there is a Prompto, and that is very important to us.
Honestly, I think it's purely just for Arden's amusement, because, I mean...
It must be.
It
makes no tactical sense.
He's got all the time in the world at this point, and he can do pretty much whatever he wants, so why not?
Thank you, Noct. No sweat.
Here we're gonna make Prompto feel better, because we apparently pushed him off the train, but we swear we didn't push him off a train.
He's also having an identity crisis.
Just a little one. If you want to know more about that, episode Prompto.
What kind of question is that?
The best episode.
Of course.
It's got
I
RNA.
still think
What more can you ask for?
I mean, episode Ignis is still my favorite, but then again, I also love Iggy.
Not until I could see you and hear you tell me I'm not a fake, that I'm the real me. I'm sorry. Don't be.
So we're just kind of stuck waiting on things yet again.
Yeah.
Welcome to 15.
Yeah, it's sort of a weakness in the pacing towards the end of the game. It's just like, can I play, please? I just want to play, dude, please.
And especially by this point, you have a lot of, like... I don't know about you guys, but when I play games and I get really into the story and I'm like, I just want to go do the thing I know I need to do. I want to go kill the boss. The boss has made me mad. I want to go take care of this. Let's go. Come on. And the game's like, you need to wait. You have to wait. And I'm like, I don't want to wait anymore. I want to go kill. And like, no, you have to wait.
Noct. Did you hear that?
Yeah. Solid music choice by Yida there. Putting on the Nova theme.
Before your weapons failed you, it's nearby. And it may hold the key to restoring your power.
So some things we've learned in cutscenes, and other things that have been skipped. The MTs are actually, as robotic and creepy as they seem, they're human inside there. And we found out that Prompto was supposed to be one of them, but got kidnapped, I don't know, got taken back to Insomnia as a child and adopted by his parents. So he has a barcode on his wrist that can unlock every door in the building, which is nice, because behind door number 1 is the machine that was keeping Noctis from being able to do all his warp strikes and actually kill things.
How convenient.
Alright, so we've got Barbie coming in on the Chapter 10 skit.
So you go 3 for 3 on first tries for the Chapter 10 skit. It's not terrifically that difficult. Sometimes it can be a little weird. I haven't really figured out the exact angle.
It was odd when you go to first learn it. It was very odd, but then once you get it, it's great.
It's a great bargain.
You can say that again.
The newer version is much easier.
Yeah, the older version was tough. It was fun though.
Yeah.
It was very rewarding to figure it out.
I never got it.
Get on with it.
You getting a feel for things, Ignis?
Feeling my way around. Now then, the crystal. I'm guessing the way is locked.
Oh yeah, I forgot that Barbie does that, which is actually quicker. I just manually run up there, but it's actually faster if you return to entrance for the most part. It's faster for like 2 or 3 seconds, I think. I just didn't really remember that until right now when I watched him do it. It's like, oh yeah, that's what we're supposed to do.
Yeah, he does it too. I do it. I think Ranmaru does it as well.
It's just a beautiful skip to just see everybody getting it correct.
So, where'd you guys park the regatta?
Everyone got it first try. So let's go. Nice. Well done, everybody.
Machine's broken down, that ass. Took one for us. Saved our lives.
Edith grabbing some magic, hiding in some canisters. Just conveniently placed where we need it.
Yep.
Little optimization here. Is not
that's like our last pickup of the game, realistically.
Yeah.
Our train drivers.
Cool little optimization there. You just sort of
They can fend for them.
there's like several canisters in there. So you pull all of them till they're pretty much just like one, because you need like 99 of each. And then you just leave it at 1 because you get all the way to if you take all of it, you get stuck. You can't take any more from any of the other ones for some reason. It's very odd.
Else.
Yeah, Kio's coming in on that Deathclaw fight here shortly.
I have a feeling I'm gonna have a really good Deathclaw for some reason. I have been dunking on him recently.
I think you're jinxing yourself, but I guess we'll find out.
That's what I'm thinking, and but you know.
Yida here getting some Armiger before heading into Ravis. He's going to eat it. Kind of this time, or not this time, but misspaced the magic. He's not going to get all the goblin.
Barbie just getting great timing on Marvel here.
Good cleanup.
All right, things are looking.
Let's see what we came for.
Now we're heading into the Ravis, which is a huge pain in the butt most of the time.
One hell of a hanger.
Oh, this space.
These are some of the fights that I don't know the strats as well, just because I do mostly run the any percent which uses the ring.
Right. Trident, just Trident, Armiger, and then Blizzago whenever you can. That's the strat, and just hope he stays in one spot.
Right, or sometimes he'll do this where he'll run away. So it's kind of what's funky about this game in Armiger Chain is that if he's up against a wall when you're trying to Armiger Chain, you just won't be able to activate it for some reason. There's some weird bug with it. They're just like, yeah, we're just not gonna let you do that. So what he's supposed to do here is drop into a vulnerable state, but he just didn't do that. So that's fun. So you did not get off the Armiger Chain. Bit of a damage loss there. No time loss. Now he's vulnerable for like a second. That was weird.
Very odd.
Yeah, just using Blizzago on cooldown, Rosara, whatever it is. And then just spamming Trident Warp Strikes, making sure that also steps up as well.
Yeah, the Trident has a fun special ability where when you Warp Strike with it, a ghost basically of Noctis stays behind and still deals damage from where it's
it'll do that with the regular attacks too.
Mm-hmm. Something that always amuses me with where Kios is at the moment is we're in this very icy area. There's a snowstorm going on, and all these kinds of things, and we're gonna use some magic on these guys to do lots of damage. And so our spell of choice is Blizzard.
That was clean, by the way.
Because that makes sense. It was very clean.
The race are weak to Blizzard.
It's just the fact that you're fighting them in this icy area, and it's like, but wait. Shouldn't you guys be strong against this thing that is all around you?
Oh, up against the wall. Is he gonna get the Armiger Chain? Yes. Nice. it.
You guys want to explain that deathclaw fight?
It was coming. Finally got my groove 3.5 hours in.
Well done.
That fight can just go incredibly wrong very quickly. If you notice, we don't use the exosuit there because theoretically it's not necessary. Just really can't get hit. But if the Liches decide to drain your MP or the Snaga decide that they just want to run around in circles, you will just be stuck here for like literally extra minutes sometimes. It can get that bad.
Yeah, that's actually going to be pretty rough. When it goes well, like, it just goes really well. It feels really good just to hit all the strats there.
Yeah,
between,
I think
Ice Brand and
one Ragnarok, so I'll take it. That's perfect.
Yeah.
Please stand clear.
Ida did this wait around trying to, while you're kind of waiting for the game to let you continue progress. It sets it up as if you were supposed to be killing a lot of things, but oh my gosh, it looks like there's no way we'll be able to do it all. So the guys all tell you to go on without them.
Yeah, for us,
feels like you have to make this wait choice.
Hey, do you guys want to know my Mutsky moment of speedrunning?
Sure.
So, we've bullied Mutsky about this, and I'll publicly apologize to him because he's awesome. He did not know how Renzo trigger worked for FF8, which he's speedrun for years. I did not understand how to get Armiger Chain every time until about like 2 weeks ago. I thought it was just random. Now you just need to not be holding any of the shoulder triggers, and you'll be able to get it like every time.
Really?
So yeah, there's 3 years of Final Fantasy 15 speedrunning experience in a nutshell. I'm still learning stuff.
Counting on me.
Good to know.
I mean, we're still finding stuff too. It's great.
Oh yeah. I mean, I think it's the stuff we'll find is going to slow down because there's no new patches, but the biggest issue I have is the new patch added something called Double Fierce, which you'll probably you'll probably see me get because bad luck.
Got it like 3 runs in a row.
Dude, my PB has Double Fierce.
This music track with this cutscene.
Mm-hmm.
Very
I'm loving it.
Comedic choice there, pal. This is also an unskippable cutscene since it's just so important to the plot. They just really want you to see it, even though, you know, play the game a billion times. So here we shall wait.
An incurable scourge ravaged mankind.
Every now and then, I'll just like try to skip the cutscene just to make sure they didn't sneak a patch in on us or anything. Just check. But you know, it never works.
It's worth the check.
Yeah,
and so this is where and Arden's going to give us this great big secret, which is why we made comments about that beautiful choice of words earlier.
Oh yeah, creepy uncle. Look, Arden's on 2 different screens right now. Crazy. The star of the show.
The only thing would be better is if we had him on all 3.
Oh my god.
I gave you my name earlier, but you should know.
Depending on how it works out, But yeah, chapter 13 kind of sets up the quote-unquote twist or reveal that the Empire isn't the bad guys; they're being used by Arden. So they're still bad people, but Arden is the big bad. Although, for my money, I still think Bahamut is the baddest guy. But
and not just that.
Oh, we're into the driving segment with Kios here.
All right.
Flip the car. Flip the car.
Come back soon.
I will ban you.
You don't have that power in this particular chat.
Shh. My power knows no bounds.
I'll ban you. Keep driving.
You're not. I will pull this car over right now.
No, you won't.
No, I won't.
So I'm like, this is an empty threat. Continue.
I'll smash it into a few things, probably. Likely. Good barrel pattern for once. Maybe even a 46? Ooh, almost. 46.
45, nice.
See, I pulled the car over. Are you gonna keep carrying on like this?
Yeah, actually I am.
I mean, that's kind of what you're supposed to do anyway. Yeah, hey, can I get my death claw split, please?
I thought I hit it. It didn't go through. We're gonna have to go back on that because I did click it.
Oh, well. It's alright, I have Ravis coming up in, like, probably 15 minutes or so, I want to say. Roughly. No, probably close to, like, 20.
There's Bahamut, who, if you looked at his face with the model viewer, has the same face as Noctis. I wonder why. Yeah, you can go underneath his mask on like a model viewer thing. It's the same face. You know who also has the same face as Noctis? Cloud in Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Yep,
Yeah, interesting.
Character model.
Yeah.
I wonder who did that.
Looking at you, Nomura! Quick reminder that Nomura has not done story for 15 or 7R, just character direction. Thank you.
Yep.
We'll leave it at that before Barbie strokes out about it.
Hey, don't distract him. He's farming. Cloud is Bahamut, Big Brain. Yeah, man. It's all connected.
Bahamut is just Noctis from the future. Who knows?
Yeah, it looks like it just didn't want to split for us, but hey, we got it. We're gonna get that slight adjustment in there and everything else.
So a bunch of things with Bahamut there. Again, more lower drops and a bit of cutscene skipping, and we can't tell because he's wearing the Power Ranger armor. But Noctis now has a beard because we have fast forwarded 10 years.
Yeah, the armor actually rusts over time if you look really close at it.
Yeah, all the clothes show like wear and grime, which is really neat.
Yeah.
I think there's an item you can get in the game to like clean your clothes as well.
Yeah, there's like a ring for that, I think, or something, or like an accessory.
I don't remember.
Handkerchief.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Roy, believe it or not, I think wasn't Square Enix threatened with a lawsuit because the exosuit looked too similar or something like that?
It looked like the Power Rangers. It was originally a paid DLC. They made it free.
And the timing on it was a big deal and everything else.
Yeah, it was right as
when they did it.
The Power Ranger thing. Hey, did anyone remember to push the chair in?
Ida chose. I think chose not to.
You did just skip it completely.
No, I just knocked it over and left it there.
That usually happens to me.
I'm a bad dude.
I never got it in the elevator.
I've gotten painfully close.
Pushing it into the elevator is like really weird, the way that the collision works and stuff.
Yeah, because it falls over and then the box on it isn't correct.
Yeah.
Ida here's doing some just some easy movement, getting through, climbing up this hill, working on getting up to the road.
Some of our last warp strike movement here.
Oh, dude, get out of my way.
Hope you guys have enjoyed seeing warp strike movement, because for Ida it's basically done, I think. There might be a little bit more.
He's got a little bit more going into the rest of chapter 14. Barbie heading into his own box destroying section, whatever you want to call this.
Wow.
See how he fares here.
I can't tell you how good it is to see.
I like to call this explosions.
Ops for the blizzard. I like that.
so?
I like that a lot, actually.
Guess I've grown
I've thought
some
about
in
doing that.
10
I'm like,
years.
nah, I shouldn't. I need to save him.
The guys must
I
be
usually
pinching
have like
themselves
leftover
right
by the end.
Where are they?
So I'm like,
I think I'm just terrified that one time that I use it like that, I'm gonna
clean. That was
all of a sudden it was so clean.
That was very nice.
Yeah, I'm terrified that the one time I do that, I'm just gonna be like, oh, I needed. Oh, well, all right.
Speaking of which, the guys said they're near Hammerhead right now.
He was opting for the
so we'll be
3
meeting
parries
there.
instead of the 2 that Ida did.
You know, ever since you
So Ida got a pretty bomb.
It's been nothing
pretty
but
bomb
nighttime
for us.
nonstop.
Just very cooperative.
Stalin still has
Yeah, my
And he got
4
some good
hours
parries,
is
I
really
think.
bad, so I try and bring extra to the party.
I just do it.
Everywhere else
I've
has
never
been
thought to
abandoned.
just only do 2.
Demons moved in.
You guys want to explain the 4-Us fight a little bit better here?
Yeah, so it's pretty much you just try to beat him up and then get these parries onto him too, because he goes through a
Ooh, big crit there. That will make this a lot better.
That was a huge crit. And for that meter at the bottom where it says Earth Shatter, what we're going for is Razor's Edge instead, but not the third one. I can't remember what it's called. Just because Razor's Edge is so fast. What was it?
Not as hard as
Tempest. Tempest, yeah, that's right. Tempest is just too slow.
At least not.
That was one of the best 4-Us fights I've had in 2 months.
That was really, really good.
I got the crit on Razor Edge and then another crit on the blind side, so it was like 3,000 or 4,000 damage.
Nothing will beat my 1 cycle. Also happy.
Yeah, I remember when we used to be able to use cycles all the time. What happened?
And without any tinkering to do,
just misbehaving, man.
gourmet seafood is about.
It is possible to get a no teleport where you just infinitely stun lock him and kill him.
Yeah. I think you have to. Ignis needs to.
Yeah, it requires a little luck.
Yeah, because Ignis can do an attack. It's the only thing he can hit him with, but it'll just put him into vulnerable state where you can just, just beat the hell out of him. Also, worthy note in that section, if you do get hit, you will start to lose your multiplier. But if you hit another parry, you get another level 2 multiplier, and you get to keep it. But it does drain slowly if you're just doing damage or not doing damage.
I'm afraid not. But that being said, he gets by pretty well on his own. Gladio and Prompto usually hunt on their own as well. It isn't often you see the three of them together. They still work as a team every once in a while.
Next to auto scroller, yeah.
Each has his own set of tasks.
The Barbie on one auto scroller, looks like Ida on another. Wait period.
We got picked up in a truck by a man we didn't recognize, but he definitely recognized us. Turns out it's that young kid who was hanging around us in the stall.
Talcott.
I won't be going anywhere.
My Haikyuu fans out there.
Please don't hesitate to ask.
My Haikyuu fans out there, if you play.
He's also wearing Sid's hat.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he is.
Sure.
He is.
So
It's a nice touch to me that he's wearing
happening. Yeah, he catches you up on what's been happening the last 10 years. And then we meet up with the other 3 boys, and then we just head directly to Insomnia.
And one of the saddest moments takes place here, except we don't actually get to watch it happen until after you finish the game.
Well. Oh, it's so sad.
Oh, we're eating tofu. So we set this, if y'all remember, we set this up in chapter 3/7. And now we're finally using it, like, hours later. Like, that's how deep this routing can go, man. I love it. And this is that last stand buff that is really going to come in clutch. So the first thing you'll notice when Yida loads into the zone is how low his total health pool is going to be. But it's totally compensated for that with the extra damage output that we're going to have, which is very useful when you're going against 4 bosses. 4 bosses? 5 bosses? Whatever it is.
A ton of them.
Yeah, the food... as much as it's, like, really weird, like, the concept of camping and food buffs in this game is really fun. Like, if you've explored what all of them are, there's some really cool stuff. Like, Equalizer for challenge runs and stuff like that. Like, I love it.
I'm loving Barbie going with the dodge strat here, too.
Yeah, it's really showing off the best of the game's combat engine there. Look at him go.
We really didn't talk about that part of the combat is that you can just sit there and hold square. Shows you how much I use it. And you're just infinitely dodging.
Oh, I wasn't doing anything. I was just standing there. That was all exosuit.
Oh, that was all exosuit?
That was a joke.
I'm just like, I thought you were actually sitting there holding square. I didn't know. I was like...
No, you're just standing there. I was being sarcastic.
Damn, go for it. I've always seen and I've always done where you just go ahead and fight them off. Like, why not?
Yeah, so the part Kyosa's in right now, for whatever reason, when Noct loses his powers, jumping no longer becomes faster than sprinting for some bizarre reason.
Not until you get that tech generator.
Yeah.
And
you'll get your jumping back. But for this section is like the only part of the game where we're going to be consistently sprinting and looking for the sprint refresh thing, which I'm sure everyone was doing in their casual playthrough. I know I tried my best to master it when I was first playing the game.
FF15 is the easiest speed run. It's really not that horrible, I promise. I've run worse.
Yeah, it's also a lot of fun.
It's extremely safe. There really is backup strats, and once you understand a little bit of how the combat works, there's always a way to get through everything if something goes wrong.
Yeah, there's always a backup strat. It's just going to be slow.
Yeah, but it at least makes it so that you're never in a spot where you can't, outside of soft locking it, there's not a spot where you're like, well,
not bringing Phoenix Downs. That's it.
Yeah, you basically are never at a spot where you're like, well, I can't finish this run. I've had in my RNG fest of ring strats, had it where it's just like, okay, if a couple of them are going on forever, especially I think my Ifrit, I had a really insane Ifrit one time because I just wouldn't give up and use backup strats.
Follow me. What brought you back to Insomnia? We wanted to do what we could.
No matter what, I could continue pushing forward and continue trying to finish the run. It just takes a long time.
So Yita's caught back up with Matt Mercer.
There he is, looking old.
Oh. And back in the Crown City. And going to go to the palace and take out Art.
Just up ahead.
We're almost done, guys. Well, Yita is.
Yep. And we're hearing what I think is... I don't know. I have a lot of favorite music tracks, but I think this is the top one. Somnus is just so good.
Somnus super good. Here. Somnus and Apocalypse Noctum.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That piano is being played extremely hard.
Yeah.
And one thing to note is going into this, you'll notice Yita has put everybody into that exosuit. Before, we really hadn't paid that much attention to what kind of happened to the boys. If they went down, they went down. It wasn't an important thing, but going into these fights for the end of the game, it's extremely important to kind of pay attention to how everybody's doing.
Yeah, well, that's because we'll be playing as them.
Yes.
Well, you'll be
otherwise, it's like, yeah, whatever. You can just
their abilities.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we need all our abilities. Well, mostly Designus, but yeah.
But everybody gets the power. Everybody gets an upgrade.
Yeah.
You get a power suit, and you get an exosuit. Everybody gets an exosuit.
Thanks, Oprah. Alright, so for Gita, he's going to the first boss of the boss rush here, the Cerberus. Formerly, whatever the thing's called. Oh, what's his name?
Behemoth King.
Yeah, him, the Behemoth.
Behemoth King.
Ooh, little unlucky getting the vulnerable here.
Ooh, so, that stinks.
Yeah, in the first phase, you don't want to see that. Because you can drain the health bar, but the phases won't progress. Yeah, so now he's just kind of stuck in his phase for a little bit until he gets up. He wasn't stuck down there for very long, but that's still a bit of a waste of time.
We also have Barbados coming up on the Deathclaw fight. Have we actually gone over all of the mechanics of that
I don't
yet?
think we have. I think we keep like passing up on talking about it.
It's also really fast. It's mostly pretty simple.
I'm a couple things.
Yeah, we'll talk about when he gets to it, but for right now, he just kind of just sort of decimating Cerberus. Pretty solid Cerberus.
Yeah.
Except for that vulnerable, that kind of sucked. Really showing off how strong Exosuit plus Last Stand can be there as well. Just that damage output's just so insane. You'll really see it in action coming up onto Ifrit, Ifrit 2, that is. So here he's gonna switch into the trendy outfit No Jacket for that extra crit chance. Because we need the increased damage and Execute not as helpful as you'd think it'd be here, because if we could just kill him fast enough, the damage that we're taking won't matter, because we're an Armiger. When you're an Armiger, you take damage, but you don't take knockback, which is the most important thing.
He's gonna bring the heat.
When just doing the combat in this section.
Also,
so if you remember this from the very beginning of the game.
Hey guys, it's the beginning of the game.
Yeah, this is like
Gosh,
the first
I didn't
thing
realize
we
we
see
could
when
race
we-
there. I'm sorry, it's gonna be another 4 hours.
The first time I ever saw this, I was so like amazed. I was like, "Oh my god, we're here!" I forgot about this. It's been like 20 hours, and now I'm seeing.
Oh, and
this
for
again.
me, I think it was like it'd been a couple weeks because I so took my time going through it, and like I could only play sometimes or so many hours every day. So it was like it'd been a couple weeks, and I went, "Wait."
This is the thing.
Sorry to interrupt, but we have Barbie definitely getting in on this death claw now.
Yep.
A couple more raids to take out.
Yeah, we can talk about the different strategy when one of these guys gets to it.
Yeah.
It is fun to watch. Though.
That wasn't enough. It's time for the wasp.
Out of the frying pan? Dot dot dot.
We need to put this thing out.
Still got some raids and Snoggas to take care of first, though.
Yeah.
Might start talking about it just because it's gonna go so fast.
Yeah, his partner Rikios's Ravis is kind of flying around all over the place. Let's see, get me vulnerable. Yeah, there it is. Into the Armiger chain, very nice. Do good amount of damage. Nines, lots of nines. Into the magic, he's gonna sit through all that. Very nicely done. Alright, so Barbie here is going to point warp away to that lamp post over there, or whatever you want to call it, street light, whatever. He's going to set up like a max distance warp strike with Ragnarok.
And switch from having that blizzard over to a fire.
King of Kings.
Ragnarok in, vulnerable, happens, gets down, that's a shame.
I made a promise. One that I intend to keep.
Pretty okay Ravis there for me. Average. Maybe a little above average. He didn't dodge anything.
Gets the fire into the Armiger. Very nice. Off the vulnerable, which is really essential there. Doing so much damage. Tries to do a warp strike for the style points. Yeah, see, he's up against that wall there. He couldn't get the Armiger chain. He's at like 1 health. This is actually so frustrating. Glad he get him. There you go. Literally like 1 health.
There he is.
Pretty good death call though.
We have Yida fighting the Fierce here. I actually rewatched the Kingsblade movie recently, and this is the same model that they have as in the movie. Say, as one of the kings of old that shows up to help, take care of things.
So there he switches to Gladio because otherwise the game forces us to do it anyway, and we just get to skip right to this QTE. If you've done this boss fight before, you know he'll get to this like big purple bubble around him, then you can't do any damage. It's only up to, I think it's only up to Gladio who can burst through it.
Yeah.
So you have to do like this block prompt into like a riposte.
Yeah, he has to counter it.
Yeah, you have to counter. Let's see, Wagita gets double fierce QTE. I have no idea.
Meantime,
I was getting a bunch of weird.
What just happened?
I don't know. I was just getting a bunch of weird sounds.
Yeah, I thought your stream like lagged and like the audio was catching up or something. That was so weird. I've never seen that before.
I was scared. I was getting a soft lock for a second.
Yeah, me too. I was like really
audio fierce.
Guess he's expecting company.
No, it was just like fighting sounds from.
I was
all
probably
the
hearing
voices.
Kios's.
That was really weird.
No, it'll just do that.
My mic
It's
Barbie
been
man.
acting really weird at first, and we go fast.
Alright, well he didn't get the double fierce QTE, so that's important. That's like a 40-second time loss. I hope none of you get it, but if you do, it's something notable
Double
to show
fierce.
off.
Yeah, it's like a 25-second time loss.
Something like
I
that.
know because I've timed it twice.
And so does Arden.
Acting like he owns the place.
It's time to take it all.
All right, time for some more Italian pastries, aka Pop-Tarts. Just kidding. It's gross.
Yep. Same input break for Kios here. Just sitting through this cutscene. And here's everyone's favorite RNG fight, Rogue. Let's see how she behaves for Yida today. Gets 3, 4, 5 casts and is out of here. Yep, there she goes. All right, so when she's out in the out of bounds, we can't hit her. We can't do any damage. We can't progress this until she decides to come back. That was pretty short. That was pretty lucky.
Yeah, I need her back out in the ether, bud.
Send her back. We don't want it. We can do the enhancement. She doesn't actually have any elemental weaknesses, so enhancement there is just RNG. But it does do extra damage for us, so we just throw it on just to have it. Yeah, she moves around a lot, which makes it obviously very hard to hit. Even with all the tracking that attacks in this game have. Wow, that was a very well-behaved rogue. I'm very jealous.
I don't know if I've
Prompto.
She has a weakness to light because she's classified as a demon, but we don't have any light weapon.
Or magic.
I've never seen it that clean.
And Barbados getting into the driving portion of
We're out of mana,
today's
we're out of
game.
ammo.
Let's see if we can keep everybody from flipping their cars.
I'm here to watch my boy Barb flip the car.
Alright, pretty decent rogue, except for running out of ammo in the SMG. That was kind of funny.
That's honestly, that's still a pretty good rogue, to be honest, compared to how
she
bad
didn't hide. She only hid for like 10 seconds, maybe.
Yeah, that's god tier. I think the fastest I have in that split is like a 226, and I'll never see it again.
Yeah. Just got Barbie in the car. Barbie driving.
I'm just like, I am watching so closely for barrels. I'm like, I'm living for this moment right now.
Yeah. So for Mystic on Yida's screen here, it's pretty much we just throw fire as Noctis because Mystic has a weakness to fire, and then we switch immediately to Ignis, who has fire like basic attacks, which just shreds him. We're also making sure we build up a good amount of total clarity meter, which is gonna, I believe it carries into the next phase as well.
Yeah.
I'm actually not sure. I feel like I always have it when I need it. Oh, the barrel. Barrel's getting involved.
Back that thing up.
Come on.
The thing is, it's actually not that big of a time loss comparative to.
There we go.
That was like,
in this run,
like
it's
10 seconds.
awful. It's like the worst feeling in the world when it happens. Like, dude, this is over. I need to reset, and it's only like maybe at worst 15 seconds. Like you can.
It just feels bad.
Greatest.
I thought I was seeing the full flip where it does game over there for a second. That's where my panic came in.
Yeah, when you see the car on its side and or back, like roof, it's like, oh no.
So you'd have built up to a 3.0 damage multiplier there to use the total clarity finisher for a very quick kill onto Mystic phase 2. Very clean, very lucky as well. Mystic didn't seem to spend a lot of time in the air, as far as I thought.
I honestly did not pay attention at all. I was so zoned into the driving.
By the way, if you go and collect all of the royal arms in the game, you will get the backstory about the kings of yore. That's like basically a side quest. It's just optional. The lore is 100% there.
Yeah, it's really cool.
They honestly did a great job.
Yeah.
They did a great job getting all the lore in there. I mean, some of it, did come later with the various patches and DLC and stuff like that, but you can actually really take the time and get everything as you go through it. And it's very rewarding for the more time you spend exploring and doing side quests and all of that. It's here's more story, here's more lore. They put a lot of time building the story, the world, everything.
All right, so you just going into the final boss here. This is gonna be time right now. Yeah,
hated this
time for him's coming up soon-ish.
Yeah.
7-ish minutes. I don't know. That's probably hard overestimate.
Your actual world record here for Yuta.
Yeah, I didn't want to say that, but I'm like, this might be like PB / world record pace, but that'd be kind of crazy.
Why not? I mean, I told you guys he was gonna be faster. Nobody listens.
I know.
I still
we knew, but it was just a moment of like,
it felt
you don't
a
want to
silly to
say it.
Like, yeah, just got a world record in a marathon. That's whatever.
Yeah, right now, if things go well, it's like a low 4:16 for him.
Yeah.
Or maybe even high 4:15s.
No backsies.
Yeah. We're right there at it.
Right now. This guy doesn't submit his freaking runs. Yeah. Not even accurate. It says 420, but I watched his streams, and I know they're faster.
They're fast. It's faster. We're gonna need you to submit this for us, please, at the end of this.
Yeah, I knew mine was gonna be garbage, so I didn't even bring my splits up.
So you are the chosen king, but you are a second.
Yeah, unless I decides to bully block him and basically just spam kill him, it's pretty much...
gets the summon on Arden. That sucks.
That's a time loss.
Yeah, that's a pretty big time. Not like a huge time loss, but like, it is a time loss.
There's a lot of really cool
and gets killed after the warp strike. We had to say something. We had to say something.
See, this is why I hadn't been saying anything at all.
He'll be fine.
Well, yeah, but...
Does he get to hold on to his multiplier? I can see that. He does, but he gets killed immediately. That's one Phoenix down. This is like the only part of the run Phoenix downs are like essential.
Yeah, I don't even go in with less than 5 anymore.
I grab 4 when I'm in chapter 9.
Did he get a Demon Storage glitch or no?
He did, but he got killed immediately out of it. On the
Yep.
first warp strike, traded. That's 2 Phoenix downs.
There's a lot of the same kind of tech that we used on Leviathan at this phase.
Coming up on the last input.
416 easily.
Yeah, there's one input after that, but it's actually not required. You can just set the controller down, walk away, and it won't matter. So it does not include in the time, and you won't see it today.
All right, so time's coming up in just a little bit. It's after the shield.
Yep.
There's that one, the shield. That's time. Well done.
Nice world record, boy.
Yeah, nice.
So that's
PB
up for 9. Go, go, go.
Well done, Yida. Well done. Freaking world record over here.
Coming in and embarrassing us.
Yeah, come on, man. It's not cool.
Right, so that gets us into 9. Do we have the 9 commentators here who want to introduce themselves real quick?
Okay. First of all, congrats on the world record. Seriously.
Yeah, well done, you.
Yeah, GG.
CB actually submits it.
I will never submit my runs, I'm sorry.
I know you won't. You're such a jerk. That makes them so much harder to find.
I might this one, because it's a marathon run.
And it's funny.
Please, please.
But then it'll be funny because it's just a tiny,
tiny little
square. I might do that, actually.
2 cycle for us, you said there, Barbie. Good job.
Yeah.
So got a pretty decent, meaty multiplier come out of that one.
Yeah, I do want to open the floor, let the 9 team introduce themselves.
Yeah, sort of introduce themselves, the run a little bit. What's up, guys?
Okay, so with the commentary team for FF9, I'm Starcrawl.
I'm Abomination.
I'm Vacant Mind.
And yeah, this is FF9. So if you guys want to say anything else for Final Fantasy 15, feel free. I'm not going to jump over you.
Yeah, we still got some stuff to wrap up here.
Mm-hmm.
We got the rest of chapter 13 for Barbie.
First try Mage Masher.
We just had a very nice break there because there's a lot of it's more the auto scroll portions.
Then let's introduce the FF9 runners then. In the meantime,
So for Team Mog, we have Trance Quina, who's currently running, and in a sec, once Team Choco is done, we're having Fellwanger, and for Tonberry, we have Muskie.
Awesome.
Actually, he unvalidated his run.
Oh,
right.
You're right.
Oh, no.
He used the ring.
Womp, womp, womp.
All right, well, he has any percent with the ring world record. How about that?
There you go.
Even though no one rides that
Now
guy
he holds both.
Yeah, to be honest, I'd just allow it. I'm not going to be a stickler over it. It doesn't matter if you use ring there or not.
Especially with the portion, I would make that exception for that spot.
Well, that area is literally timed. He's not gaining any unfair advantage by using it.
I could have just... I just use a ring there to give a reason to not submit this.
I hate
what
you.
happened? You crashed the car? Alright, thanks, Chief.
That's what we got left. We got Barbie dying in this little electric hallway. I love jumping at the electric wall and just watching Noctis fly away.
Whoops.
Wasting a Phoenix down, love to see it. And we have Kios heading into the beginning of chapter 14 here, making his way to Cerberus.
We're pointing out
the bug fight.
Yeah, we are running Royal Edition. We've mentioned a few times. This is one of the biggest changes between Royal Edition and Standard. They revamped chapter 14 a lot. In Standard Edition, it's a fairly straight shot straight into the palace, and you fight Ifrit, you fight Arden, and you're basically done.
Yeah. You do Behemoth King, Ifrit, Arden, and you're done, and that's it. And that's why I'm like, when you guys start talking about Rogue and Mystic, I'm like, I can sit here and support you.
Yeah. Also,
I don't know these fights.
In base game, there is a very cool, I guess it's an out of bounds skip. I'm not sure if you're familiar with. To get from the beginning just straight into Cerberus's hallway area, street, whatever you want to call it. You used to have to go through the sewers or subway or something like that.
Kios doing a lot of Ascension here, mostly to pick up the ability to change into Gladio early and to change into Ignis early.
Yeah,
that's very important for those fights.
And enhancement, yes, which is extremely important going into this. We rely a lot on elemental weaknesses, as I'm sure most FF games do, for optimizing damage. I mean, we've been doing it the whole time, so.
One of the things that Chapter 14 now has that the base game doesn't is they actually put more quests and side quests and such in as well. So we mentioned a little bit about you can find the lore for the old kings that you fight. You can find their lore, some of it as you grab their weapons, but there's also like just statues in the city that you can go and find that have a lot of information about them as well. And then there's other things that you can actually do in the city. So yeah, Royal Edition, a lot of the game is the same as base game until we get here to chapter 14, and then it's all very different.
You know, and coming from the person that's basically just sat here and watched a lot of Royal Edition speedruns, and even it first came out, I watched some of it played through. I can tell you guys, if all you've ever played is the game when it was first launched, come back, try it again on Royal Edition. It is, in some ways, a whole new game because of how much was added and how much extra stuff there is to do. And it's been polished and cleaned up, especially if we're talking about from original launch without any of the patches. Like, they did a lot of work after that release, and it's so worth it.
This game got patched, I believe, 29 times from release.
Yeah.
That's right.
1.29 is automatically Royal Edition, correct?
Say that again, sorry?
Yes. The PC version is Royal Edition, and it's the same thing, and 100% worth the play.
Absolutely.
Yes, Final Fantasy 15 Royal Edition is what it should have been at the beginning.
Yeah. This area that
it was released because of pressures from Sony to get it out. There's your answer.
this area that Kios is in with Core and a whole bunch of the Kingsglaive, is kind of a tie-in to the multiplayer expansion, Comrades, which is interesting. The most interesting thing is that in a side quest here in Chapter 14, you can go and find your Comrade's avatar and actually quest with them a little bit if you like. But you can also...
Cute addition.
Yeah. You can also find the Regalia Part 2 in the city with a couple of side quests.
You
but
get a
that
monster
doesn't help
truck.
the speed run, so it's not happening.
No, it doesn't. You do get a monster truck. That's pretty funny.
Monster truck!
Hell yeah, brother. So Barbie's just got his powers back, making his way over to Foros and Ravis. Let's see how his Ravis goes. That fight could just be such a pain.
And enough on Cerberus for Kios. Worth noting, they added a couple of other cutscenes in here. One, you might be able to notice a kind of red wall around the Citadel. They basically just added that cutscene so that they could have the 6 show up to destroy the wall and make them look cool and powerful. It serves no other purpose.
Also, Luna shows up, and Luna and Noctis actually get to talk for the first time ever. They literally never get to interact in the base game.
Yeah.
They don't get them because when Luna finally gets to like be next to Noct, when while she's dying in that cutscene, Chapter 9, like Noctis is unconscious.
See how the Cerberus fight goes.
Goes with a parry. Interesting.
Okay, I'm just answering this question out of chat real quick. The reason that, again, that technically the run would be invalidated towards being a world record is because during a hallway auto-scroller time portion where there is no way to make it go any faster, so it doesn't matter, Yida did use the ring to kill the couple mobs that are in there. It doesn't give him any unfair advantage, so that's why it kind of was just a moment to show off what Ring did, but that's why technically the run would be as invalidated as a world record run.
Just for this category, though. There's a category with
that's
Ring.
just this category. Just this category.
But it's such a weird technicality, it doesn't matter. But I don't think Yuta's going to submit the run anyway, because he just doesn't do that.
We can try, because a lot of us would be willing to make that exception because it doesn't give any unfair advantage. But
glad that's over.
That's an okay Cerberus.
And then, the next cutscene that Kios is going to skip here is what I mentioned. Just a horde of demons coming down, and then Luna shows up and summons the 6, and they destroy the demons and this red wall.
Yeah,
and then we go in and we fight Ifrit.
In the audio, if you're listening carefully during this black load screen, you can hear all the demons spawning and laughing and making creepy sounds. I always hated skipping that cutscene.
Fel, get ready. You got about 10-ish minutes.
And so Ifrit is interesting. He has an interesting history with humanity in general in this game. In that he gave them fire, and then they used the fire to try and overthrow him, and he was not pleased, and so not a fan of humanity in general.
Stay cool.
But this form that he's in here specifically, he was actually infected by the Star Scourge, or by Arden with the Star Scourge, I guess.
Yeah.
Which interestingly...
What's up? Go ahead.
Yeah. Which interestingly, that infection is what woke up Shiva, because the two of them are very close. They're lovers. But that's what sent her... Yeah, I know, right? That's what sent her on her rampage into Graulia and caused Niflheim to kill her. Except they didn't really, because you can't kill a god. At least Niflheim can kill a god.
There you go. So Barbie's heading into Ravis here. Let's see how that pans out. So here we open the fight with just a few hits of the sort of the father, just to get it started. Or we go for the work effect instead, which I also like, just using Ragnarok there.
We need to put this thing out.
Ravis, we haven't actually been...
Haven't
actually been introduced to too much in the speedrun because he's only in cutscenes. And as a character, he's somewhat interesting. He's technically a bad guy and has a redemption arc. And then after his redemption arc, he comes back in this possessed form, and we have to take him out, unfortunately.
See, normally when we see him in the cutscenes, he looks like a normal dude. Looks like everything's fine. Very clean effort. And then Ravis comes into this cutscene, and he's a little not so okay.
Barbara's getting a pretty good Ravis here. Pops a second muscle stem into the ice liquid cast.
King of Kings.
Sort of finishing him off with trident hits. This is pretty solid.
The grace of the gods is with you always.
He hasn't moved around. I don't think he did any of his dashes. I'm not completely sure though.
One that I intend.
Yeah, if you want a lot for Ravis, episode Ignis is a great resource for that.
Yeah. The Kingsglaive movie actually is too, strangely.
True, actually.
Ravis didn't move at all.
Yeah, you got a really good Ravis, dude. Good job.
That was really good. Alright, so Kyo is heading into Fierce? This is kind of a blinking you'll miss it kind of thing, so he'll do 3 of these attacks. I don't know why you don't have enhancement. You hold square, get the counter hit, and he'll go to a vulnerable state. Now, Fierce is really weak to lightning damage, so we're just going to pop that. And then just go in with the trident just to finish him off. Switch to Gladio. QTE.
There we go. Don't think I'm getting double Fierce for once.
I guess we'll see. I feel like I never know until, it happens. Or doesn't. Yeah, that fight is super quick. I really like that strat a lot.
Yo, who's ready for that patented Kios 5-minute rogue fight?
I'm so pumped, dude. Yida's rogue was way too good. These people just don't know. They don't know.
Nope, I did get double rogue for no reason.
Oh,
double Fierce. Oh, there it is, man. All right, so here's the cutscene again, at that quick time event again.
I don't know. I need to reinstall my game, but that's 25 seconds of just I can't control it.
Yeah, that's just gone.
Forgive me. My mind was not my own.
It's such a weird thing too. I get it a lot too.
Well, I mean, I do have to admit this now. I guess technically because Yuta didn't follow category rules, it looks like it's a race between Choco and Tonberry, so Team Choco wins!
We better keep moving.
Barbie with the cup noodle hat. Let's go.
It's all lit up.
Good call. Good call.
Yes. I don't remember. I think it is. I think it's fine.
We do.
I'll allow it.
Think the elevator's working?
The best costume in the game.
Sure looks like it.
I forget that this exists. I always forget that this exists.
Sparrow's also pretty good.
I actively work to forget that the cup noodle product placement exists, but
that might be what it is. That might be what it is.
It's so funny.
It is though. This is a perfect time for it too, because you can't change out of it for like 10 minutes.
Acting like he owns the place.
Now future Noctis will wake up with a cup noodle hat.
Yes.
It ends here.
Going through all this dramatic Bahamut dialogue.
My gosh, I hate it.
Love it.
I'm gonna mute myself because the amount of curse words that are gonna come out of my mouth are catastrophic.
Kyo's heading into the rogue. Let's see what we got. RNG boss fight. Let's go. Alright, now strongest start. Starting off with the trident hit instead of the magic he wanted to cast. And there she goes. She's gone. He's gonna switch over to a different magic to cast when that's back off cooldown. For now, all he can do is wait.
And this is what we were.
That was the kind of road that you got.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is what we're kind of saying is usually is goes and is gone, and you're just like, please, I would like to hit you.
She was not showing damage numbers for a while, and I've also never seen these attacks from her. This is very weird.
Yeah, I've never seen
like
that
this is the gold rogue for me. Like I've never had something this quick. She's just like stuck in the corner.
That was insane. That was insanely fast. So that means Barbie's gonna get the worst rogue.
The tough part is just having her run around and just trying to make those last couple of shots.
Yeah, it's like the only part of the game where you actually have to aim something.
There she is.
It's unfortunate but true that the aiming
That was really
mechanics
fast.
for the firearms are
Is so slow and doesn't lock on.
The pistol does, but the pistol doesn't do anything for damage.
Yeah, the pistol does, but obviously we're trying to go fast here.
That was a very cooperative rogue.
That's the best rogue I've had in a year. Like time-wise, that was probably just even with that. Even with double fierce, that's probably still a low 230, which is just behind my gold.
Now we're coming on to the Mystic, who, it should be noted, is Arden's brother, which Arden's backstory is he was going to be the king of Lucius, and he worked to heal his people of the Star Scourge by basically injecting the Star Scourge into himself, and then his brother decided, nah, I'm going to be king, and just literally backstabbed him. Like, the anime prologue is
Well,
very
actually,
sad.
the crystal told the truth, and his brother turned it differently.
Yeah.
We have so many lore mongers in chat. I love it.
So yeah, the Mystic that we are fighting here is the spirit of Somnus Lucius Caelum, Arden's brother, who has been brought back and again infected with the Star Scourge in order to fight against the King of Light, who is Noctis.
You have done well.
Also fun to note that of the three that we fought, the Mystic is the only one whose special weapon, whose royal arm, we actually pick up in the run.
That is true. But we don't use it.
Stay on the ground, please. I like to sing to the Mystic occasionally just to make sure he doesn't go anywhere. Oh, no, he's gonna dunk on me here.
Oh, totally clarity.
It's all good. I'll lose like 10 seconds. Nothing big.
Yeah,
It'll
you
be
can't have it all. You can't have a good Mystic and a good Rogue. Unless you're Yida, apparently.
Yeah, I should have just played patient. I was trying to push it.
See, what sucks about this section is even if you were to like Warp Strike onto him with Noctis, if you would switch back,
Yeah,
you get stuck in this like weird, like cinematic, like we're fighting in midair thing. It happens with Aranea too, which is why we want to get that quick kill onto her as soon as we can. Because if she jumps, it's just like, oh my god, please stop. Even if you have our meager up, you still do that like little funny. Like,
This ain't gonna be a PB for me, but it's pretty much a sub 430, so I'll take it.
You take those.
Not bad for losing 3 minutes in the entire run. This should have PB'd.
It's a good chapter 14, that's for sure.
Yeah, so far. I mean, I lost time at Mystic that would be equal out to a normal rogue, but, you know, nothing to be done.
Oh, you also got the double fierce.
And Barbados is back from his exile with Bahamut. Getting into actually, you know, being able to play the game again.
And rock his cool cup noodle hat.
Yes.
Buy cup noodle today, guys.
Cup noodle and Coleman camping
Coleman
gear.
products and
Isn't there
Tiffany, whatever?
Papa John's pizza in there somewhere too?
I'm not sure if it's in the game.
Don't think so.
I thought there was something about like the in the Royal Edition, one of the cooking recipes or something like that. Maybe I'm crazy.
Oh, you get free pizza, but it's not like branded or anything. It's just pizza.
I thought it was.
It's a free recipe. It gives you bonus attack. It's actually not too bad. We used to use it in Chapter 5, but then we're just like, what if we took that further and just use Last Stand again?
Hold on a sec.
And then we started doing that.
If you haven't done a level 1 run of 15, I recommend trying it, because it's whack if you get the Equalizer meal.
Just need one.
Yeah.
Now, really quickly, Barbados is coming through Golden Key, and he has something special to show us all.
It's Tonberries, guys.
Dear Team Tonberry, there's our mascots. Just watch out, because Jedi Tonberries are
whichever you like.
a thing.
And they will kill you.
There they are. There they go.
Then it's settled. That's the one.
I don't think you ever see a Moogle in this game, do you? Unless you put
No.
on the Moogle outfit.
They don't really exist, except for the stuffed one that Iris buys you.
That's something really kind of cool about the Tonberry. But the Tonberries there, we don't really see them in the other guys, but it is a 100% guarantee you can force them to spawn right there and have those Tonberries available. It doesn't
2-minute warning.
cost time to have that spawn happen, but it's just kind of neat.
Into the final fight for Kios.
Yeah, so we start that off with a Queen Cast Bizarra cast into a bunch of point blank warp strikes, which is something we spec into in the Ascension. Kios going down against Arden shouldn't be too big a problem.
It's all intentional, baby. We got this.
I want to point out that was the Quint cast.
Yo, you ready for this 4.4 damage storage?
Yeah, that's a good damage storage. So if your last input going into phase 2 of Arden is a warp strike, it'll store the warp strike multiplier. So Kios has got a 4.4. So if you get a cooperative Arden that doesn't kill him, it's gonna be really fast. All right, well,
dude, I'll take a death after like 10 hits.
That's pretty
good because I already did half of his health.
Yeah, so
like he's already way under half.
Yeah, so that's 2 Phoenix Downs. I've game over.
Sorry, I glanced back at the.
I'm gonna go.
I glanced back at the cup noodle hat. I'm okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, here we just spam warp strike because he does take like a recoil from it.
I'll take him like super low. I just go in for the physical.
Yeah.
Because
I've done that before and I've soft locked right there. I died at the same time he did, and the game won't progress. I'm just stuck floating right for that cutscene.
Yeah, I've had that happen too.
Bro, not cool. Alright, get ready for time.
Yeah, time's coming up for Kyo.
Sub 4:30 marathon, I'll take it. And time, go.
Yeah, there's time. Alright, cool. Alright, so that's 2 out of 3. FF15.
And definitely welcome to 9 if you want to explain some of what's going on at this point for you guys, because we have some time.
Alrighty. I mean, unfortunately at the moment not much is happening. We have a cutscene on Chocos and a cutscene on Mogs, so welcome to FF9.
Bad timing.
But he just finished his final one fight. It's an easy fight. Honestly, you only need 2 Zidane attacks that are not the lowest damage roll you can possibly do. So,
There's also ATB weight standard. So for those who don't know what ATB weight is, I'm gonna try to give the base explanation of it. So basically, if an enemy is attacking and you hold ATB, which is the turn bar, you can wait, you can attack, and then hold that attack, and then once sorry, I'll wait.
It's all good. There's also a dog in the car with Noctis there, so just got dogs all over the place, man.
Yeah, doggers in the chat.
That's what made me laugh the most. Is I was like, at this moment in time, there is a dog in 15 and a dog we're hearing here. This is great.
Dogs over the place.
Okay, I think we're good. So
The dog says no, we're not good.
The dog wants to do commentary.
So it sounds like this is doggo commentary time.
It's all good.
Alright, so ATB waiting, basically, if one of your teammates has a full attack bar, you cue the attack, and you hold ATB, and then when the enemy attacks, you quickly get out of the menu and go back into the menu, which will allow your teammate to attack, and then they basically gain an extra turn, because you unhold ATB after the attack, allowing your teammate's bar to fill, which they have to be faster than the enemy. So it really it's mostly disc 1 that you'll be seeing this, but that's a base explanation of it.
Well, since TQ is running Night Route, he will be doing it quite a lot in the later disc as well.
Especially on
That's true, yeah. Yeah, you get the running shoes, which gives you auto haste, so it's a lot easier to do that later game with the running shoes.
It looks like Team Mog and Team Choco have both picked blue text boxes. Is that alright?
Team Mog is not on blue text box, so clearly inferior.
Okay, cool.
Choco is clearly the
Finally.
superior team now. Kappa.
Yep, some variety. Blue text boxes are the best.
Okay, so what Team Choco is doing now is they're trying to steal the Mage Masher. We need this item primarily for Flea, and it also boosts Dane's attack. But primarily we want it for Flea, so you can actually escape from counters. You need to get this steal. It can take anywhere from a minute to an hour. So yeah, buckle up.
Hopefully not an hour. Hopefully only 4
Well, I mean,
minutes.
it could take an hour. You know?
Give Team Tonberry a chance to catch up a little bit, maybe.
That would be nice.
I have been told that if you get all 100 nobles, you do go the fastest.
That is true. 100 nobles can save you roughly around, it just makes you win automatically.
Yeah.
It's a credit
I've heard also that if your name is Kev, not Kevin, and you are supremely handsome, you also win the race.
So currently, Fella's not having good luck with this Mage Masher. It's taking quite some time to get it. Fortunately, because Consider is dead, that doesn't mean you has one less steal attempt per round, which can slow things down. Just gotta get lucky.
Yeah, some insane bad luck happening here.
Does not bode well.
Typical relay luck.
I think it's like a 1 in 12 chance to get Mage Masher, I think. Is it 1 in 12 or 1 in 16?
1 in 16.
Yeah, 1 in 16, got you.
16.
Yeah.
You guys need to borrow one from 15?
Yeah, we start the game with
You don't mind.
It's free DLC, man.
15 is a superior game because you start with them already. You ain't gotta do nothing.
Kappa.
Meanwhile, while we're waiting for a Mage Masher to appear, Mog is... So essentially for this fight and the one before, we kill off our characters from Garnet in order to just get the fight over with quicker, because Starter would never attack Garnet.
So right here, you'll actually see Fell doing an ATB wait to try to get extra steals in.
If you guys are wondering, this is
Still
the most reset heavy.
Yeah, at this point, a normal runner would have reset like many times.
No, within 5 minutes is your first reset point.
Yeah. Like, this is... As one success, this is literally FF9.
It's a slow starter, it seems.
I mean, there is a backup strat you can do if you don't get Mage Masher, but that's very not ideal.
Over on the FF15 side of things, Barbie's heading towards his own boss gauntlet. I guess we'll see how this goes for him. We've seen some pretty decent boss dashes from Yida and Kios. So.
I mean, Yida and Kios made us look like we're saying we're crazy when we say that Rogue can really troll and everything else, because...
Yeah, now we just...
That was the best rogue I've had in 2 years of running this game.
Two very, very good rogues.
That was top tier.
Now it's up to Barbie to get a bad rogue. Sorry, Barbie.
Try to make us look like we're not crazy.
Yeah. I've never seen the Dane die here on Mage Masher.
No, same. This is the worst Mage Masher I've
I
ever
had
played.
85 in a marathon a few months ago.
Oh my god.
My goodness.
This is really, really bad luck.
Would have been faster to reset at this point.
Yeah.
It's the, marathon. If we wouldn't let Kyo reset, I guess we can't let anybody else either.
Oh, they've finally got it. It's finally got Mage Masher.
Oh man.
Hey.
Thank God.
I was about to say, they let Misuto reload a pre-made save during the FF5 race.
Ooh, that's bad luck for Barbie there. Server's kind of jumping out of the quick cast. Get the enhancement. Doggo jumps.
Okay, so now that fella's finally got Mage Masher, we can go on to more cutscene.
Tonberry, you can save up to 6 minutes.
No pressure, no pressure. Just, you know, make it happen.
Yeah, and now Mog is entering the first section where we can get random encounters.
And he's
in FF9, each random encounter loses quite a lot of time, so the less encounters you get, the better. But we do need some encounters for AP and XP.
At least 30 seconds is what
Yeah,
it is.
it's like 30 seconds. It's
30
quite a
to
lot of time.
45 seconds, unless you get trolled.
But fortunately, this is actually a good encounter because it gets Zidane up to level 2. Ideally, we want level 4 for Zidane before we get to the first. Before we get to Black Hawks 1 and Sea Lion fight. We can do it at level 3, but level 4 is better.
And that encounter isn't totally bad because you get to skip the D-Trance.
Yeah, so it doesn't really lose much time.
Yeah, D-Trance is 8 seconds, I believe.
So, with the extra XP from not having extra party members, the skipping D-Trance, it might, depending on RNG, it might work out in your favor.
Yeah.
Typically, if you get an encounter in Evil Forest, you want to get one on the first screen, which is Zidane.
And speaking of Trance, we got our first encounter with Trance in this fight. Trancing in FF9 is extremely unreliable. There are certain bosses where it's advantageous to get it, but the chances of actually getting them in that fight is really... so we don't root around it or anything like that. It's just RNG.
Alright, so coming up, Bell's actually going to try a glitch. So, Puck, one of the side characters coming up here, is going to run into Vivi, but if you talk to one of the NPCs within 2 frames of him running into Vivi, you can actually skip this and start moving, but he did not get it, unfortunately.
Rip up skip.
It's 3-second time loss. But it's pretty swag when you get it.
I mean, it only saves like a second, so it's like...
Is it swag? I always thought it was like 3-second time, so 3-second time loss. But...
Yeah.
Round 15, we got Barbie working on this Ifrit fight. Doing phase 1, which is pretty well just do the things and it's not a big deal. And here we go into phase 2, where
2 is,
timing actually matters.
Yeah, it's mostly just like a buff rotation, kinda. So right now he's waiting for enhancements to build up from Ignis so he can get ice added to his attacks. Good, he already did the slide attack, so that means he's not going to have to dodge it later. He's going to pop Muscle Stim here, which is bonus damage. Into the Armiger. I'm not sure what happened to the Zara.
Pretty good.
With the Armiger chain. I feel like this didn't go as it was supposed to.
Looks like it's still going pretty well. We are at half.
This kill's usually quicker.
But it is usually, yeah, I say it is usually quicker.
This is, that's an interesting strat here.
I think did he start with the Bazaar?
I think he started with Armiger by accident.
Yeah.
Well, he did enhancement into the Muscle Stim. But his
whatever,
Bazaar was on
worked out.
cooldown still. Yeah, it's still fine. You got the summon. That's the only thing I wanted to touch on for like the rest of the run. You like we talked about most things. Just the one thing we kept missing.
If it was the bad timing to get to it. I think.
Yeah. We're gonna head in here into Fierce Hit again. We're We already had one fierce glitch. See if we can get another one, or hopefully not see one. Let's for the early magic instead of waiting for the counter prompt. Waiting for the enhancement instead.
That's the level for the first time.
Yeah.
We've seen that purple shield that only Gladio can break with the block prompt. There's that. QTE. Hopefully we only have to see this once.
At least it's better to see it with the boss there versus when you have to see it again without the boss there.
Yeah, just, you just know your time's just draining. You're like, this is cool. It's like 25, 30 seconds, whatever it is. Just gone, man. No glitch, right?
Looks clean.
Nice, okay. Move right along to Rogue. See if we get a nice cooperative Rogue or a Rogue that, really stands up to the reputation we built up for it.
It's a very, very exciting elevator ride.
Oh yeah, a lot of tension, All I can think about is how long will she stay in the darkness, unable to be hit, any out of bounds. Here we go. Dodging the quick pass blizzard there. Now we wait.
Yep.
Welcome to Rogue.
Pillars all the way back there. I've never seen that.
Rough looking Rogue so far for Barb.
Yeah. So this is what we were some of the stuff we were talking about, where it's just she just trolls.
Stand there.
You wait.
Sometimes she does it twice.
I was afraid to say that.
Standard fare here, just going in with the trident hits. Just gonna top this off. And she's gone again.
Alright, so this fight that Bella's on is actually surprisingly one of the most complicated fights in the disc, at least. Simply because you have 3 different enemies that can all use extremely long attacks. So the general rule of thumb here is that if the Nero brothers go first, you want to just go for Leo. But if you get a turn in before the Nero brothers, you want to try and take them out, and then you'll also see him ATB waiting once again here to get extra attacks on Leo, hopefully before he uses another attack.
Good fight. Yeah, it was solid.
So now it's time for the best part of FF9, 100 Nobles.
Yep. Unfortunately, Trance only got 95, so Will fell beat.
And if you don't know, 100 nobles gets you 10k gil, which is quite a lot in Disc 1, and we make good use of it.
If you get 100 nobles, you basically have no gil issues for the rest of the run, pretty much.
If you don't get 100 nobles, it's a 30-second time loss, basically. Because you have to pick up, like, everything along the way.
TQ's making his way back through the forest. Got probably one of the encounters you don't want in the forest, which is just the one enemy and doesn't give really any XP.
The only real benefit to it is extra AP, which is good for Flea later on. You can get it earlier than you normally.
I looked away, should be hungry.
Some bad encounter luck on
Did you do it?
Yep, I've got 100
yes,
noble.
nice.
Congrats. And I believe with that, the minimum cotton robes you can buy is what, 10 or 11?
I typically go for 9 just because it makes menuing a bit simplified if you instead of going for like 8 or 10.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's about how many I get as well.
Team Choco gaining 30 seconds on Team Mog.
Okay, so what Choco Mog has just done is they've just split the screen. So what that does is that it resets the encounter rate, so it lowers the chance to get an encounter run. You'll be seeing it quite a few times during the run.
Yeah, so with 9, the way that encounters happen, actually, for whatever reason, they decided to change it, and instead of having, you know, your steps, they actually just made a danger value where each time it goes up, the percentage chance of an encounter happening increases. So the more steps you take, the higher that value gets.
Alright, so Barbie here's coming to the last boss, Arden, just one more time. Let's see what kind of behaving Arden we have for him. Had some weird ones today between the summons and just weird deaths and stuff.
Another encounter. I think that's 3 so far. For the average you want is about 1 or 2 for Evil Forest. 3 is way, sadly.
I'll take 0, actually.
Yeah, 0.
I'll always take 0.
You take 0, but for the XP, you want 1 or 2. If you don't care about that, then 0 is definitely better.
The unfortunate thing about getting 0 is that you can be under leveled for Sea Lion if you don't get any in Ice Cavern. It's possible to be level 2, in which case the fight is extremely dangerous.
Yeah. You can force encounters in Ice Cavern, but most runners would choose not to.
Your best bet. Yeah, your best bet if you're level 2 at Sea Lion is just to try and farm Trance off of keep Black Waltz 1 alive until a certain point, and then just try to farm Trance and steal.
Okay, so now we're on the first boss fight for Mog. This is Plant Brain. A very simple fight. Basically, the first thing you want to do is kill off Zidane, which will bring Blank into the fight. And then you just fire with VV, Fire Soldier Steiner, and attack with Blank.
Real quick,
unfortunately, Pollen. Oh, sorry.
I just want to make sure that Team Tonberry is about ready to take over because we are coming up to that time.
Yeah, Barbie looks like he got the summon as well.
So unfortunately, VV did have to fire Zidane, which does slow things down a bit, but...
You can actually ATB wave Blank if that happens, so...
Yeah.
fire for the warp strikes here. Against death. One Phoenix down. 2. That was really quick.
Alright. Pretty good.
That's 3. Got 3 left.
Arden's health bar is gone.
Yep. Almost there. Come on, Barb.
You got this.
Bring it home, man.
Sometimes Arden just does not want to cooperate. It's really weird. There'll be weeks at a time where he never causes a problem, and some days I've had him mow through like 8 or 9 Phoenix Downs and runs because he just is a jerk.
Muscle stim just to make sure. I like that.
I mean, I would too at this point.
Again.
Time to see our boy Mutsky get going.
Alright, we're coming up on time here. That's time. And that was FF15, all 3 times. Thank you so much for having us. Thanks for watching. Thanks for being cool, y'all. Good luck to everyone in FF9.
Thanks for having us.
Good luck, everybody. It's been a pleasure. It's been a ride.
Yep, GG.
Till next
GG
time.
Thanks for the excellent commentary.
Runners.
Hey, take care, y'all.
Bye, guys.
Alright, hey everyone. Just before I let you carry on with F9, we are going to have to quickly restart the stream real quick, otherwise we're not going to make it to the end of the race before we hit the Twitch streaming limit. So we'll just quickly restart the stream. We'll be back in just a second. Hang tight.